On a warm, sunny afternoon, one of the students from the University of Supernatural Abilities was walking through the grounds, playing on his phone. It was a kid named Ningfeng, who proudly believed that he had a huge advantage, so he couldn't lose. Someone's gloved female hand suddenly swung at him, but the young man, engrossed in the game, didn't notice it at all. Being dumbfounded, he cried out loudly in pain because he received a good slap from the mysterious maiden. It was the stern Wang Yue who firmly said that it was time for Ningfeng to already pull himself together and start preparing for the exam instead of playing games. The shy kid said he was getting ready and playing, and besides, he was 18 now and had only sampled one of the professions. Smiling irritably, he reminded her that the girl herself had gotten a 5-star profession as early as 16. The silent Wang Yue abruptly grabbed the youngster under her arm and pulled him towards her, causing him to be confused. The impulsive girl began strangling the blue-haired hero, which was noticed by students nearby who admired her. Admiring people were amazed that she had mastered a 5-star profession at the age of 16, and also everyone liked her beauty. A disciple asked who was standing next to her, and an associate replied that it was Ning Feng, who at 18 years old had yet to awaken a normal profession. Wang Ye pulled the guy's ear, and a disciple from the crowd said that he heard, "They've been friends since they were kids," but no one could believe it. Blue Star is a world where reality merges with play, and here anyone over the age of 16 can awaken powers and become an adventurer. Among the categories of adventurers, support, strength, magic, and dexterity stood out and appealed to their artistic imagery. The supervisor asked the students to let her sound out the rules of the exam and said they were the next miracle awakening. The absent-minded Ning Feng thought it was strange that Wang Yu was taking it so seriously. After all, this was the third time he was taking the test, and he was not a beginner for a long time. It was said that everyone who could successfully awaken would receive a set of basic equipment and would have to prepare for an ability check. The disciples began to talk about what professions they wanted to get, but the lazy Ning Feng, on the other hand, remained completely silent. Suddenly, the protagonist from 3rd grade was called to take a test, but he wasn't scared of it at all. The guy could hear the students he passes by discussing his relationship with Wang Yue and laughing, but he didn't pay much attention to it. In front of the young man stood the charming teacher Qi Wei, who asked him not to worry and told him that they would start when he was ready. The woman asked the student to touch the crystal and relax, which was done also a moment later. Trying to concentrate, Ning Feng reached for the huge blue crystal while feeling very nervous. At first there was no reaction and he began to gradually calm down, but he shouldn't have done that. At one moment the young man was very much surprised and a drop of sweat ran down his face from surprise. The bright blue crystal began to exalt above the ground, causing the mouths of everyone present to open. Kiwei understood that the crystal resonated with the guy, and the blue light was an ability system. Many students were surprised at what was happening, but some still giggled at the youngster. Awakening automatically grants the person basic skills, which will show how many stars will be gained. The blue crystal glowed stronger and stronger, which even alarmed everyone in the surroundings a bit. The stunned Ning Feng obtained an ability with the name Mud Swamp, which he didn't understand at all. Standing behind Qi Wei was upset that the kid had only gotten 1 star, even though she had hoped for more. Everyone around him began to mock the young man, who thought he was going to turn the world upside down, and ended up with only 1 star. The teacher remained calm and asked the boy what abilities he had managed to awaken. Not receiving an answer to her question, the woman turned once more, and only then did Ning Feng begin to come to his senses. The excited madam suggested that it was a great blow to him. She felt very sorry for the pupil. She realized that after all these years, the young man had only received 1 star, which must have been very demotivating for him. Kiwi gave her disciple the starting E-equipment and said that once he put it on, he would be able to pass to the next level. The rugged-looking hero clutched his gear, wondering what he had just heard. A system notification was then received that the operator had completed the wake-up and activated the system. Ning Feng didn't understand what else this system was, and the notice said that the operator had obtained dark bloodline abilities and a secret gift. The dark bloodline gave immunity to all requirements to use forbidden spells, and the arcane gift allowed for occasional use. The troubled one didn't understand what forbidden spells had to do with him after all. It was the highest magic. The system notified that the ability had been detected and the transformation had begun, further throwing the guy into a stupor. The transformation was complete, and the young man's ability turned to a forbidden dark spell, a mud-branded body. The tense Ning Feng realized that he had a battle trial ahead of him, so there was probably nothing wrong with spells. Qi Wei said that a group of people would enter the dungeon and everyone would fight the monsters, and added that it was forbidden to attack other players. She asked everyone to confirm the abilities, after which the hero activated the forbidden ability of the mud-branded body. He realized that if it was something bad and others found out, he would be in trouble, and nervously in his mind, he asked the system to explain to him what it meant. Being the very last, the protagonist entered the portal, clenching his fists tightly and trying to remain calm. In one of the glades of the dense forest, the students were already fighting in full swing when they were attacked by a whole pack of merciless goblins. The monsters were very angry that the boys were trying to fight back, and one of them swung his mace at a student. Ningfeng stealthily peeked out from the bushes as the two opponents walked past at that moment. The young man tried to remain calm and not make any sudden movements, so as not to draw attention to himself. He realized that the clearing was viewed by drones, so using forbidden spells wouldn't work, but he had no other way. Daredevil decided to hide and wait, and began to carefully observe the actions of the flying drone. Captain Joe was annoyed that all the disciples were fighting killing monsters, and this guy was hiding in the bushes. Chiwi said that the boy's health was poor, and he had one defense spell in his arsenal that wasn't suitable for direct confrontation. The nervous man said that the youngster had one-star profession, so he couldn't even be considered a real adventurer. The alarmed observer suddenly said that the drone was attacked by something and communication with it was cut off. He sounded the alarm and exclaimed that the dungeon had detected a powerful surge of power far beyond the average monster's threat level. Meanwhile, the wreckage of the drone fell to the ground and went up in smoke, and the captain ordered an immediate check to see what had happened. The blue-robed disciple couldn't understand how such a powerful monster ended up in this dungeon. The enormous goblin with sharp iron claws standing in front of him smirked, intimidating in appearance. He then ordered the rest of the goblins to get up, saying that enough of being slaves to humans already. The leader exclaimed that the invaders would die here, whereupon a whole crowd rushed to attack the confused students. One of the drones perfectly showed the ringleader and a whole horde of goblins, eager to finish off the humans. The monsters of the city raised their fists to the sky, preparing to fight the invaders to the victorious end. Suddenly, a drone flying by was destroyed by the horde leader's powerful fist. A bump appeared on the stunned Ningfeng's head, and he couldn't understand why the drone had fallen so suddenly. Then the bewildered young man looked around and froze in place because the sight was very unpleasant. He was dumbfounded because a whole crowd of goblins had gathered around him, who were clearly in a malevolent mood. The leader with the sharp claws smirked intimidatingly, calling the boy a bug in hiding. Ningfeng couldn't understand why there were so many monsters here, who at that moment had already rushed to attack him. Smirking, the young man realized that this was the perfect opportunity to test the reality of the dark technique. He raised his dark energy arm upwards, gathering all his strength while preparing to deliver a powerful blow. With a stern look, the brave looked at the goblins and used a technique that made them nervous. Even the previously sneering leader of the monsters tensed up, who froze in place and watched what was happening. The protagonist, meanwhile, continued to use the technique, destroying enemies one by one. Every attacking monster had lost their appearance and skin, and the dark magic prevented them from even being able to strike. The dispatcher reported that there was a suspicion that a monster above the royal level had appeared, and the captain ordered reinforcements to be sent immediately. Concerned Chi Wei didn't understand where such a terrifying creature capable of destroying an entire city came from in the viewing area. The terrified goblin leader, meanwhile, was sweating and couldn't understand what was going on around him. Ningfeng continued to destroy the opponents around with dark magic, not giving them a chance to escape. Now the kid recognized what forbidden spells looked like, the substance of which was quite sticky and nasty. The system notified several times that the daredevil had been awarded 10 experience points for killing the goblin soldier. The notifications were getting more and more every minute, as the goblins were endlessly dying. The dumbfounded monster leader marveled at the powerful dark force and wondered if man was capable of such a thing. What made him even more nervous was that in the moment he lost the ability to move. The monster screamed in fear and pain, and the cold-blooded Ningfeng said in a frightening tone that they shouldn't have come here. Soon the monster was destroyed, and the protagonist received 6,000 experience points for killing the veteran goblin. The enthusiastic kid was happy because he got the 10th level at once, even though he had gotten a couple of levels at most before. The youngster also realized that he got most of his experience for the elite monster, but had no idea where it came from in the viewing area. On the ground, meanwhile, lay the loot that had fallen from the destroyed goblin leader. The stunned Ningfeng immediately realized that these were veteran goblin items, among which were as many as 2 orange items. The first item was the Vanguard emblem, which permanently increased the dexterity parameter by 10 units. The second item, however, was a Shadow Assassin's Claws, which pleased the hero, who said it was an epic treasure. The young man put on the equipment and said that if it continued like this, he would easily get a high level. Suddenly, the candidate was ordered to immediately stop combat testing and used teleportation scrolls to evacuate. The hero did not understand what had happened, after which he decided to move around to understand something. The kid panicked because everything around him was scorched and realized that this was the power of the forbidden spells. Even more frightening was that there were huge black holes everywhere, the appearance of which was inexplicable. The anxious Ning Feng realized that it would be terrible if anyone found out about his dark technique and decided that it was time to escape. It wasn't long before the disciples began to return from the dungeon, where they had experienced a lot of stress, and Captain Joe was greeting them. Soon, the confident protagonist teleported back as well, a proud smirk on his face. Holding out his palm, the captain asked the candidates not to stand pillar to post and to return to the city immediately. The nervous man didn't know if the reinforcements would reach in time and realized that a monster above the royal level, even together, they couldn't defeat. Being perplexed, he noticed that the source of the dark power had suddenly disappeared. Remaining tense, the captain wondered if the monster had managed to get out of the dungeon. Nervous teacher Chiwei listened to the orders to redesign the institute, while Ning Feng silently looked at her. The agitated young man decided to approach the teacher to clarify something. The maximally stressed girl with sweat on her face asked if he was okay after what had happened. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the guy replied that it was fine, whereupon the tormentor asked him to get out of here quickly. After a while, Ning Feng was walking home with Wang Yue, who said that an unknown source of immense power had been detected in the area being viewed. While in a state of apathy, the hero realized that when he was able to awaken, the testing was interrupted because the incident had affected him greatly. The girl said that defense spells can save a life, but they are useless in single pumping. She added that the young man could join the team with her tomorrow, but he confidently said he could handle it himself and thanked her for her concern. Ning Feng would certainly want to show Wang Yue his true strength, but he chose not to use forbidden spells in front of outsiders. His insistent friend asked him not to refuse, adding that she would be waiting at the west gate at 8 tomorrow. Much to her buddy's surprise, she began to walk away proudly, and he, being confused, asked her to stop. The dumbfounded young man couldn't understand why his buddy was ignoring him and called her stubborn. Remaining incredibly tense, Ning Feng wondered if he should pretend to be sick to avoid all of this. Very soon, he realized that Wang Yue couldn't be fooled. But after that, an insight came and a way appeared. After a while, the guy was standing in front of the exchange, realizing he could buy the right stuff for the mud bog and pretend to own it. The young man hoped that the equipment skills wouldn't turn into forbidden spells, and decided to sell the loot from the elite monster at the same time. He was approached by a charming counselor who asked in a gentle tone if there was anything she could do to help. The kid said he wants to buy gear that allows him to use the mud bog, whether it's a weapon, clothing, or accessory. The girl advised against wasting money on low-level spells, saying that they had gear that was much better for pumping. Ning Feng said that he would need it for a while, so the level of equipment shouldn't be high, and the lady asked her colleagues to receive the client. The disgruntled counselor started to walk away, saying something another beggar, and she didn't want to serve him. The protagonist was approached by a cute damsel who told him that if he wanted to ask something, he could go to her. At the booth, the young man saw an attractive-looking sword that he wanted to try out. Determined, he used the mighty gloves to grip the hilt. Then the guy grabbed the sword and started pulling it towards him, but nothing worked because it was very heavy. Ning Feng put the ring on his middle finger, and when asked by the consultant if he was happy with it, he said it was gorgeous. Afterward, the young man asked where the loot could be sold here, and the girl said she would escort him. Within minutes, they arrived at the evaluation board, where the superintendent, an unemotional man, asked to see the items. The counselor told Master Wang that the young master wanted to sell the trophies, and Ning himself asked for help in finding out the value of the equipment. The surprised man said that this weapon has as many as 3 instruction slots, and because of that, you can customize the claws to your liking. The master called it a great item and asked what the guy wanted in return, and the shy customer said the more the better. Wang asked to wait for a while, said he would contact the client, and asked consultant Yang to take care of the gentleman. The man then called Mr. Zhang, saying that a suitable starting outfit for his son had been found, just as he wanted. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was smiling at the cute girl, who was kindly pouring hot tea into his mug. Wang soon came out and stunned the young men by saying that the hero would receive as much as 46,000 crystals for the claws. After saying these words, the Yan sitting next to her looked at the frozen customer with a slightly interested look. The master offered to draw up a couple of papers and transfer the money to the account, which pleased the young man very much. The arrogant counselor, meanwhile, was telling her co-workers that she likes rich, handsome guys, not any poor guys. One of the girls saw Ning Feng and wondered why he was going along with Master Wang. The second maiden dumbfounded her girlfriends by saying that some kid had sold 50,000 crystals worth of equipment and was looking for new gear. The arrogant lady nearly fainted from shock as she realized it was the same kid. Madame exclaimed that she was the one who was supposed to serve Ning Feng, and the commission should be hers. The cute counselor, meanwhile, asked Ning Feng to take care of himself and to come to her immediately next time. The charming girl then said her name was Yang Xing and smiled sweetly at the young man. The very next day, the protagonist was walking through the city in his new gear, whistling a light tune. Last night, the young man tried out his new abilities and made sure the system didn't transform them. He was well aware that now he wouldn't have to worry about anyone uncovering his deeds. Seeing Wang Yue standing in front, the boy immediately called out to her excitedly, which looked a little strange. At first, the lovely friend looked silently at her buddy, who was acting rather strangely and was overjoyed. There was also a team standing nearby, consisting of a wizard, a shield bearer, and 2 other big men. Another member of the team was the red-haired berserk, who easily carried a huge axe on his shoulder. The last member of the group, however, was a pink-haired priestess, who seemed like a simple, sweet girl. The beautiful Wang Yue introduced the best friend to the co-guildmates, and he politely greeted them with a wave of his hand. The 2 guys looked arrogantly at the young man, which made him a little tense at that moment. The bewildered young man wondered why these 2 looked like he owed them $1,080,000. One of the guys asked Wang Yue if it was right that she had the second shift, and the girl asked why he was asking. The stunned Ning Feng couldn't believe that his friend was already at the 60th level. Didn't realize that she was really a 5-star girl. The young man said that he just wanted to give a gift to the girl, and held out a high-level agility potion. This surprised the other co-guildmates, as he had given the girl an elite potion that permanently increased characteristics. The youngster said that the potion only cost about 30,000, and added that it wasn't easy to buy, and his father had been searching for a long time. Wang Yue, on the other hand, said she couldn't accept such a gift, and the guy asked if she didn't want to enter a better academy. Belle discouraged him by saying that they still had a lot of things to do and suggested they start doing them. The angry kid jabbed his finger at Ning Feng and asked if she would really waste her time on this troublemaker. The tough lady asked Zhao Chen to watch his language, and he said that the hero has a 1-star profession and it's a waste of time. The young man himself didn't realize who the brash man even was, and wondered why he didn't just use the forbidden spell on him. The priestess behind him started to calm Chen down, but he, being exasperated, asked her to mind her own business. Ham said that this potion alone was worth far more than Ning Feng, and advised him to disappear immediately. The bully was beyond furious when the hero said it was only a potion that gave 3 dexterity, and he was overly praising it. The shield bearer asked if he had something better, and Chen said that if he had a rare item, he would fall to his knees as a youth. Jia then added that if, still, the upstart did not have such an item, then he would kneel down. Ning Feng discouraged him, taking out a precious orange object that had a boot emblem on it. It was the emblem of the Vanguard, an orange consumable that permanently enhanced performance. A shocked Wang Yue couldn't understand where he had gotten this item, and said that she hadn't seen such a thing before. The stunned Zhang Chen couldn't understand how an item that permanently increased a characteristic by 10 levels could even exist. Remaining completely calm, Ning Feng said that one could only find out by using the Vanguard emblem. The friend was very worried, but the young man asked her not to, saying he found it at his house and decided to give it to her. Everyone around them, with open mouths, looked at what was happening and wanted to find out if it was all true. The anxious Wang Yu took advantage of the emblem, being as focused as possible. The co-guildmates standing nearby were watching this with their mouths open, while there was only a slight smirk on the protagonist's face. The enthusiastic girl said that her performance has really improved and it's not a hoax at all. The dumbfounded Zhao Chen called it unbelievable and couldn't understand where the loser got such a treasure. Scratching his ear, the young man asked his vis-a-vis to speak louder when he apologized, saying that his hearing was not good. Hitting his chest, the embittered wastrel said he wouldn't do it, and Wang Yue asked if he was retracting his words. The cocky man himself, being very nervous, looked at the berserk and priestess standing behind him, who realized that refusing to mince words really wasn't an option. He realized that words had to be answered for, and, gritting his teeth from nerves, kneeled down in front of Nin. Looking at this, the main character was enjoying his moment of glory, and he had a satisfied smile on his face. After that, he started to leave with his girlfriend as if nothing had happened, which made Zhao Chen very angry. On the way, Wang Yu apologized to her buddy, but he said it wouldn't affect their relationship. Smiling, the kid said he'd be happy if she took the second shift and got into a better academy. The flustered lady said he shouldn't treat himself like that, but the young man said he was fine with himself. Suddenly, the buddy handed 2 books to a friend who was very surprised and didn't understand anything. She said that it was a volume of spells that Ning Feng would be able to learn when she reached the right level. Ning Feng remarked that all the pages were of purple quality, and Wang Yue said that no amount of money would be enough to thank him for the emblem. The young man in turn slammed the book shut, then smiled and said he was accepting the gift. After a while, they traveled to the sinister cemetery, which was a dungeon where a frightening crow could be seen on a grave. The two faceless monsters screamed furiously, eager to deal with the invaders who had disturbed their peace. The first of the monsters was caught by a stray arrow that took his life in an instant. The second zombie suffered the same fate, and in a few seconds he was gone. Wang Yue showed her best fighting skills at that moment, hitting 2 targets with a single arrow. Ningfeng, on the other hand, didn't know what to do because the dungeon gave little experience. But he couldn't tell his girlfriend that he was already level 10. At one moment, the girl froze in place because her cell phone rang in her right pocket. She received a call from a priestess who said they had gotten word that a powerful boss, Fallen Lich, was about to appear in the cemetery. She added that it's a pretty rare event, hinting that a buddy could join if she wanted. After giving a few seconds to think, the priestess asked if Wang Yue would still come. Xiao Chen said that she should come, after all. The Fallen Lich was a rather rare opponent, and the item he needed would fall from it. The protagonist's friend was silently listening to the conversations, while immersed in deep thoughts. The maiden looked at Ningfeng, who said that she could go, after all. They were just in this dungeon, so he could swing by later. After that, the beauty didn't balk anymore, and asked the young man to go back to the safe zone and wait for her there. The boy promised her that everything would be fine and smiled, being calm for his companion. With a sharp start, the completely calm lady rushed forward, setting herself up for battle with the Fallen Lich. The kid left behind asked Mistress Mentor to be more careful, but she also told him to shut up and not be sarcastic. After her disappearance, the hero smiled slyly and said that now he was finally alone, and it was time to fight a strong boss. He was satisfied that he had learned 2 more abilities yesterday, and could use each forbidden ability once without cost. So far, the guy only has 3 ability panels, and yes, Wang Yue's book requires level 15, and he couldn't use it yet. The ominous cemetery, meanwhile, was filled with zombies looking for something to eat. A faceless skeleton with a red eye that was clad in a black robe stood out among them. One of the team members said that the boss would show up in the tower, so he would make his way there, and warned his friends that the monsters here were very dangerous. But suddenly there was a massive explosion and fire erupted, which was immediately noticed by the young fighters. The excited girl said that some troop had already pulled ahead, and the big man in armor didn't understand how they had passed so quickly. The guy from the team said that it was Wang Yue and Zhang Chen from the Rough Lions Guild, who were some of the most outstanding rookies. The companion said they deserved their glory, and meanwhile Berserk and Priestess were tearing the enemies to splinters. The archer Wang Yue's coolness in the battle was shown by the archer Wang Yue, who was as focused as possible, which paid off. The cocky Zhang Chen, who laughed loudly in battle and fought like he was fighting for the last time, did not slumber either. The kid used his magic power, palm wide open, and said that the trash may not even try to compete with him. The priestess asked Berserk if he had noticed that Yue had gotten stronger, and he said that 10 agility was no joke. At that moment, it was quite quiet in the heart of the dungeon, where the team members were making their way to. Suddenly, a teleportation sphere appeared in the sky near the tower, which spoke of someone's appearance. Ningfeng came out of the portal and said that he had only used a single spatial spell and was on the spot. At that moment, the ability to glide in the darkness was active, which allowed the hero to get to the right place. Black silhouettes began to appear ahead, as if they were forming something huge. A few seconds later, a huge skeleton monster appeared, whose eyes were empty and very red. The monster immediately caught the eye of the brave man, who waved him off and told him he was a little late. The ruthless skeleton was not going to be ceremonious and immediately used magic to close the boy's mouth. At that instant, a huge block of ice flew into the dumbfounded Ningfeng, and his mind was gripped by panic. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion that caused many rocks to scatter in different directions. The confident creature was discouraged to see that the kid had managed to survive after the powerful explosion. The enraged skeleton said that some cocky adventurer dared to show up, but the young man rushed to attack. Suddenly, the young fighter found himself in the rear of the enemy, who froze in place, not realizing what was happening. In an intimidating tone, the brave said he had come alone, as he had no desire to share the loot with anyone else. The knocked-out monster was completely confused and didn't even know what to expect from the youngster. The hero used the forbidden dark spell of Fire Rain, after which the transformation began. He himself was in a protective shell and flew off to the side, so his life was not threatened at all. Another fate awaited the bulky man, who was frozen in place, with a multitude of firestones flying at him. A few seconds later, there was an incredibly powerful explosion, after which it was impossible to survive. The thick fog began to gradually dissipate, and a black human silhouette became visible on the horizon. There was a smile on the young fighter's face. Because the multiple killing of opponents, he had gotten a lot of points. Ningfeng was overcome with incredible joy because he had killed a fallen lich, which earned him a level 30. The hero also got a lot of loot, but he felt sorry that the two spellbooks were not unique to mages, though they were worth a lot of money. With his hand, the young man reached for the emblem, thinking that it would be of great use to him, even though it slightly lowered his stamina. The system wrote that he can now unlock a hidden profession or activate a secret ability of the current profession when he changes professions. This pleased the lad as hidden professions were very rare and were only given at birth. The brave man wanted to dance with joy and exclaimed that a real man would have chosen the profession of god of magic. Meanwhile, Wang Yi fought back-to-back with Berserk against the monsters, thrusting hard toward the heart of the dungeon. The wary co-guildmates didn't understand what had happened or where the terrifying aura had come from. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, really wanted to get the loot from the fallen lich, but a nervous Wang Yue asked if he really wanted to put them all in danger. The tense young man didn't want to miss his chance so easily, but he had no other choice and realized that he was out of luck. In turn, the charming blonde decided that she needed to warn Ningfeng as soon as possible and began typing out a message. She wrote that she had some urgent business to attend to, so she needed to leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the protagonist was climbing the steps to the huge Hall of Professions building. As he entered the building, he noticed that no one was there, which was a little alarming. The young man was approached by a woman sitting at the computer desk, whom he had not noticed before. The delightful madam corrected her glasses and asked if it was correct that the client had come for a change of career assignment. The guy confirmed that this was the case, and the woman said she needed his details first and started asking various questions. After learning that Ningfeng was 18 years old in her mind, she said that it was not a good result since he had only awakened at that age. The lady then pointed to the Office of Magical Professions and asked the customer to follow her. Soon they entered the right room, where the woman asked the young man to simply follow the instructions. But suddenly, she turned her attention to a man standing a few feet away and was slightly surprised. He said they went to the new alarm and investigated, and it was estimated that the source of the force exceeded royal levels. Madame asked if it was true that this was the second day in a row, and the captain said it was, and that was why his superiors had sent him here. The man added that they sent him to singles, asking him to take action, and the woman looked at him strangely. Ningfeng in turn familiarized himself with the requirements for the profession of necromancer and god of magic. The young man decided to choose the god of magic since it was just a preliminary mission, after which he successfully received the assignment. Without wasting any time, he began to descend the stairs to go on his mission as soon as possible. The hero realized that he was really on his way to a hidden profession, as he was given an S-level mission and decided not to worry, as he was given 3 whole days. The lovely lady said goodbye to the gentleman, who waved at her with a smile on his face, leaving a positive impression of her. But then the young man looked back, being a little wary, because he remembered that another girl had met him. Under the starry sky, meanwhile, the ruins of the heart of the dungeon, where the young fighters were so eager to go, were clearly visible. At the back of the ruins stood a mysterious woman in black, silently admiring the stars in the sky. The guy whispered that it was the first time he'd ever seen a loner who even had different gear, and his buddy agreed with him. Buddy said that they say all loners have special hidden professions that allow them to harness the power of darkness. Meanwhile, the charming Sulan, who had met Ningfeng earlier, had donned her battle gear. She wasn't happy with the sheer amount of power and darkness that was palpable, even after sifting through it. Sulan said that she hadn't found any clues and assumed that the source of the power had disappeared, but she didn't have much information to conclude. A colleague said he had been receiving frequent reports of dungeon anomaly countries lately, and asked if this case was related to them. The woman said she would check with her superiors and request backup, and the man asked if the legendary shadow could have a headache. An agent standing nearby asked Madame if she could confirm that the culprit behind the power surge was the monster. Sue looked at her visage incredulously and asked if he meant to say that a mutant like her could be the cause. The young lady said that the threat level is beyond royal, and human flesh simply cannot handle that amount of darkness power. The tense man asked if she meant that there was a monster lurking in the city, capable of causing disaster at any moment. The lady confirmed that it was, and said that the monster could be hiding somewhere in the shadows, so they needed to find it as soon as possible. Ningfeng in turn was at home, where he decided to draw the curtains, remembering that the darkness helps to relax. He remembered that the 30th level opened 4 more skill panels, and decided to study 2 books Wang Yue first. The system wrote that the Spell Shield skill was detected and the Mud Shield passive ability was obtained. It was also said that when the hero stopped being attacked, the mortal body made of mud would begin to gradually regain shield strength. The youngster realized that forbidden spells could be combined with low-level techniques, and so he had a new protection spell. The hero thought deeply, and the system wrote that a new skill had been discovered and he had gained a passive ability. It was an earth element wielding ability that enhanced the effects of all earth spells by 20%. Ningfeng said that he still had 4 more ability panels and decided that it was time to go to the stock exchange. After a short period of time, the young man walked into the Yuancheng Exchange building. He was immediately noticed by a lovely consultant who realized that this was the rich client. The maiden immediately greeted the gentleman, who remained reserved and said that he was looking for Yang Xing. The counselor said she would be his assistant today because her colleague was now accompanying another client. But the persistent client was not going to put up with it and said that he would rather look for the girl he needed. The angry lady was very angry and wondered if she was worse than Yang Xing that he needed so badly. Still, she went after the unemotional customer, saying her job was to help customers. The stubborn kid didn't listen to her and continued to walk forward in silence, and suddenly he heard a familiar female voice. A heavy-breathing Yang Xing suddenly came running over to him, after which Ningfeng asked if she was done. The girl said she was just having lunch, and a coworker told her that a hero had come, and she rather ran to him. The young man said he'd like to buy her dinner tonight, which infuriated the counselor standing nearby. He soon entered the appraisal room, where he said he would like to sell 2 books and stock up on new abilities. Master Wang said there was no problem, and asked the beautiful Yang Xing to take care of Nina. The man suspected something and decided to follow the young man who brought orange weapons last time and now purple books. On a quiet evening, Ningfeng and Yang Xing had dinner at a restaurant, telling jokes to each other and laughing heartily. At one point, the young man called the waiter and asked him to bring the bill, but the girl said she had already paid everything. The bewildered gentleman asked if he wasn't her treat, but the lady said she had a good reason to pay for tonight's dinner. The young man didn't understand at all what she was saying, but my lady said it was a secret, after which they headed for the exit. Ningfeng wanted to see Yang Xing off, but she said she still had somewhere else to stop, so she called herself a cab. The driver asked where to go, and the polite mademoiselle said she needed to go to the second city hospital. She was anxious to visit her ailing father and remembered caring for him. In her thoughts, the girl said that thanks to Mr. Ninu, she had earned a lot of money and was finally able to pay for her dad's treatment. In the cab, tears of joy welled up in her eyes as she realized that she had been able to achieve what she truly desired. The girl's peace and joy didn't last long, and in a few seconds there was a loud sound and the windshield in the car shattered. The driver of the car was killed instantly, and the confused girl froze, not realizing what was happening. Defeated in terror, she covered her wide-open mouth, looking through the shattered windshield. Outside, monsters were jumping out of the portal that appeared, wreaking incredible havoc. The vile creatures attacked civilians and attacked every car, showing no mercy. One such monster rumblingly jumped onto the hood of the car in which the frightened Yang Xing was riding. The girl put a great deal of effort into opening the door and running away as quickly as possible. With a sharp movement, opening the car door, the girl ran out in a panic, almost falling face first into the asphalt. Still, she fell to the pavement and began to flood with tears, covering her face and head with her hands. The worried girl couldn't understand what was going on and where the monsters came from in the safe zone. At that moment, a red-eyed, bulky man with terrifying teeth and a very dense body build caught her eye. The bewildered girl froze in place, realizing that she wouldn't be able to escape from such a monster in time. A male person suddenly emerged from the blue portal and slowly approached the girl. The mysterious stranger had a smile on his face that didn't inspire calmness at all. The huge monster, meanwhile, was attacked by the beautiful Yang Xing, who was trying her best to fight for life. The tense girl realized that the powerful blow didn't help her overpower her opponent. But she wasn't going to give up. The bloodthirsty monster took his chance, after which he made a leap to pounce on the maiden. Unexpectedly, a stranger came to the aid of the lovely Yang Xing, who took the monster's life, and its head flew away. The brave fighter did so with a single swing of his mighty sword, remaining composed. In turn, the beauty covered her face with her hand, trying to come to her senses after everything that had happened. The big guy asked if the girl was okay or not, and asked her to go for cover as soon as possible to make it out alive. Yang Xing started to run away, and the brave knight was surprised that the dungeon was merging with the real world, and said that he had never seen anything like this before. Looking at the monster's skull lying on the ground, he said that these entities could not be handled by an ordinary person. Recalling his colleague's words that there was a powerful monster lurking in the city, Captain Zhou wondered if it was true. Suddenly, someone's huge, sharp hand reached for him, much to the alarm of the fighter standing still. The experienced knight had time to react and immediately bounced to the side, trying to maintain restraint. What was even more alarming was that the attacker appeared to be a man who was a mutant. The thug with the huge blue hand said he was the chosen one of the dark force, not some scum. Zhou said in his mind that they hadn't encountered something like this before. but still decided that now wasn't the time to think about it. Without further ado, he made a sharp swing of his mighty sword, displaying great anger and hatred for his opponent. The big guy didn't care about that, and he struck an incredibly powerful blow with his blue fist, after which it was impossible to resist. As a result, the brave Captain Joe and the rest of his sword were thrown aside but remained conscious. Nervously clenching his jaw in his thoughts, the agent said that the enemy's strength was higher than the third shift. So it was a very bad thing. The ruthless adversary poked his finger and said that the pathetic officer was now in his territory. Grinning frighteningly, he called his opponent a weakling and prepared to deliver the finishing blow. With a sharp start, the blue-eyed man rushed to the attack, incredibly eager to massacre whoever had come to his land. The experienced Captain Joe prepared to hold the defense and set up his sword to block the attacker's attack. Still, no steel sword saved him, and the bulky man managed to pierce his opponent through with his sharp claws. A few dozen meters away, the agent flew aside and his blood splattered everywhere. The blue-eyed chosen one exclaimed that he had become much stronger, and added that as he stepped on the ground, he could feel a stream of energy coming from underneath. A voice from the amulet around the big man's neck asked him to stop being so narcissistic, whereupon the chosen one calmed down and apologized. Then the mysterious voice said it gave him strength, and without it, the chosen one would be just like his kin, a miserable earthworm. Ambal, in turn, listened silently to the moral and dared not say anything in reply, lest he be punished for it. After only a few seconds, the devil began to climb out through the crack in the amulet, doing so with a frightening smile on his face. It was an incredibly terrifying red-eyed monster that couldn't even be called a demon. The monster told the blue-armored man to prove himself useful to him, and the thug, on the other hand, took a knee as he listened to the instruction. The demon ordered all the inhabitants of the city to be sacrificed, saying that this marked his appearance to the world. The henchman promised that the order would be obeyed and was fully prepared to proceed. Meanwhile, Ningfeng absolutely calmly pulled back the curtain to go outside. As if nothing had happened, the young man walked out of the room, but in an instant he became very wary and froze in place. Looking around, he wondered what had already happened during his short stay in the restroom. There was a terrifying monster hanging around nearby, attracted to human blood. He hung around the bodies of undead people because it was a good place to eat. Near the entrance to the restroom, a dead man could be seen lying on the ground, another victim of the monsters. In an instant, the bloodthirsty monster smelled a living human behind him and immediately became furious. The beast immediately tore towards Ningfeng, who remained calm and stood still. The stone floor a few centimeters from his feet was collapsing very rapidly at that moment. The attacking monster was attacked from underground at that moment, never having time to reach its victim. It was a matter of the main character using a side spell of the Wall of Earth spikes. The young man made sure he did the right thing by splurging on a weapon with a purple skill that enhances his earth spells. Only seconds later, he found himself in a very different place, where a translucent glass door stood in front of him. Stepping over the threshold, the brave man saw a big man who was bloodstained and screaming, striking furiously. Seeing the kid, the blue-eyed man couldn't believe there were still small bugs around here. He immediately made a high jump, after which many rocks flew in different directions. The ruthless Amble swung the real one in place with a sharp motion at the youngster, who wasn't even frightened. Ningfeng stood still and silently watched his opponent's actions, but he didn't understand anything from the word go. Without any ado, the young man was immediately grabbed in a blue hand that clutched him tightly. But suddenly, the blue-eyed big man clenched his jaw tightly because he sensed something wrong. As it turned out, it was about the protagonist using a dark spell. The maximally tense opponent couldn't believe that some bug had blocked his attack. The demon's voice told the outgoing thug that the youngster's dark power was very powerful, but that didn't make it any easier. The devil then said that Ningfeng's threat level was higher than his, but he couldn't believe it. The mysterious being said he could feel the breath of death itself coming from the young man. The hero himself realized that he would have to cast a forbidden spell in the city, as the opponent looked content to be strong. But suddenly he just froze in place, because something unexpected had happened. The boy noticed the blue shards flying in all directions, which were nearly as big as he was. It was stunning to the blue-eyed Ambo, because these were parts of his suddenly broken arm. The big man was immediately overcome with panic and turned to his master, but the voice said he was on his own from here on out. Meanwhile, many other monsters were retreating in panic, and one of them ordered the portals to close. The blue-eyed Ambo, who had lost his strength, was barely on his feet, holding onto his now useless arm. Satisfied with himself, Ningfeng looked at him with a confident smirk, realizing that I held victory over the narcissistic scoundrel. The so-called mutants were those who were given the profession of darkness during the awakening process. Such fighters could wield the power of darkness, which made them stronger than any profession at the same level. At the same time, once the likes of them lost the protection of the power of darkness, everything changed drastically for them. Presently, one such fighter stood in front of the protagonist and shouted furiously, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The daredevil said that such fighters were quite troublesome, but it wasn't a huge burden for him. Sighing, the youngster said, thankfully she could concentrate on attacking without worrying about defense. He made the decision to quickly gather his loot and hurry home before anyone noticed him. Meanwhile, a companion came to Sulan to report that the monsters had retreated and the invasion of the kingdom had stopped. Madame did not understand what was happening, for the invasion of reality had begun, and the monster suddenly appeared and also suddenly disappeared. She asked how things were going elsewhere, and the companion replied that barring heavy casualties, the current situation was unknown. The commander said there was an area in the south of the city under Captain Zhou's command, and suggested checking them out. The brave Duan fighter at that time was beside the ambalist, who was frozen in place, standing with his legs wide apart. Looking around, the guy wondered if all of the big guy's stuff had been stolen. At that moment, the mysterious Sulan and her companion arrived and asked the youngster who he was. Showing the amulet, the reserve Duan said that he was a member of the Cloud Realm. The lady asked if it was true that it was an unofficial organization made up of only fighters, and the young man confirmed that it was. The woman then said she had heard they always operate covertly, and asked why he was here. Duan shifted his gaze to the big guy who was frozen in place and said that he came here because of him. He said this guy was in their group, but helped the realm invade reality, leading to the monsters attacking their camp. Sulan asked the young fighter if it could be that the invasion stopped when the traitor died. With a smirk on his face, the guy asked if they killed the bastard, and the woman replied that they didn't know who did it. Duan remembered that this type liked to hide in the realm space, and he had tried to find him a couple times, but the bulky man kept running away. The lady in thought said that Captain Zhou was the strongest third transformation, but the entire army was destroyed. Together with the young fighter, they simultaneously wondered if Qin Yu City really had such a unique person. Madame asked the departing lad where he was going, and he replied in a calm tone that he would look for something. In the late afternoon, Ningfeng was at his home, where he was incredibly excited about something. He said 2 pieces of orange-quality equipment for the fighter profession fell off the ambulance. These items were a powerful breastplate and the same pants, but they required 120th level. The young man then remembered that the dead thug wasn't even wearing the items, and assumed he wasn't allowed by the level. The brooding lad realized that either way, he would have to use forbidden spells to defeat the fighter. Ningfeng then turned his attention to the pendant that looked strange, for it didn't even have a quality or any information. The guy hoped there wasn't some ancient god or something hidden inside the pendant. With his finger, he moved the unpleasant-looking pendant a few times, remembering how he had gotten it. The protagonist did not even suspect that the pendant was not simple at all, and allowed for surveillance. The mighty monster was content to react quickly and shut down the realm, and hoped he wasn't discovered. But unexpectedly, Ningfeng said that he hoped there wasn't some ancient god or something like that hidden inside. At this point, the monster panicked, and the two didn't pass out. Then, as he realized, the kid started to get suspicious. Under great stress, he ordered his subordinates to cut off communication and not give away their position. Exuding sweat and breathing heavily, the creature said it was frightened and wondered how the young man had sensed him. Meanwhile, a bandaged Captain Zhou lay in the city hospital, telling loved ones that the young fighter had saved them. The man recounted that as soon as the enemy saw the guy, they created a crack in the kingdom avoided. He also added that he vaguely felt that this man's strength was no less than his. A colleague asked if it was true that the guy who couldn't be caught even by the strongest was killed by a mysterious certain someone, and the lady said it was. Lanya said that this certain someone was not registered anywhere, and other than a small amount of traces of magic, there was nothing else in that place. Captain Zhou said that it would be more peaceful if this mysterious one lived with them, for it would be very safe with him. The man in the black suit said that he had some idea, and Sulan was all ears. He asked what if this someone was one of the mutants, since there were remnants of dark power still there. They were also told that the 2 devastating spells had caused no casualties. Captain Zhou looked at his colleague with bewilderment and said that it was impossible, and he was overreacting. But for her part, Madame Sulan thought deeply and did not express her point of view, but only silently drew conclusions. Meanwhile, Ningfeng was in front of the barrier, behind which were 2 ordinary laborers. Smiling politely, the young man said he wanted to do a career change assignment and asked if he could pass. The weather was windy, and ahead was a huge temple of the sacred sun, where the protagonist was on his way. Lightly covering his face with his hand, he realized this was the place, and continued to advance. Being absolutely calm, the guy was walking forward, But from behind a rock nearby, an unknown person was watching him. This mysterious stranger turned out to be the secretive Duan, who looked sternly after the youngster. A few days ago, he was at the exchange where the counselor introduced him to Master Wang. The man shook the young man's hand and asked if it was right that he wanted to buy a 4 transformation fighter kit. Calculating girl realized that if they get such a handsome man who spends money, then in the future there will be nothing to worry about. Van said they have an old customer who called them to sell this kit, but he only has the breastplate and pants. The incredibly serious and unwavering Duan immediately asked where this person was now. The smiling man politely said that the customer was busy today and could not make the transaction. The guy, however, realized that everything fit together, because it was the same set, the 2 parts of which were the breastplate and the pants. The young man then said in thought that it wasn't certain because the suit he was told about was most likely a relic of the master. He asked Van to tell him where the man was and promised to pay, making the man very uncomfortable. The master suspected that everything was planned after all. Just when Ningfeng said he was going to sell the suit, this customer appeared. The man said he remembered the hero saying he was going to go to a neighboring town and said he would call him right away. After a while, the counselor said that Duanya was the one who conducted it and asked a stressed Van what had happened to him. Master said that he asked someone to run Ningfeng's information and found out that when he was a teenager, his parents disappeared. It always seemed to the girl that there was something wrong with the fellow, for he looked poor. But now everything was clearer. She asked where the hero got such expensive things, and Wang said that you are friends with the daughter of the Wang family, but she doesn't help him much. The counselor assumed that Duan was out of her mind right now, and then excitedly said that Ningfeng's kit might be stolen. The angry man said the youngster had gotten him exactly illegally, and added that this time he had provoked whoever was not to be provoked. The girl gloated, realizing that Duan would straighten out the protagonist, who turned out to be such a scoundrel. Laughing slightly, she made sure the kid definitely stole those things, which was turning out to be very interesting. In the meantime, the young man himself continued to wander without suspecting anything, thinking about everyday things. At that moment, behind a rock nearby was Duan, who was chasing after him, waiting for the right moment to attack. He found it hard to believe that such a young kid could resist the invasion, though even the master had been defeated by the boss. Marshal Du was certain that the relic master must be in Ningfeng's possession, which was why he followed him. Also, the calculating youngster meant to be on guard, even if someone behind his target is a strong man. Soon the protagonist came out to the temple, where he saw many fighters fighting various monsters. The observer noticed that the targets were equipping, and realized that it would be possible to gauge his strength from the equipment. The outfitting process lasted more than half a minute, and the young man himself was as focused as possible. The perplexed Duan said in thought that the daredevil looked like he had not yet been trained, and assumed that it was some kind of disguise. He also realized that if Ningfeng was intentionally hiding his whereabouts, he could easily spot him, so he decided to keep his distance. To keep himself safe, the young and thoughtful fighter decided to tag the target with his spiritual perception ability. The devious Duan decided to take advantage of the protagonist's appearance, thinking it was the best idea. The guy was very surprised that the target just passed by the monsters of the realm that weren't that strong. The absolutely calm, brave man walked into the center entrance of the huge building, keeping his hands in his pockets. In an instant, he stopped and looked forward in surprise, keeping his composure. There was some sort of power source up ahead that was directed towards one section of the room. The energy created an incredibly powerful barrier that was impossible for an ordinary person to break. The dumbfounded Duan, who continued to watch Ningfeng, didn't understand at all what was going on. He realized that it was an unbreakable absolute protection that he had not expected to meet on his way at all. The protagonist, in turn, remained absolutely restrained and cold-blooded. The young man simply stopped in place, realizing that a fight was imminent, but was emotionally prepared for it. Ahead was a huge human statue, and the surprised Anne wondered if the goal was to fight the final boss. He was very curious as to why such a strong man would fight a low-ranking boss. Then the observer noticed that the huge statue did not even move once, which was already alarming. The troubled boy wondered why there was no movement behind the statue, as it is inherent in a living person. The statue was already emitting a huge amount of sweat, and Ningfeng finally left after remembering that this boss was not in the task manual. Walking forward, the daredevil realized that this must be the place where he needed to be. In front of him was a powerful boss who was hungry for battle and was dozens of times the size of his opponent. The huge creature seemed calm at first, but then began to move, putting itself on alert. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a bright yellow light that emitted energy beams. After that, the huge boss abruptly flew upwards, which was very much a surprise to the boy. A surprised Ningfeng looked down at it and wondered why the monster was running away. The stunned Duan was completely confused and wondered if this was some kind of hidden boss. The system wrote that the hero's goal is to enter the temple, obtain a quest item, and then destroy the hidden boss, Six-Winged Angel. With a sly smile, the brave man said that he could do this S-rank assignment as long as no one was watching him. The terrified hidden boss was pouring out sweat, complaining about being scared and wondering where to escape to. Above the Sacred Sun Temple, yellow lightning played over the temple in those moments, which was accompanied by powerful thunder. Terrified, the Six-Winged Angel tried with all his might to escape from the temple in order to stay alive. In turn, the absolutely restrained Ningfeng on the ground spread out his palm to stop the hidden boss. The kid wasn't going to be ceremonious and used a dark thunder rain indulgence spell that summoned a huge thunderstorm. A huge white eye appeared above the Sacred Sun Temple and summoned an incredibly powerful thunderstorm. The Six-Winged Angel, who was about to flee in terror, became even more confused as he realized that his attempts were futile. With an incredibly powerful force, the hidden boss was stopped and could not move even a millimeter forward. It was all the work of Nina, who still kept his arm outstretched, making every possible effort. Within a couple minutes, the jittery boss had already collapsed to the ground with a crashing thud, and there was a lot of dust and smoke all around. The stunned Duan nearby was staring wide-eyed at what was happening and couldn't believe it. The temple building sustained multiple injuries, and the guy himself was sitting on the ground looking around. The blue-robed fighter wondered if such a powerful Ningfeng could possess the power of the 8th transformation. The hero realized that until he passed the first transformation, there would be no level growth, and he felt sorry for the many experience points. The young man then looked at the emblem that fell from the Six-Winged Angel and said he would return with it and complete the mission. The orange emblem permanently increased the spiritual attributes as well as the recovery effect by 100%. He decided to use the teleportation scroll, but suddenly Duan ran out, who called him master and asked him to wait. The anxious Ningfeng immediately wondered when this person had come and if he had really seen everything. The watcher himself noticed that the powerful fighter didn't look very happy, which made him a little wary. The gray-haired boy asked the gentleman not to be angry and said he could explain everything. The conversation never got going because Mr. Feng said that an alarm was sounding nearby. He motioned for his vis-a-vis to get out of here first, then raised his hand upward with the teleportation scroll. A short time later, the boys were in a quiet clearing, well blown by a light breeze. Ningfeng asked the young man, wondering if he had followed him all the way to the hidden boss. Duan Yu justified himself by saying that he just wanted to make sure, because after all, the character is very young and he wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it. The fighter said that his master had sacrificed his life with his life, but with his power, he could only temporarily seal the invading realm. Clenching his fist firmly, the boy added that for years, the traitor had been using people for sacrifices in an attempt to break the seal. The thought hero said that this youngster has a 4th transformation and would go unnoticed if he didn't reveal himself. Afterward, the brave noticed that Duan had fallen silent and assumed that he was planning how to silence him to cover his tracks. The kid told the master that he appreciated him avenging his master and asked him to let him know if he ever needed anything. The incredulous Feng realized that if he could establish a relationship with him, it would be beneficial since he was a loner and his level wasn't low. A stern Ning said he wouldn't want anyone but Duan to know about what happened today, and the kid promised to keep it a secret. The loner himself realized that this man deserved his respect, for he had repelled an invasion of the kingdom and saved an entire city. Calmly walking forward, the young man decided that he could stop in Qinyue City since he had nowhere else to go. Ahead of him walked the cold-blooded protagonist, whose pocket suddenly rang with a phone call. As it turned out, his teacher Chi Wei called him and asked where the student was at the moment. The boy replied that he was going to come back and was now out of town, whereupon the woman said they would talk when he returned. As he ended the phone call, the young man wondered why the teacher had called him so unexpectedly. As it turned out, at that moment, a lady with glasses was sitting near the woman, who asked what had been learned. Kiwei said that judging from Ningfeng's tone, it didn't seem like anything was wrong to her, and added that he was already planning to return. The lady said it was a student who had awakened a couple days ago and had already achieved the transformation, and if they hadn't noticed, they would have missed it. The teacher said that the character has a good character and is not a bad person, but the agent added that some points need to be clarified. Her gaze was as distrustful and cold-blooded as possible, and she wanted to uncover the mystery of the boy's deeds sooner rather than later. Captain Zhou said at the meeting that they will continue to monitor everything and also hope to get the attention of the superiors. The meeting was also attended by a mustachioed and overbearing old man who looked like some kind of leader. Last to sit was another stern-looking agent who remained silent and silently lunged. The gray-haired old man asked if they wanted to report anything else to him, Then, as he wanted to end the meeting as soon as possible, right in front of him stood the lady with glasses, who closed her eyes and as if she was gaining courage before making a statement. She asked if it was possible that the two destructive spells in Chinyu City were caused by mutants. All three men present remained silent and remained serious as they looked at their colleague. The old man reminded Sulan that she herself was a mutant and asked how she could ask such a question. He said that mutants use dark magic and incur costs for it, and the more powerful the mutant, the higher they are. The gray-haired man added that if one is inattentive, even the most ordinary expenditures will lead to an irretrievable end. A colleague poked fun at the former classmate, saying she was getting more and more confused and added that she should be a screenwriter. The angry woman said she was just considering all the options and added that it was up to him to listen or not. The man said his coworker's just incompetent, can't figure anything out, so he's still trying to argue. Laughing, he promised to take his head off and let her play with it like a ball if a king-level mutant existed. The elderly man said that they had already sent an investigation team to Chinyu and added that the team would do her work if necessary. An exasperated Sulan asked if she wasn't trusted, but the man just asked her to be patient for a little longer. Trying to calm down, the lovely lady crunched her fingers and sighed, which helped her a little. Suddenly, her young companion, who had come to report the latest news, shivered in the room. The girl reported that the Radiance Temple realm in Lunbo City had been attacked by destructive magic, but there were no casualties yet. An excited Chiwei immediately recalled that when Ningfeng had registered the training location during the investigation, it seemed to be the temple. The absolutely calm Sulan in turn said that everything was correct, and it was the Shining Temple. My lady then smirked slightly. She looked into the eyes of her colleagues and said that things were getting interesting. Lunbo City, meanwhile, was covered by a blue protective barrier, which was a huge surprise to the civilians. No one had any idea what was going on in the Sacred Sun Temple, and in the crowd of people at the time were Ningfeng and Duan. The guard asked the people not to worry and said that the barrier had been upgraded to the highest level, so dark forces would not be able to get in. The hero realized that their recent disturbance had caused the highest level of anxiety, and realized that they needed to wait for it to subside. In the sky above the powerful barrier, something black suddenly appeared in the sky and headed straight for him. As it turned out, it was an insidious, toothy monster whose purpose was to attack a peaceful city. After only a few seconds, he had already reincarnated into a huge demon that asked if this was the human world. A companion standing behind him said that humans are such weak creatures that they are constantly hiding under their shells. Behind them was a whole horde of little demons coming out of the portal, who were ready to fight to the last man. Ahead of everyone was a powerful devil who clenched his fist, saying that these pathetic barriers wouldn't stop them. The big man then pointed his finger forward, which was a command for the others to rush to the attack. A huge crowd of monsters rushed forward, and the horned warlord asked to surprise the pitiful humans. A multitude of creatures began to attack the barrier, which was gradually weakening, causing panic. The people on Earth noticed this and became wary, wondering if something had gone wrong. The guard in armor was just as perplexed and had no idea what was going on upstairs. In just a few seconds, the bloodthirsty monsters were already on the ground, and one of them immediately punched a man from the crowd. Panic gripped the crowd of people, who in terror began to scatter and scream in fear. One of the men asked why the monsters were breaking through the barrier, and the guard didn't understand how they did it if the defenses were intact. A big guy in the crowd asked the others to stop pushing, and with a shout, asked if they couldn't see that he was holding a sword. At that moment, the absolutely restrained Duan used his ability to assess the situation. He told Ningfeng that it might be a high-intensity invasion, and the young man asked if it was similar to what happened in Qinyue. The calm, gray-haired fighter asked the boss if they needed to intervene in the carnage. A very surprised protagonist asked the young man if he really had a solution to the problem. At that minute, An remembered that the boss could easily deal with monsters and didn't understand why he was asking him. The guy then realized that it was obviously just a test, because he was sure that Ningfeng wouldn't ask him. Scratching his neck, the confident fighter asked his boss to leave the problem to him. The hero didn't interfere, because there were too many people around and decided to give the youngster a chance. In just a few seconds, Duan had already used the ability and people were in a panic because there was an explosion nearby. The furious, powerful devil at the head of the other demons was still giving out orders. Suddenly, a young fighter holding a bow stood in its way, exclaiming that the monster was finished. This played as a distraction that actually worked and drew the attention of the enemy. The opportunity was immediately seized by the guard in the remaining armor, who swung his sword at the demon. The sweep of the sharp blade was very loud and frightening, but the huge creature had time to react. The monster counterattacked his opponent and took his life, causing the gladiator's sword to break. The bulky man himself bounced to the side and spread his legs wide, ready to fight on. The blue-eyed archer couldn't believe how this was possible. for the guard couldn't even touch the bastard. Then the devil took the bloody sword in his hands, saying that he thought there would be at least someone strong among the people, but was disappointed. The vile creature then began to stomp loudly as it approached the crowd of terrified civilians. Adults and elderly people began to run away in terror, screaming for help and not knowing what to do. Their cries of fear sounded like balm to the bloodthirsty thug who swung his blade. At that moment, there was a frightened girl at his feet who no longer had the strength to run, and her mind was gripped by panic. The enraged monster swung around, loudly exclaiming that they were all pathetic trash that couldn't do anything. But suddenly, an unknown brave man set up his blade, thus blocking the enemy's attack. It turned out that the fearless fighter Duan became in the way of the powerful devil like a stone in his shoes. The ferocious entity was perplexed, even more angered, because the youngster dared to interfere with the deeds. The stern youth said that although Ningfeng didn't need his protection, but since he was here, he couldn't let him interfere in this. The young man promised his boss that he would take care of it, and the hero asked if he could stop calling him that, because it was awkward. The devil looked at his opponent in exasperation and recognized that they were all eating pathetic humans being trash. The gray-haired fighter immediately swung his arm, connecting his body to attack his opponent. The strike was successful, causing the pitiful monster to fly backwards while being stunned. After the blow, he coughed up blue blood, trying to recover so he could get back into the fight. This created even more rage and a desire to kill within the monster that was ready to tear the youngster apart. But very soon, the monster was frightened because a frightening-looking Duan jumped on it. The young fighter took advantage of the energy that created a sort of sieve into which the opponent was trapped. He himself remained on the ground and moved from side to side, swinging his blades and calculating his next moves. The surprised people realized that the monsters didn't stand a chance against this fighter, who had very good skills. The cold-blooded and determined young man sternly glared at the devil, who was at a loss. Duan was a legendary grade fighter and martial artist who had a 137th level and a hidden 5-star class. Ningfeng, who had seen this information, exulted in his heart, realizing that this fellow was a true treasure. Outside, however, the protagonist remained unemotional and only said softly that there was something here. Meanwhile, many monsters continued to break into the peaceful city of Lunbo, eager to massacre the humans. Archers from different positions tried in every way possible to disarm them by firing arrows, but almost failed to hit the target. In turn, Ningfeng looked at Duan with a smile on his face as he asked if he should do anything else. The jubilant boss showed a thumbs up in a show of approval, saying it was a great job and adding that nothing more was needed. The people in the crowd assumed that he was the son of some famous family, since the strong fighter was showing him respect. Soon, the experienced young man held out the loot, dropped to the protagonist, and asked him to accept the gift. The admiring people exclaimed that even if he couldn't use orange-level items, they were worth thousands of crystals. One of those items was a book of dexterity, and Ningfeng felt that it would be perfect for Wang Yue. The second item was a demon shield, which the young man decided to sell a little later. The mighty warriors, accompanied by a medic, were approached by a wounded knight, who asked if they could speak to them. Then a man in a business suit came out and thanked the guys for stepping in and saving the town of Lunbo. It was the mayor of the city, Kai Dongming, who said with a smile on his face that they didn't look like locals. Sighing heavily, Ningfeng said that they had come here on business, but were now stuck here and couldn't leave. He frighteningly asked if the mayor had any idea why he was here, and the anxious man asked if it was because of the alarm that had been raised. The man bowed respectfully, acknowledging that it was their fault, but the young man said he was the one who caused the alarm, not them. The mayor asked a subordinate to bring the scroll of flight and offer it to the Lord as an apology. The hero immediately remembered that although the scroll could only be used once, it made moving a short distance convenient and fast. Suddenly, the official asked if the two of them could stay in the city for a couple more days, since the defenses were pretty weak. Ningfeng said that he had a tight schedule and couldn't fulfill the request because he remembered that there were 3 days given for the task. Brave asked if the mayor thought he didn't have his own business, and the outgoing man then said it was their problem and didn't bother. Just a few seconds later, a subordinate came in and brought the precious flight scroll. The mayor told the gentleman that this is the highest black card from Yuancheng Shopping Center and called it a small token of appreciation. The delighted young man had previously heard that the card was only issued to a select few prominent individuals and granted them various privileges. A bewildered Duan took the precious item in his hands, and the protagonist thanked the representative of the authority in the city for the present. At that moment, the mayor felt very awkward and hoped that the gift would be accepted because he was afraid of being judged. He then asked the Lord if they could ask for help if the town of Lunbo was in danger again in the future. Ningfeng calmly smirked and said that they could do it without any problem if he had free time. Afterward, the joyous man and his companions became incredibly excited, shouting that the city was now saved. In just a few seconds, the protagonist and his buddy used the scrolls of flight and burst into the sky. The flight was incredibly cool and adrenaline-filled, with a light wind blowing pleasantly in my face. Meanwhile, Wang Yue's co-guildmates were in the transformation hall of Qinyu City. Soon, the charming blonde girl herself also appeared, with the narcissistic Zhao Chen walking behind her. At one point, the girl noticed strange sounds coming from somewhere nearby. She noticed two objects flying through the sky that were moving at an incredibly high speed. A companion behind them asked the pretty girl if something was wrong, for she was not herself. The thoughtful lady said that she just saw two people flying by, one of whom seemed to be Ning Feng. Chen laughed, saying that the beggar couldn't afford a scroll of flight, and he had only awakened, so he had no business being in the transformation hall. The stern Wang Yue immediately turned around, threatening that the insolent man would be sorry if he ever said anything bad about her childhood friend again. The perplexed young man wondered why he kept mentioning Feng, and how he was even worse than him. The priestess asked to stop talking about it, and asked her friends how their second transformation assignment was going. Zhao Chen said that he had A level but couldn't get S level, and Berserk said that only lucky people get it. Shieldbearer said that to complete the second transformation at 18 years of age is already a supernova demanded by leading universities. The enthusiastic green-eyed priestess asked the lovely Wang Yue what she had to say about herself, but the frustrated blonde only lowered her gaze, not dropping a word in response, which was cause for excitement. Her slightly alarmed companions looked at her, anxiously waiting to hear something. The priestess noticed that Wang Yue looked strange and wondered if she had a score lower than Class C. Gloating Zhao Chen said in thought that even a praised genius girl could have failures. The wily young man advised the girl to work harder to make up for everything, and if she couldn't, he would help her. The lady asked why would she be upset about the S class, when he is not upset about the A class assignment. Her unexpected statement stunned the berserk and priestess standing nearby, who were trying to remain neutral. Dumbfounded was Zhao Chen himself, as well as his fellow shield-bearer, who even turned slightly blue. The surprised pink-haired girl asked why she hadn't told her sooner, and the blonde replied that her situation was a little different. Beauty suddenly said that her assignment had unlocked a hidden class never seen before. A bewildered Chen asked if she was mistaken, for he had never heard of a hidden profession manifesting when changing professions. A completely calm Wang Yue began to recall her recent transformation formation. The system has written that the player possesses a vanguard emblem that can upgrade the current profession. The girl was then given the opportunity to improve her profession and become a fast archer, and only her consent was required. Being tense, the blonde wondered what was going on and why the interface here was so strange. She was surprised to see the vanguard emblem in front of her and immediately remembered that Ning Feng had given it to her. Her friend appeared to her very confident at that moment, and presently the damsel wondered if he already knew. Without any doubt, Wang Yue chose the opportunity to improve her profession and was immensely grateful to her buddy for the gift. Afterward, the maiden told the priestess that that was exactly what happened, and her friend asked how she was able to make a decision so quickly. A nervous Zhao Chen exclaimed that he had never heard of Vanguard Shadow and wondered if there could be a mistake in the system. The demure blonde said not to worry about her problems, and the guy said he was doing it for her benefit. He was beyond angry, and Berserk and Priestess shared the joy with Wang Yue, who had a good friend Ning Feng. Evil Chen decided that he had to find a similar emblem, no matter how much it would cost or how dangerous it would be. In the hands of the protagonist, meanwhile, was a divine emblem that permanently increased many characteristics. The orange quality emblem was immediately put into action and glowed brightly. The completely calm young man spread his arms out to the sides, and the system wrote that S-class progress had reached 100%. Soon, the change of profession began, and a jubilant Ning Feng wondered what level would receive the control of forbidden spells. He decided that he would have to try it next time, and Duan stood back and waited for his buddy, dozing slightly. The kid continued to doze off, and Sulan suddenly entered the room as she continued to investigate. The woman immediately saw Duanya and wondered if it was the same fighter she saw last time and why he was with the hero. She realized that he was an unusually strong person, because despite his age, he already possessed the power of the fourth transformation. Sulan also remembered that, according to what the workers said, when they entered, the young man followed Ning Feng and showed him respect. The madam then exclaimed that Qi Wei's disciple was not so simple, while the teacher herself remained silent. She also added that it all depends on the teacher, and at that moment, the protagonist, along with an associate, headed towards them. Kiwi asked her colleague not to worry and promised that she would definitely clarify everything with her student. She expressed her belief that the hero would never be their enemy, for he was not like that at all. Ning Feng himself walked calmly along with Duan, telling each other jokes and laughing. But suddenly the young man was addressed by the teacher standing behind him, to which he immediately took notice. At that moment, there was not the slightest smile on the face of the nice lady, but on the contrary, even a drop of austerity was visible. The student asked what was wrong, and his buddy stood silently by, looking at the woman incredulously. Duan told the boss that he would wait elsewhere, and Chiwei was perplexed to hear this, making Ningfeng uncomfortable. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the young man chuckled lightly and said his buddy was joking and asked him to ignore it. The teacher asked her student if it was correct that he had already completed the first transformation. This question was a stunner for the protagonist, which made the protagonist on the spot, not knowing what to answer. The youngster had no intention of hiding it, but it was recognized too quickly. But he was also sure that Teacher Chi wouldn't hurt him. The embarrassed kid said it was true, and since it's pretty hard to explain, he wouldn't want many people to know about it. The lady then said there was one more question, and though it might be strange, she had to clarify if he had fallen under the influence of the forces of darkness. The outgoing hero then asked why she was asking such a thing, and in thought wondered if they had exposed a problem with his system. Angry Chi Wei said that many people had been influenced by the forces of darkness, and now they were gradually turning into mutants. The young man assured that he wasn't a mutant, but in his mind, he pronounced that the authorities were constantly monitoring them, so he didn't want to be involved. The teacher hoped the student would agree to the test and opened her palm, which contained a silver crystal. A surprised Ningfeng froze in place, and Chiwei asked him to input his power into a crystal that would show how much darkness power he had in him. The tense guy realized that the situation was stalemate, but how to get out of it he had absolutely no ideas. Madame noticed that the young man seemed indecisive and became suspicious of him. Still, he reached forward with a tremor in his voice, saying that this was the first time he was encountering something like this, and for some reason he was a little nervous. In just a moment, the student's fingertip was on the crystal, and immediately a reaction began. Suddenly, the stone exploded and its small pieces flew apart to stun. The knocked-out Ningfeng was confused, not knowing how this could happen, and didn't know what to say. The dumbfounded teacher Chiwei couldn't believe that the crystal had simply shattered. The perplexed kid scratched the back of his head and asked the woman what was going on, pretending not to understand at all. Sulan had previously said that it was a demonic crystal, and since it was sensitive to the forces of darkness, the authorities often used it to identify mutants. She added that when one injected power into the crystal, it would immediately begin to shake, which was a reaction. The lady also emphasized that the more the stone shakes, the higher the amount of the forces of darkness. Currently, a strange reaction was happening to the crystal, and it was as if its particles were beginning to clump together. Feng realized that he couldn't believe that he had changed his profession right after waking up, but wondered if Chiwei didn't trust him after knowing him for so long. The woman remembered that this child had lost his parents early and awakened later than the others, and it was already amazing that he was able to keep his joy alive. The flustered teacher said she trusted him, but it was her duty to report what happened, and the young man said he understood that. Keeping a cold mind, Ningfeng didn't even know how they would react to this and realized that he would have to leave the city if he had to. Suddenly, Chiwei opened her palm to present something to her disciple, and he watched it interestedly. The woman said she had prepared a gift for him to congratulate him on his first transformation. It was a huge purple hardbound book that showed its value with all its appearance. This caused a slight smile to appear on Ningfeng's face as he accepted the gift, being very grateful for it. The boy thanked the teacher for taking care of him all these years and said he had prepared a gift for her too. They were wings of sacred feathers that gave the wearer the ability to cast a healing spell. Chiwei was incredibly surprised because the item had an orange quality, and the effect not requiring chanting could save a life. She exclaimed that she couldn't accept it as the item was too valuable, but the young man said it was loot from his profession change assignment. Then the hero said that his friend was waiting for him and began to leave, and the surprised mademoiselle looked after him with open mouth. She stood still for a couple more minutes, looking at the departing Ningfeng that she had watched over for so many years. The worried woman couldn't figure out who he was if he really had given her an orange object as a gift. After a while, she was in the adventurer's office where Su Lan was sitting in one of the offices. After listening to her colleague's story, the strict lady with glasses said that she had never encountered such a situation before. The anxious Chiwei wondered what if the adventurers thought Ningfeng was a threat. Exodus, then. She looked into the eyes of a coworker who could at any minute say something that would upset her. Sulan rose from her chair, suggesting that she leave it and forget it, and the perplexed teacher asked what it meant. The woman said that the hero was beyond their comprehension, and if he was truly powerful, they should try to defeat him while not making him angry. The assistant asked if they should report it, but Madame ordered them to suspend the investigation on Ningfeng for now. A tense Chi expressed her agreement, realizing that the disciple was still young, and this would help protect him. Sulan suggested that we focus on martial artist Duan, after all. It was time for recruitment, and one more strong person and I would be in the way. The gray-haired fighter, meanwhile, was at the boss's house, who seemed a bit upset at that moment. Feng said that Teacher Chi had just written that the investigation on him was closed. The slightly perplexed associate asked if that wasn't a good thing, while looking at his buddy sitting on the couch. The tired hero said he was worried about leveling up, because every time he destroys a secret realm, it causes a lot of commotion. The tense Duan was convinced that this person was worthy of being an important person, for even his thoughts were different from ordinary people. He asked if it would be better to pump in secret realms that aren't in the official records. The fighter began to tell him that there had recently been anomalies in the world that had caused new realms to appear. It was also said that those kingdoms that the authorities don't keep an eye on due to lack of resources are occupied by evil forces. Ningfeng's perspective asked if the kid had any information on such secret places. The martial artist said that he had the data of the two realms right now, but more would be needed if needed. The protagonist said he would rely on him, realizing that it would be better if Duan showed up in public instead of him. The young man decided to sell the loot, and also realized that, with the improvement of forbidden spells, he could no longer worry about falling behind the others. After a while, his gray-haired buddy came to the hotel, where he decided to spend the night since he had gotten back late from his boss. A man in a business suit stood at the entrance and greeted the gentleman, and the guy asked who he was. It was the mayor of Qingyu City, Zhang Ji, who asked if Duan planned to stay in the city, and thanked him for his help earlier. After briefly thinking, the gray-haired fighter replied that he planned to stay in town and was ready to hear the man out. The mayor said it was wonderful, and added that they were happy to welcome strong warriors like him. He handed the young man a specially issued adventurer's ID card with high privileges. Zhang Ji also said that if Duan needs anything, he can just let them know. But he also silently looked at the document. The official was very nervous because he had previously heard that other cities had already tried to recruit the fighter, but he had turned them down. The emotionless martial artist thanked the man for his kindness and said he would accept the item. The flustered Zhang Ji with both hands pleased Duan's hand, saying that politeness is not necessary here. The youngster himself realized that the ID card might come in handy for Ningfeng, so he decided to keep it for now. The calculating mayor, on the other hand, understood that Qingyu City would be safe with the guy, after all. He had the fourth transformation. Meanwhile, the main character was lying on his bed and playing video games. But he noticed that it was getting late, and it was time to go to bed. He then pointed out that the kids were still chatting in the class chat room, despite the late hour. The guys in the group discussed the topic of study and each other's levels, doing so with special interest. Ningfeng understood that they wanted to pass the college exams, and he also admitted to himself that he never thought he would surpass them in a few days. Li Daning asked his classmates if they could believe that someone was just playing around all this time, and mentioned the character in the chat room. The angry young man wondered if they could see his account activity and why they even cared. At that moment, Teacher Chiwei intervened and deleted the message and told the curious one to mind his own business. What happened caused Ningfeng to laugh uncontrollably, saying that the teacher was very interesting. He then noticed that the group began to discuss the invasion of the secret realms, which had erupted in many cities and caused casualties. Before this, the perplexed young man had only heard about the changes in the world from the teacher and Duanya, but he didn't think that it was already so serious. He was really sorry that that monster had escaped, because he would have gladly destroyed it. For some more time, the young man walked around the house, browsing the news on the internet. The monsters that lived in the pendant, previously found by Ningfeng, was stirred up and tried to recover. Sitting on the throne, he was very nervous and wondered where he got his sense of fear from. Meanwhile, the humble Yangshin was in the Yuanshan shopping center, and she had a band-aid on her face after the recent events. A harassed coworker asked her how she could come to work without fully recovering from her injury. The shy girl replied that she was already fine, but the girl asked if it was true that deep down, she would like to move up the career ladder. A tense Yangshin immediately exclaimed that this was not the case at all, but the manipulative woman continued to play with her feelings. She said it was too bad that guy turned out to be just a worthless thief, targeting the fourth transformation kit. The girl exclaimed that Ning was not that kind of person, but the colleague said that at 18, he was only able to awaken the profession of the first level. The conniving lady also added that he was now also wanted by a fourth transformation fighter, so he was only a common thief. Suddenly, there was an earth-shaking shock to which both maidens immediately took notice. Out of nowhere, the main character showed up and said she brought it on herself, and he really tried to hold back but couldn't. A sharp crystal rose from the ground and startled the manipulator to the point of terror, causing her to fall to the floor. The two girls did not expect Ningfeng at all, who had come to shut the upstart's mouth. The arrogant mademoiselle shrieked and asked, how dare he use attack spells in the mall, and started calling for security. Concerned Yang Xin asked the guy to leave before the guards came, but he said she could take it easy. She said the mall has a lot of influence, and ordinary people are better off not messing with them, so he should leave. At that point, 3 men headed to the scene and heard the counselor screaming. It was Master Wang, accompanied by guards, who asked who had allowed Ningfeng to behave so recklessly in Yuancheng. The young man said he heard him investigating behind his back, and even called him a thief. The man, maintaining restraint, said the guy knows better whether he is a thief or not. He added that the kid had no right to ask him questions, whereupon the guards rushed forward. The main character suddenly showed his ID card and asked if this was really how they greeted visitors to the center. The stunned guards barely managed to break at the last moment, raising a large amount of dust. The dumbfounded Master Wang couldn't believe that in the youngster's hands was a black map of their Yuancheng Trading Center. The counselor exclaimed that it was probably fake, but Ning said that it was a gift from Mayor Tsai that definitely had some significance. The exasperated man asked where he got the card, and the kid asked him to find out for himself. A very tense Wang told security to watch the youngster, saying he would make a call to clear things up. Meanwhile, a crowd of people gathered near the entrance to the mall, not understanding why security had blocked the passage. On the phone, Mayor Kai Dongming said he was informed that Wang was looking for information on the map he personally gave to Ningfeng. The dumbfounded master couldn't believe that the card was actually donated by a government official. He said there was a slight misunderstanding, and he couldn't understand how the protagonist was able to get the mayor's support. Whereupon Kai exclaimed that he had tried hard to win the Lord's favor, and Wang promised that he would make things right. Hitting the table, Dongming realized that the cretin had offended Ningfeng and asked him to just wait, saying that he would be here soon. The knocked-out man did not understand what kind of relationship had arisen between the mayor and the young man, and why he was so angry. He quickly came to the decision to call Duanya and tell her that his kid had finally been found, but there was still a lot he didn't know. The man was counting on the fact that if a conflict started, even the mayor would have to check his respect for the martial artist. Meanwhile, the main character was sitting in the lounge room with the shy Yang Xin, who was uncomfortable. Kai Dongming and Duan suddenly rushed into the room and recognized the incident. The surprised young man immediately asked why they were here, for he had not expected them to come at all. The beauty sitting next to her couldn't understand why the mayor and the 4th transformation martial artist were familiar with Ningfeng. The 2 arrivals in turn looked angrily at the arrogant counselor who had been rude to the hero earlier. The frightened damsel began to shake with fear, wondering why they were all looking at her like that. She then shifted her gaze to the side and cried out in fear when she saw an exhausted Master Wang whose forehead was turning blue. The boorish woman asked what had happened to him, and the barely speaking man replied that it was over. The mayor asked if Ningfeng was sure he didn't want them to apologize, and he said they were not the kind of people who would change after apologizing. After that, Kai Dongming shouted and told Master Wang, his henchwoman, to quickly gather her belongings and get out. Both of them were dumbfounded and nearly fainted, realizing that, because of some kid, their fates were in danger of being ruined. Being out of rage, the man immediately punched the arrogant damsel in the face, blaming it all on her. The Spanish-shamed mayor told security to escort the ignoramuses out, while experiencing a headache after the incident. A short time later, he, along with a company of young men, was in a suite of rooms. The man noticed that Ningfeng had a good relationship with Yang Xin, and it was clear that he wasn't completely disillusioned with Yuancheng yet. He was also impressed that the main character at such a young age was so easy to communicate with prominent people. Smiling, the official asked Yang Xin to keep working hard, promising that the exchange would not hurt her. The excited girl didn't expect to hear such nice words and said she would do her best. Ningfeng said that he felt terrible that the mayor had to come all this way for him, but he said it was his concern. The mayor also asked what the kid liked from the Yuancheng treasure catalog he was looking through. The enthusiastic hero said he was just looking for something and asked if any of them had heard of the final relic. For the representative of the authorities, what he heard was a novelty because he had never heard of it before. Martial arts master Duan was the same way, and he interrogated the boss about what kind of ending he was talking about. An awkward Feng said he just saw it online yesterday and thought it was something new and interesting. While at home, the protagonist used a valuable book that he wanted to deal with as soon as possible. The skill book his teacher Chi had given him was used by mages to temporarily restore mana during battle. The kid was curious as to what kind of forbidden spell this would become, and he concentrated on the process as much as possible. The system wrote that the dark fusion skill absorbs the remaining power of darkness and traces of the final religion, forming its own attribute. The final relic prompted the young man to think, as he had not heard of it anywhere before, and there was no description of it in the system. It was late afternoon at that point, and he decided, yawning, that he didn't need it now, Currently, Kai Dongming promised that the next time Ningfeng came to Lunbo, he would personally receive him without any rush. After saying that, the powerful man didn't waste any more time and used the scroll of flight, heading home. The hero offered Duanya to eat somewhere together, and the fighter responded by offering to eat at his house. After a while, they arrived at the guy's villa, where the protagonist was surprised by almost everything. The gray-haired man said that people who had reached the fourth transformation, who wanted to stay in Qinyue, would receive special treatment. He suggested that the boss move here, but Feng said he would save up and buy a place next door, so they would be neighbors. The vis-a-vis said that if the protagonist needed money, he had some. But the young man again refused, saying he couldn't accept it. Ningfeng had earned some crystals from selling equipment, but he didn't rush to convert them so that there wouldn't be any problems. After a while, the young man sipped the hot tea with peace of mind, enjoying its exquisite taste and aroma. After experiencing incredible pleasure, he exhaled and suggested Duanyu to rest after everything that had happened. The martial arts master said there were a couple other times in the villa grounds that he had already summoned and would be coming soon. Suddenly there was a phone call in the right pocket of his pants, which he immediately decided to answer. The call came from Mayor Zhang, who told Mr. Du that he just had to bother him. The man said the investigation team is now looking into recent incidents, and they would like to get some information from him. It didn't cause any emotion from the guy, but at that moment, he looked at the Ning Feng sitting in front of him. The completely relaxed young man was immediately wary, not understanding why he was looking at him so intently. Duan realized that the investigation could affect the boss and decided to ask his opinion first, then told the mayor that he was busy today. Zhang Ji asked him to contact him any spare time in the next few days. In turn, the protagonist told his buddy that he didn't know anything at all about the investigation team. At that moment, somewhere far away was a mysterious person who called Chinyu City a ghostly place. The intimidating red-eyed man said that this town has the stench of a mysterious hero. The adventurers were gathered in the meeting hall, and the intimidating big man asked if anyone there had seen the mysterious hero. The first to answer was Sulan sitting at the head of the table, who said that she hadn't seen anything like that. The gruff man asked why there were rumors of this mysterious hero saving the city if no one had seen him. The lady said it was mostly because the invasion of the Hidden Realm had stopped, and the mutants had been wiped out. The agent said there were 2 more disasters and asked what this hero did during the attacks of King level and above. In response, Sulan did not drop a word and even closed her eyes for a while, immersed in thought. Qi Wei was worried, because in order to protect Ning Feng, a colleague had used her authority and changed the information related to him. Suddenly, a heavy-breathing Mayor Zhang Ji burst into the room, saying that Duan was busy today. The captain was annoyed by free adventurers who refused to follow the rules and acted like they were forever busy. Rising from his seat, he said he would take over the investigation and told his colleagues they could pursue other issues. After a time, late at night, his foot stepped into a treacherous graveyard located in a secret realm. 2 guards stood in his way, one of whom said that no further passage was allowed. The man smiled and said hello to the guys, who realized it was a member of the investigation team. The agent said he wanted to go inside to investigate. The guards dared not detain him any longer. In less than a minute, he was already in the right place and looking around, walking idly forward. The extent of the destruction still impressed the knight, and he wondered what power could completely destroy the secret realm. The remaining power of darkness was still pure, and the man believed that in front of something like this, everyone was just a pathetic ant, no matter what anyone said about the hero. Laughing hysterically, the big guy exclaimed that this place was quite intriguing. He then spread out his hand, which immediately began to be encompassed by dark energy. But it didn't scare him at all. Very abruptly, a mysterious devil appeared, watching the man with a strange smirk. The member of the investigation team looked at him silently at first, scrutinizing the features of the face. Laughing crazily, Joe exclaimed that, as expected from a king-level threat, everything around was filled with immense power. Meanwhile, an angry Ning Feng was playing video games on his phone, still in Duan's villa. Suddenly, he received a system notification that the final relic had been discovered. Inside, the protagonist immediately felt as if something had connected with the help of an aura. The young man realized that if he concentrated, the connection would be clearer, and decided that he should locate the location. Once the decision was made, he dressed in the leather jacket lying on the couch, getting ready to leave. The martial arts master asked his boss where he was going, and the hero replied that something unexpected came up and he needed to get away for a while. Last, the kid asked a buddy to help finish the game and try to drain as many points as possible. Soon, Ning Feng was riding in a cab, saying that according to the navigator, it seems that this thing is somewhere near the treacherous graveyard. The youngster then noticed that the thing seemed to be starting to move, which was already alarming. Meanwhile, 2 terrified guards at the entrance to the secret realm reported that unidentified monsters had been discovered in the treacherous graveyard. nearly fainting from the horror they felt. The men wondered with a shudder in their voices what the creature was. As it turned out, an agent had merged with the huge demon spawn, who was panicking and couldn't do anything about it. A scared-to-death man called for help in a trembling voice, saying he couldn't move. The road that Ningfeng was traveling on, meanwhile, was blocked, which was not good at all. The authorized girl told those who stopped that there was danger ahead, so entry was prohibited. The cab driver told the passenger that they would go no further, but the young man said he would get off here. As he got out of the car, the young man noticed that the strange thing had suddenly stopped. Meanwhile, the agent continued to scream in great pain, but no one and nothing could help him. At one point, a team of adventurers came running to the rescue, and a fierce demonic spider was showing them its aggression. The shocked Sulan, along with her two coworkers, had no idea what was even going on here. The nasty creature attacked the team, and after a while there was only a mess around. In Chiwe's arms lay the injured Sulan, who failed to dodge and was hit. At that moment, Madame was breathing heavily and trying to regain consciousness, and her eyes were blurry. Thanks to Ningfeng's gift, the teacher could shorten the singing time and realize the rescue. But right now, there was a critical situation. The wounded companion asked where the monster was, and the woman replied that it was headed towards the city. The teacher also added that Mayor Jiangji had already asked Duan for help, but was unsure if they would make it in time. The mistress with glasses realized that the guy's strength was equal to her strength, so he didn't even have a chance of defeating this monster alone. However, she realized that the personality behind the young man could be their salvation, while the monster, on the other hand, kept crashing everything around them. The monster was particularly cruel and ruthless, and nothing at that moment could stop it. Ningfeng unexpectedly stood in his way, saying that this final relic was too big. The demonic spider immediately paid attention to the kid, who was completely calm and unemotional. The young man wondered if he should use other forbidden spells to completely knock out his opponent to begin with. The bloodthirsty arthropod, meanwhile, wasted no time and rushed to the attack, getting another dose of pleasure. In turn, the daredevil remained in place and did not even move, watching the actions of his opponent. The monster's sharp claw was at his head in seconds, but that didn't scare the brave man at all. The monster was eager to hear the screams and cries of fear, torturing the lad in every possible way, but it was all in vain. Unexpectedly, Ningfeng used the monster's ability to create a protective barrier around him. The bewildered demon had no idea how this was even possible, and realized that the boy had tremendous strength. At that point, the system asked the youngster if he wished to begin absorbing the final relic he had found. He immediately wondered if close proximity could be one of the requirements for absorption. Without any hesitation, he chose the positive answer, and then the transformation process began. The demonic spider screamed very loudly in incredible pain, and Ningfeng tried to keep his heart cold. Everything around him began to fly in different directions, and his past battles surfaced in the protagonist's mind. The system wrote that all properties had been improved by 100 points, which gave the kid a huge reason to rejoice. However, he noticed the strange images that began to appear in his head and realized that he had absorbed something else. At that moment, a worried Duan ran in, who immediately asked the boss what had happened here. The restrained brave said he had just come across a monster and destroyed it, and pointed his finger at the remains. He also turned his attention to a member of the investigations who was no longer showing signs of life. The master believed that the boss could destroy this monster, but judging from the aura, no spells were used, and he didn't understand how it happened. The protagonist then put his hand on his buddy's shoulder, telling him that he had arrived just in time and adding that he would leave the cleanup to him. After that, the young man disappeared incredibly quickly, which even surprised the remaining Duan in the cemetery very much. The shocked lad marveled at the boss's speed, which surpassed all agility-based professions. He understood that Ningfeng was living up to his reputation, and admitted that he had previously underestimated him. The knight who had previously gone to the graveyard was imprisoned and confessed to being a monster. It was rumored that he had accidentally discovered the monsters in the secret realm, and was able to control the forces of darkness so as to make them his own. Sulan said that the opportunist used the investigation as an opportunity, but didn't expect the monster to lose control. The jubilant mayor exclaimed after hearing that their town really does have a mysterious hero. At that moment, even the ever-serious Sulan, who couldn't deny this fact, smiled. Her smile pleased Chiwei standing beside her, who also had a very calm and harmonious feeling in her heart. Jiangji asked the emotionless Mr. Du if he had seen the mysterious hero. The martial artist replied absolutely calmly that he had met this person once. His words sounded stunned to the two ladies standing next to him, who didn't expect to hear it at all. Jiangji said that if the mysterious hero wished to stay in the city, they would do everything to fulfill his needs. Duan said that the mysterious person prefers to stay in the shadows and rarely appears in public, so you can forget about it. He was comfortable with the fact that he and Ningfeng had thought of everything in advance, and discounted the mysterious hero. The cold-blooded guy realized that there was no proof anyway, so they wouldn't be able to verify it. The mayor said he has no idea how many people are trying to earn the favor of a powerful figure like the mysterious hero. The young man said that the distinguished gentleman had relatives in town looking out for him, so you cannot worry. After saying these words, some clarity appeared in Sulan's mind, and the puzzle began to gradually come together. Pensive Chiwei was curious if the mysterious hero was older than Ningfeng. Meanwhile, the hero was showering, thinking about the fact that the final relic was the remains of the slain ruler of the darkness of the secret realm. He now realized that those images that had surfaced earlier were absorbed fragments of the memories of the darkness ruler's past. The smiling kid wondered what he needed these items for, if he didn't want to be powerful. An epiphany caught up with him in the moment, and he said that some of the items seemed to be really useful. The youngster realized that, as the dark power accumulated, the secret realms would gradually become stronger. It was also clear that if time and space they could resist the invasion, the world would end. The training of the awakened ones in the present time was incomplete, causing few people to be able to achieve the fourth transformation. Ningfeng realized that humanity was doomed if things continued like this. And even if he could protect himself, he couldn't live alone. He said that not only was their time and space invaded, but others were able to repel the attack. The hero would collect more remains and spread the experience contained within them, but he still had to carefully figure out how to do so. The young man realized that cognition was beyond comprehension, and misusing it could lead to unintended consequences. Suddenly there was a telephone call, which the young man immediately saw fit to answer. He smilingly asked what good news Mrs. Wang Yue wanted to share with his friend. The girl invited him to dinner in the evening but did not tell him, and that the change of profession of the Shadow of the Vanguard had been successfully completed. The kid didn't refuse and said he accepted the invitation, promising to be sure to come. Belle said she'd send him the location, and Buddy said he got it clearly. The girl herself, meanwhile, was descending the steps, thinking about the upcoming sit-down. In an instant, she looked up and was slightly surprised, because her fellow guildmates were already waiting for her downstairs. Ahead of the guys was the lovely priestess, who congratulated her friend on behalf of everyone for achieving her second transformation. People gathered around, who were surprised at achieving the second transformation at such an early age. And Zhao Chen gestured for silence. He said he had reserved a room at the best restaurant in town and suggested Wang Yue celebrate there. The damsel replied that she had other plans for the evening and said that tomorrow night would be on her, and she would treat everyone. The guy said that completing a mission is hard work, and asked if there was anything that couldn't be put off to rest. She left her bewildered companions, and without further ado began to walk away, while they looked after her. The girl herself promptly crossed the crosswalk and didn't even look back once. The angry Zhao Chen was very angry that his companion had only reached the second transformation and had already turned her back on everyone. The priestess said that Yue wasn't like that at all, and she probably had good reasons for that. Suddenly the guy asked if the companions were tired of running after her, which sounded shocking to them. He said that the girl not only completed the change of profession, but also awakened the hidden profession, so the gap between them would grow. Those words were a great surprise to the priestess, who considered the blonde her best friend. Zhao Jin said that Wang Yue would leave the team one day and nothing could be done about it. Soon, the delighted Ningfeng was in the restaurant, where he wanted to taste the lamb lying on the table as soon as possible. The kid said that it turns out that to taste the delicious dishes, you just have to follow Mrs. Wang. Her friend said she wanted to thank him for the emblem he had given her, but the young man was enjoying the taste of meat and hardly listened to her. He then asked again if she was referring to the fact that that emblem unlocked a new hidden profession. In the memories of the ruler of darkness, it was obvious that the awakened had not yet reached their full potential under the conditions of their professions. Wang Yue asked his buddy if he happened to know where these emblems were located, and the youngster said he wasn't sure. The distraught girl said that if they could be purchased, she would like to give them to everyone on the team. Ningfeng smiled, noting that Yue did not change because every time something good happened, she did not forget about him. The friend said she would find a solution to the emblem problem and asked the protagonist to keep leveling up. The kid said it's pretty hard to level up alone, and all he needs is his girlfriend's protection. Suddenly, the beauty changed in her face, as if her condition had drastically changed in the moment. An agitated Ningfeng immediately noticed his pal's strange behavior and asked what was wrong. Yue said that she just hurt herself a little while they were on the mission, but overall, she was fine. The hero asked if she had gotten healing, and the girl replied that she had, but the damage from the boss was significant, so it would take time to recover. The pensive young man wondered if completing an S-level mission was really that difficult. Suddenly, there was a phone call from a number the guy didn't know, which he decided to answer. The evil voice asked if he was Ningfeng, but the young man didn't realize who it was, and the voice was completely unfamiliar to him. The angry stranger said he didn't have to give up who he was, and asked where the youngster got his emblem. The kid immediately dropped the phone call, and a surprised Wang Yue immediately asked what was wrong. Being discouraged, he said someone asked in a very angry voice where he got the emblem from. The dumbfounded beauty said she told absolutely no one about it and was sure it wasn't about her. The light-hearted Ningfeng at that moment said that he didn't care and offered to enjoy the meat. At the same minute, an unknown number called again, which prevented us from enjoying the wonderful dish. An angry voice threatened that the boy would face the consequences if he dared hang up. The serious protagonist decided not to make a scene while Yue is by his side. The best solution at that point was to just end the phone call, which he did. After a while, the joyful young man, along with his girlfriend, left the establishment, patting himself on the stomach and saying that he was full. The slightly concerned girl asked the young man if he was sure she didn't need to walk him home. Smiling, the kid assured me that it was just some kind of prank, so there was no cause for concern. The couple then said goodbye, and a short while later, late at night, Ningfeng was already turning the key in the door of his house. Being very tired, he began to walk slowly across the room, wanting to finally collapse onto the bed and fall asleep. But within seconds, the drowsiness was gone, and my eyes were barely out of my forehead. In front of him, the protagonist saw a terrible mess, and a lot of books scattered around the room. He then heard footsteps and then saw the feet of a stranger who somehow ended up in his house. The unknown blond man holding Ningfeng's notebook asked if the gentleman had deigned to return. Looking sternly at the stranger, the hero asked if he was the one who had called him some time ago. The man confirmed this and said that if the young man had just answered the question honestly, he wouldn't have had any problems. The emotionless young man was not frightened at all and only wondered who had sent him. The blonde laughed and asked how dare he talk to him like that, and hadn't his teacher taught him to show respect to the strong? At that moment, a ninja appeared behind the back of the kid standing still, whose purpose was to massacre him. The nimble young man managed to dodge the blow without any problems, and he didn't even show any emotion. Then, with a sharp movement, the hero charged his elbow into the face of his assailant, who was confused. The young man wiped his hand on his jacket, and his opponent fell to the floor, trying to recover from the powerful counterattack. The dazed blonde couldn't believe what he saw and panicked because he thought he had a trump card up his sleeve. Ningfeng smiled, saying that it was now his turn to say that when the powerful asked questions, respect should be shown. The stranger didn't understand how this was possible, because according to the information he received, this kid's level 1-star profession. He also meant that the hero is a mage who was able to defeat a level 3 assassin with his bare hands. The young man himself was convinced that he could handle many situations, even without spells, because his reaction and speed had increased. At that moment, the wily opponent launched a sharp shuriken at him, but without any emotion, the young fighter dodged. The shuriken went straight into the wall, leaving not a single scratch on the body of the guy who was not afraid of anyone at all. It was a distraction for the frightened blonde, who decided he needed to get away immediately. His obstacle was a pane of glass that had to be broken in order to escape. Without a second thought, the bastard kicked the glass with his foot, realizing he had no other choice. His plans were suddenly shattered by the cold-blooded Ningfeng, who managed to grab his opponent's leg. The protagonist was not going to let the scoundrel run away for nothing, because he owed him a debt. He told him to start by cleaning up the mess the stranger had made before running away. Also, the calculating daredevil noticed the broken closet and told me to compensate for it. The wrinkled blonde, barely holding back tears, told his boss that they had already given him everything they had. A very serious Feng at that moment folded his arms at his chest and asked to tell who had sent them to him. The mercenary said that it was Zhao Chen of the Sacred Lion Guild, who said that he had a unique emblem. The hero immediately realized that the tip was given by that kid from the Yue Guild, which was not at all surprising to him. The young man said in his thoughts that since the creep had decided to pry, let him not complain later about being rude to him. Daredevil just had a forbidden spell that he hadn't used yet, and decided to try it out on Zhao Cheng. It was a soul-capturing darkness skill that used spiritual powers to control the target's mind. Chung himself told the shield-bearer at that moment that Wang Yue never came, so it was better to leave early and rest the two of them somewhere else. Buddy asked what was wrong with the emblem, to which Zhao replied that he had sent someone to Feng, and if he didn't cooperate, he would be in trouble. The surprised shield-bearer asked what would happen if Wang Yue, whose friend was the target, found out. A nervous Zhao Chen said he couldn't take it anymore, and asked if he really wanted her to forget about them and only think about herself. The worried kid said it was unfortunate that the career change didn't go smoothly, and the girl was taught a lesson. His conniving buddy said the original plan was to let the boss go and scare the damsel, and then he would rescue her. He didn't think that Wang Yue would go so far as to injure himself and actually be able to defeat the boss. Suddenly, a black silhouette of a man appeared in front of the boys, which was alarming to them. The blond man who was hired appeared in front of them, and Zhao Chen asked why he appeared out of nowhere and so silently. The young man then asked if the mercenary had gotten the information he needed, but suddenly in a soft tone, the blond man asked if the beautiful Wang Yue was injured because of him. His words bewildered the shield-bearer and his treacherous mate, who used other men for his deeds. The insolent Zhao Chen patted the kid's cheek and asked him what was wrong with him for daring to meddle in his affairs. At that moment, the blond man who had Ningfeng's spell used on him abruptly came to alert. In an instant, his eyes were filled with rage and the desire to finish off the scoundrel who had been so self-righteous. With a sharp movement, the scumbag Zhao and his buddy were grabbed by the throat and didn't even have time to react to it. The versatile fighter then began to clench his hands, inflicting more and more pain on his opponents. He was guided by the main character's words that whoever harms Wang Yue is not worthy of living in this world. The fierce blonde exclaimed that the fools would not die so easily and continued to strangle them. Both guys started to panic and didn't know what to do, but there was still no way to break free. The mercenary told the bastard Zhao Chen that since he was talking about a fate worse than death, he should experience it himself. It was as if the fighter was exalting their souls to be sizzled and sent to a horrible world. In a couple of minutes, neither the shield-bearer nor his wily buddy were there, and their ashes were only scattered in the wind. After that, the blond man, who was the test subject for the new spell, also began to turn into ashes. The stern Ningfeng said that this was the perfect way to erase all traces after all. These brats had turned to ashes, and there was no evidence. He said that his house was in an ordinary neighborhood that high-level awakened ones could enter without obstacles, which was very dangerous. The hero planned to sort out some important things first with the help of the ruler's memories. Fortunately, the young man hadn't started yet. Otherwise, if it had been discovered, he'd definitely be in trouble. The guy decided to stay at Duan's place, after all. He has the 4th transformation, and the security in the luxury villa area is much higher. After a while, a gray-haired fighter learned about the incident, who was angered and asked how the insolent men dared to attack the boss. Ningfeng said that he actually wanted to ask if the martial artist knew any reliable alchemists. The slightly surprised young man replied that he didn't really understand what the boss's requirements for an alchemist were. Hero said he is looking for a highly qualified, reliable person, preferably with independent status. Duan said that the alchemists he knew were experienced, but had already become members of a big guild, and the young man said that it wasn't really suitable. Ning remembered that in a flashback, the ruler of darkness had once killed several alchemists, whose potions exceeded the standards of the world. Once alchemists become members of large guilds, they immediately lose control over their actions, and the risks of information leakage increase. Slamming the table, the young man said in his mind that after such a lesson today, he no longer wanted to attract the attention of those greedy ones. He asked Duan to help him with the matter in his spare time, and said he would also ask other people. The hero called Wang Yue and was very surprised when she said she had one good alchemist. She said that the brother of the team's priest, Shu Ting, was an alchemist who was going to join the team, but didn't get along with Zhao Chen. The guy realized that the girl was very unlucky to have this underdog on the team, but luckily helped her solve the problem. The friend asked why he needed an alchemist, and the young man replied that he had found some recipes at home and needed help in studying them. After a short period of time, Yue organized a meeting, and the kid was at the alchemist's place. Shu Wei said hello and asked the young man to show him the recipes in order to familiarize himself. The angry priestess said that she wanted to get along with Ningfeng, but the bratty brother kicked her out, and Wang Yue laughed heartily at this. The alchemist said that the ingredients were ordinary, but this processing method he had never seen before, and asked if the young man knew what the effect of the potion was. With a bit of brainstorming, the young man replied that the potion exceeded the experience increase by 100%. His words startled the alchemy expert, who immediately jumped up on the spot. He said that if there was a potion that increased experience growth by 100%, low-level professions would be able to rise quickly. Ningfeng said that he wasn't sure, and asking someone else about such a thing wasn't very convenient, which was why he had come to seek advice. Shu Wei asked him to wait for a while, saying that he would do some experiments upstairs. He then shouted to his sister, Xiaoting, to chat with the guests while he went about his business. The cute girl from Wang Yue's team was sitting in the living room with her friend and Ningfeng, chatting about life. Suddenly, the trio noticed a loud sound coming from the second floor. They all immediately wondered what had happened, for there had been no sound at all before. Xiaoting decided to go up to the second floor to see what happened, and the guys stayed behind. Upon entering the room, the girl saw a strange slimy blue-colored substance and became wary. She immediately exclaimed that it was the slime her brother was using for his experiments. A trio of young boys watched as the slime split into small particles in midair. Everyone's gaze was very surprised, and none of them had any idea what was even going on. A jubilant Shu Wei exclaimed that he had succeeded, and said that the potion was indeed 100%. He snapped his fingers, happily testing an effect that worked successfully and never once failed. The surprised Xiaoting and Yue watched with open mouths, not understanding the process at all. The overjoyed alchemist turned to the behind-standing brother Ning, who had presented him with this opportunity. The guy said that after drinking some of the potion and testing on the slime, the experience growth actually increased by 100%. The protagonist smirked slightly, saying in thought that if this worked, then the other recipes were correct as well. The alchemist continued snapping his fingers, using the fireball to demonstrate the potion's effects to everyone. A dumbfounded Xiaoting said that Shu Wei treasured the lab the most, and now he was literally destroying it. After a while, the foursome sat in a chair where the stunned girls couldn't believe that the experience was really 100%. The smiling Ningfeng lightly waved his head, confirming that this was indeed the case. The alchemist asked the girls to keep it quiet and keep it a secret, and his noisy sister said he was just louder than them. Shu Wei told the hero that if he decided to sell the potion, he would get rich, because in such dangerous times, no one would refuse an increase in strength. But the young man in turn said nothing in reply and thought deeply about what to do next. Suddenly a notification sounded, and the guy said he needed to look at the messages. Chi Wei wrote in the group that the school was planning to organize upgrades in the secret realms of the neighboring city. After the message, students became anxious, realizing that they risked failing and not passing the entrance exams in the future. Ningfeng remained judicious and silently familiarized himself with the messages, drawing some conclusions. He made a decision and said that he would first distribute the potions to people close to him before selling them. Little Xiaoting asked if she was a close person to him, and the youngster replied that she was. The girl rejoiced and said that from now on, she and Yue would become Ningfeng's bodyguards. The hero realized that if he put such valuable items on the market, he would attract attention, because such a benefit would be flown in by the guilds. He decided that he needed to start by preparing his surroundings and taking care of his own power, if he wanted things to be calm. Ningfeng was certain that if someone dared to build something against him, that person should think twice. In an instant, the kid remembered the berserker on the team, whose name was Zhou Jiangshu. It was said that he would also need to up the experience potion, as he was a very strong and useful person. The girls rejoiced, and Xiaoting said that Shu was worried yesterday that he wouldn't be able to go to university with them. The calculating fellow realized that this was what he needed after all. The berserker's strength wasn't bad, and they had a good relationship with Yue. Shu Wei began to call him boss and asked if he had any more recipes, to which the young man replied in the affirmative. After a couple minutes, the alchemist was already scrutinizing another recipe, thinking about each ingredient. He said he had never heard of most of the materials and had only encountered 2 of them, but with his level, he was unable to manufacture them. Feng thought it was no surprise, after all. These were recipes from another dimension, and it was already fortunate that at least they could do something. Wang Yu suggested to call Zhou Jianshu when the first portion of the experience potion was ready and level up together. She then abruptly placed her hand on the shoulder of the seated Ningfeng, saying that he would do this to them. The kid refused, and the girl said that the city government had announced that the guild could organize teams for promotion. Shu Wei said that he would be able to prepare the potion by next Monday, after which it was decided. The protagonist listened silently to the girls' conversation and wondered if they were even listening to anyone but themselves. On Monday, the young man called Wang Yue and said he was already there, and she said they would be there soon. A bus stopped nearby with students who recognized their classmate, who had not shown up for practice. One of the guys said that he wouldn't even take him to carry bags, because if you go with him to the secret realm, he can't even protect anyone. Soon the bus left and the hero was decided to get hammered, and he didn't even realize he was being discussed at that minute. In front of the entrance to the secret realm, there were already many disciples taking turns entering it. The bus by another group of guys stopped and they got off, being surprised by the large number of people. The kid asked Teacher Chi when they could go. She said probably in 2 hours. The student asked why it took so long, and the woman said they were in 2nd grade, and it was already good that they were in the first group. One of the surprised boys asked if Ningfeng was among one of the teams. The students were dumbfounded because it was really the main character that Wang Yue and the rest of the guys were with. A disgruntled student asked why Feng was able to enter without a line if he was their classmate. Kiwi said that he was with the Sacred Lion Guild team, so he could go straight to the depths of the secret realm. This made the young man very angry, saying that he also wanted to be with this powerful guild and Madame Wang. A stranger suddenly appeared, asking if it was true that he was talking about Wang Yue, who ranked 5th on the state's list of supernovae. The slightly confused boy confirmed that he meant her specifically, but didn't understand why he would know. The gray-haired unknown fighter said it was excellent and made sure they chose the right place. Together with his companions, he made his way to the entrance of the secret realm, ready for battle. The kid didn't understand who they were and why they behaved so brazenly and arrogantly, and his classmate asked if he didn't know them. She said the three, like Wang Yue, are newcomers to the state's supernova list. The name of the cute blue-eyed girl on the team was Chong Mu-kyu, who was fourth on the list. The pumped-up kid with a sword on his shoulders was Li Kei, who was ranked third on the list. The second place, however, was a guy named Gu Yunzhou, who was the one who had addressed the youngster a few minutes ago. Ningfeng and his companions, meanwhile, were in the depths of the secret realm, where they were scrutinizing everything. Holding a flask of yellow liquid in his hands, Zhou Jiangshu asked if it was from a potion with a 100% increase in experience growth. Xiao Ting asked him to speak more softly so the others wouldn't hear, and the berserker said he was just too excited. The big man asked if this potion was very expensive, and Shu Wei replied that the materials were not rare, and the process of creation was not particularly complicated. At the same time, he said that this made the potion become very valuable, and Ningfeng would be able to become a respected guest in any top guild with it. Zhou Jiangshu thanked the boss and said that he could count on him, and the hero said that they were all on the same team. Looking at this, Wang Yu said in her mind that her buddy was not good at socializing, so he always had few friends. Especially the period was 16, when the young man's first awakening ended in failure. The cute blonde remembered very well that he had been made fun of at school, causing him to become more closed off. It was rare to see Ningfeng cheerfully chatting, and the lady hoped that he would feel better now. She then turned to her cheering companions and asked them to listen carefully. Wang Yu said that they didn't have a tank and a damager this time, so they should be careful, and asked her friend not to attract attention. Maiden stated that she would engage monsters, Da Shu would take on the role of a tank, Shu Ting would focus on defense, and Shu Wei would use potions. Ningfeng realized that raising the level this way would be slow, but for their sake he simply chose not to interfere. He also remembered that raising levels with forbidden spells was quick and easy, so he could take his time. The lad decided to observe the abilities of his companions, and paid attention as his girlfriend took a shot with her bow. The fiery arrow was aimed at a trio of zombies that were aggressively anti-humans. The girl hit right on target and dazed one of the monsters, near whose head the arrow exploded. The other zombies immediately lunged at the team that dared to disturb their peace and attack. Immediately, the beautiful Shu Ting, who was tightly clutching the wooden staff handle, joined the fray. The little girl was focused because her goal was to protect the team, and she stood up to the monsters with all her might. Berserk Zhou Jianshu in turn went into a rage and prepared to annihilate the crowd of attackers in one fell swoop. Dropping the axe from his shoulders, the bulky man swung it in a sharp motion, calculating his next actions. Just seconds later, an incredibly powerful strike was delivered that managed to hit the target. In the very thick of it was one of the zombies who was burning up and could do nothing about it, and his pathetic comrades were left to fend for themselves. Meanwhile, alchemist Shu Wei didn't doze off, and also rushed into the attack, burning with the desire to help his comrades. Burning monsters ran out of the fire, gradually turning into ash and unable to save themselves. The jubilant alchemist said that the experience was growing rapidly, and at this rate, he would soon be able to refine new items. Shu Ting and Da Shu punched their fists, saying that they would achieve the second transformation before the entrance exam and enter together with Yue Er. But suddenly, the joy of the boys disappeared, because they heard a strange laughter coming from somewhere nearby. A wary Zhou Jiangshu turned his attention to a gorge nearby and asked who was hiding there. Gu Yunzhou said that he just couldn't help himself and laughed, even though he didn't want to do it. He said it's funny to hear someone who hasn't even achieved the second transformation yet talk so confidently about getting into a top university. The berserk and beautiful Shu Ting, frozen in place, immediately realized that these were the guys from the supernova list. The slyly smirking guy said that he and the guys seemed to have a pretty good reputation for being recognized so quickly. Chu Changshu wondered at that moment why this trio was here now if they didn't live near Qinyu City. At that minute, Wang Yue came in and told the incoming team that they were here pumping and asked if they needed anything. Gu Yunzhou said that they came here specifically to propose to her. He asked if the damsel was interested in joining their team. His loud statement shocked the girl standing behind Shu Ting and Zhou Jiangshu, who wanted to act with Yue Er. The emotionless girl replied that she wasn't interested because she had her own team. The gray-haired man said that he knew of the mage Zhao Cheng from her team, and said that if he wished, he could come try to join. Angry Wang Yue repeated once again for the especially gifted that she didn't want to join other teams. Gu Yunzhou asked her to take her time in saying no, and said that in a small city like Qinyu, the news might lag a bit. He began to explain that because of the problems with the secret realms, it had become harder to fight monsters, so the top 3 unis had changed their grading criteria. This year, only elite teams or standouts can get in. And although the terms are very favorable, spots are limited. Young said it's a great opportunity, and everyone on the Supernova roster is putting their team together, and they are no exception. The serious kid said that Wang Yue could become an incredibly strong person, but he couldn't say that about her companions. The agitated Da Shu and Shu Ting didn't understand why he thought they were weak, but they didn't interfere in the conversation. Frighteningly, the gray-haired man laughed and said that weakness was the greatest sin. The angry blonde didn't believe a word he said and used the bow, being determined. Gray asked her not to get worked up and reminded her that she was an archer, asking if she wanted to fight him in a place like this. Concerned, Shu Ting asked her companion to forget about it and suggested that she find another place to promote. After that, the beautiful Wang Yue silently turned around and began to walk away, while everyone present looked at her. Ningfeng understood that this kid was asking for trouble, but Yue had only awakened a new profession, and it wasn't a fact that she could win. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted because the big man Li Kei kicked his foot loudly on the ground. Pointing his finger at the clapper, the bulky man asked if he was Zhao Cheng, but received a negative answer. Hearing this, the arrogant Li told the young man to get lost, loudly calling him trash. After the insults he received in his direction, Ningfeng's eyes lit up with anger, and he wanted to take revenge on the scoundrel. The berserker Dashu immediately interceded for him, asking the cocky, bulky man not to go too far. Fearless Li Qi asked if he really thought he was capable of helping others since he was getting involved. After just a few seconds, he used magic and tried to attack his opponent, eager for a fight. A tense Zhou Jiangshu had time to react and set up a block, blocking the punch with his fist. That didn't stop the cocky opponent, who continued to press and delivered a powerful belly punch. An excited Wang Yue was very worried about her comrade in arms and immediately rushed over to help. A gray-haired underling stood in her way, smiling annoyingly and not allowing her to pass. With a stern look in his eyes, the girl earnestly asked him to scram and stay out of her way. This attitude really displeased the kid, who was used to being treated more gently. Meanwhile, Dashu shouted to his companion that he was fine and didn't need any help for now. He felt that he had a few broken ribs and noticed that Li Kei was very tough, so he needed to be more careful. Berserk realized that Ningfeng shouldn't be involved and shouted at him to leave quickly. The big man called them lowlifes and believed in himself even more, about to strike again. At that moment, the enraged Zhou Jiangshu gathered his strength into a fist and rushed to attack. He was stunned when Li Kei suddenly extended his hand and stopped him at the very last moment. The tense Shu Ting and Wang Yue were very worried about their comrade and tried to do something. The struggling berserker didn't understand at all what was going on, but tried his best to fight. Instead of his fist, there was suddenly an open palm that held his opponent down with dark magic. It turned out that the protagonist came to the rescue, using dark magic to hold off the onslaught of the enemy. The rest of the associates were shocked because they didn't expect such actions from the guy. The bewildered Chang Mukyu watched with her mouth open, and the perplexed Gu Yunzhou became angry. A nervous Li Kei realized that he couldn't move, and wondered how a youngster could possess such incredible strength. In an instant, the strong young man abruptly intercepted his opponent's arm from below, which made him even more alarmed. After that, being as concentrated as possible on the spell, he performed some more actions. The big man screamed in pain that was unbearable, but there was no way he could break free at that moment. With an ability, the cold-blooded Ningfeng tossed his opponent aside without giving him a chance to recover. Amba Li Kei fell right into a pile of cobblestones that was nearby and hit his head. Only his boots remained on the ground, and the fighter's body itself was nowhere to be seen that minute. Smiling, the young fighter called his opponent trash, who couldn't even do anything to him. The alarmed Gu Yunzhou immediately rushed over to his comrade, while Wang Yue drew the bowstring behind his back. Without a backward thought, the girl fired a shot directly into the buttocks of the insolent young man who was behaving arrogantly. His eyes almost popped out of his forehead from the pain, and his legs straightened to their maximum in an instant. Shu Ting covered her mouth with a giggle, and the blonde finally felt a little relieved, but remained serious. Horrified, Chang Mukyu immediately rushed over to the injured young man, tears streaming from his eyes in pain. The girl couldn't believe that the mage defeated the berserker with her bare hands, and the archer slew the tank in close combat. Ningfeng said that he just wanted to deal with his affairs modestly, but they forced him to reveal everything. Looking sternly at the remaining maiden, he said softly that things had gotten very problematic. The kid asked Shu Ting not to stand on the pillar and rather heal Da Shu, which the little girl started to do. She directed the healing staff at her wounded companion, whose condition was gradually getting better. Ningfeng asked the berserker what he was going to do with Li Kei, and he replied that he would just do the youngster's bidding. The surprised hero noticed that they were all suddenly overly respectful of him. The leader ordered the big man to take the enemy's gear and said they would consider it compensation. The powerless Guyunjo got angry and exclaimed that this was considered robbery, but no one cared about what he said. At the same moment, Ningfeng used a spell and triggered a strike on the ground. Looking sternly at the blue-eyed kid, he asked him to repeat what he had said. Suddenly, Gu turned into a doormat who said he had some pretty good gear, and they could have it if they needed it. The hero threatened the lad that it would be bad for him if he thought of revenge, and the young man admitted that it was their own fault for being blind. Chang Mukyu intervened in the conversation and told the boss that all her gear was here and asked to check. The bossy kid said they were all pretty reasonable, which was very pleasing to him. Then he said it was time for them to go level up, and the blue-eyed girl became sad. After a while, Wang Yue said that she had planned to help Ning with pumping, but no one would have thought that he was already strong. The kid chuckled, saying that she knew he had only recently awakened and it would be problematic to show it in public. The angry girl said that if he didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't ask, and the young man said that Yue always understands him. Suddenly, the blonde put her hand on her friend's shoulder, who was surprised and looked at her silently. Smiling warmly in a gentle voice, the beauty said that she was happy for him anyway. This brought a sincere smile to Ningfeng's face, who without any words only showed a thumb in approval. Dashu and Shuting asked if the boss had decided which guild and university he wanted to join, and he said that he hadn't thought about it yet. The guys agreed that there was no need for him to hurry, and the exhausted Shu Wei asked him to wait for him and walk slower. The hero realized that he didn't need to enroll, because in units and guilds, there would always be the risk that his secrets might be accidentally revealed. The young man excitedly exclaimed that Yue could attract monsters, he would deal damage, and the guys would just need to finish off the remaining ones. Though the brave could not use forbidden spells, attribute bonuses and passive skill bonuses would be enough to use the gear. After a while, he returned to Duan's villa, who was very happy to see the esteemed boss. After a few days of hard work, Feng had only risen one level, and if it wasn't for the new experience potion, the speed would have been even slower. Someone like Yue could achieve the second transformation in 2 years, but it was easier for an ordinary person to enter a normal university. The guy decided to rest, saying that he'd have to train with the others anyway, so there was no point in getting stronger. The first thing he did with Duan was to play the console, where he often lost. The young man would also often just doze off with a magazine on his face, resting from his long adventures. Finally, the guys decided to have lunch and barbecue, which they did very carefully so as not to overcook the meat. Suddenly, the hero got a call from Yang Xin, who said that there was an auction coming up, and new Master Tang asked if he wanted to participate. The kid asked if it was true that Mr. Tan had replaced Mr. Wang, and the girl confirmed that it was. He said he could come look, and the lady said she and the master would come over and show him the catalog of auction items. Ningfeng realized that this Master Tang behaves better with people than Mr. Wang, because the service is very high quality. It wasn't long before Tang Yitsai was standing in front of the young man and introduced himself as an appraiser of the Yuancheng Trading Exchange in Qingyu City's branch. The guy held out his hand, and the strange man said he had just started working here and asked me to take care of him. Before the master arrived, Mei Chai ordered him to give this youngster the best service, which he set about doing. The master asked Yang Xin to let the young man look at the catalog, which the pretty girl did. Ningfeng realized that the catalog only contained some equipment and useful ones for the store, but he didn't need it. A tense Tan realized that nothing had caught the customer's eye, for he flipped through the pages quickly and realized that he had underestimated the master's skill. The wary protagonist suddenly saw something interesting in the catalog, and even changed in his face. The master said that the young man was very shrewd because he had chosen the right thing. He said that it was the latest experience potion that could increase experience growth by 100% and was suitable for high-level experts. The guy who was serious at that moment thought deeply and remembered Shu Wei, who had provided him with a similar potion. A worried Duan asked if this wasn't the boss potion he had told about a few times earlier. The bewildered Master Tang Yitsai didn't understand at all what he was talking about, and tensed up even more. The stern Ningfeng immediately looked at him and asked inquiringly where they managed to get this thing. The worried man replied that the Azure Spearhead Guild had entrusted them with this item for auction, and asked if something wasn't exactly right. The hero remembered that this guild was among the elite, and wondered if Shu Wei was secretly selling them the recipe, or if they had done something with it. Remaining serious, he asked the master if the guild members had ever mentioned where they got the potion from. The man said he heard that they had discovered a new type of secret realm, where one of them had gotten a recipe as a reward for a challenge. Duan said it was the first time he had heard of such a thing, and added that according to the rules, All secrets of the kingdom must be registered. Ningfeng was sure that as long as Shu Wei was fine, one could not worry. And the trial of the gods that Tang mentioned sounded really creepy. Suddenly, the system assigned him to take a test of the gods, the purpose of which was to use the power of the secret realm to himself. The kid realized that there was definitely something to this challenge, and was glad that the system had given him the task for the first time. He said he would not bid on the auction, but thanked the craftsman for his work, and the man said it was unnecessary. Tang Yitsai didn't expect that Mr. Ning would be interested in these experience potion bottles that were considered the best auction item. Duan said he would look for information about this secret realm, and the boss said he would go with him. Soon, the martial artist was sitting at his laptop and was dragging his mouse back and forth, scouring for information. He said that the hero still needed permission to enter, and remembered that he could use the ID that Mayor Zhang had given him. Ningfeng, who was sipping a soda, asked to let him watch, and the kid said it was already done. Looking at the laptop screen, the young man said the structure looked like a tower. The government has given the Azure Point Guild permission to govern itself, and you can't get in without its consent. Ningfeng took into account that if he didn't complete the task, he would be eliminated and decided that he had to think of another way. At the entrance to the secret realm of the ordeal, meanwhile, there were 2 guards standing at the entrance, whose purpose was not to let anyone in. The beige-jacketed young man was a little surprised, for it was late and the guards were still standing guard. He said that the guild published a lot of information about the secret realm to attract influential people, which helped him to study it better. The guards didn't see the kid at all, who realized that if he went in using his skills, they wouldn't be able to find him. With a sly smile and still with his hands in his pockets, he launched himself forward with a sharp start. As he flew past one of the guards, the boy made faces, confident that no one could see him. Then a high jump from the cliff was made to reach the entrance to the secret realm. Jumping into the portal, the daredevil triggered a loud explosion that was unplanned. At that moment, the young man was under a lot of stress, realizing that things had not gone at all according to plan. A powerful explosion threw the guards aside, and many stones scattered around the perimeter. Ningfeng managed to react in time to teleport straight to his home, and the guild leader was reported to the incident. The young man began to gradually climb out of the portal, although it was difficult, but he managed. After a couple minutes, his attempts failed, and he collapsed face down on the floor, feeling powerless. The dazed, very tense young man didn't understand at all what had just happened. As soon as the hero approached the entrance to the secret realm, a powerful energy burst out of him and completely destroyed his defensive shield. At that moment, he was thrown back by the blast wave, unable to resist it. The youngster had no idea what it even was, and the system warned that 3% damage had been taken. The total damage increased by another 3%, and the clapper didn't realize what kind of skill research this was. In the moment, there were dozens of times more such notifications, which was even more misleading. Guild members, meanwhile, were at the scene of the incident doing some investigation. One of them attempted to bring an unconscious guard to his senses with a healing ability. The fighter told the guild leader that the guardians were merely stunned, but their bodies were unharmed. One of the confused guards came to his senses and was puzzled to see the head in front of him. The stern head of the Azure Point Guild, Heishiu, asked his subordinate what had happened here. The guard said there was a sudden explosion at the entrance to the secret test realm, and he just passed out. Shuyu said that nothing like this had ever happened before, and assumed that there had been some kind of change within the kingdom. The healer standing behind continued to do this to check, and he agreed with her. Using magic, the concentrated girl raised to the sky and surrendered to perform the ritual. Everyone else stood behind and watched silently, not interfering with the professional working on an important case. Hishu knew that the realm had a seal that could record everything that happened, and one could use it to view the past. At that moment, the mage tried to turn back time to review the record of what had happened. The tense chapter shuddered at that instant, because something happened that no one had expected at all. The team saw the silhouette of a black creature that looked very powerful and posed a danger. A stately warrior with long red hair asked the insolent god of evil how he dared to invade his territory. The incredibly strong fighter used firepower to wipe out the enemy. The dark creature came under an attack that was impossible to resist at that very minute. The excited Hishu and his female companion were perplexed when they heard about the evil god coming. The warrior said that the god of evil had slipped away again, and added that he must find him as soon as possible, for he could let him destroy the world. The dumbfounded guild leader was sweating along with the others, because the destruction of the world frightened them. The black creature soon became an object of study for adventurers who fought evil. It was said at the meeting that according to the image recorded by the Azure Spear Guild, this was the first confirmation of the existence of gods. Liu Yingzhen, the head of the influential House Guild, added that one could reach the legendary level of the forbidden spell with god spells. Fang Zhou from the Guild of the Age recalled that Liu had reported that if one passed the test, one would be recognized and blessed by the gods. Hishu said that it was mentioned in the information of the secret realm, but they didn't expect the real god to appear. Yulinghua of Rising Dawn said that the problem was that even the forbidden spell level couldn't destroy the evil god. The head of the Full Moon Guild, Luo Yuanying, said that if this god intended to destroy the world, they would be able to stop him. Wangbo from the Foresight Guild asked if there could be a way to defeat God, for example, a forbidden level spell. The leader of the Flame Guild, Zhang Yanchuan, said that it could really work and suggested that he give it a try. Hishu knew that they had long since set their sights on passing through the secret realm and wanted to seize this opportunity for him to let them in. He said he didn't mind everyone being tested, but warned that the monsters inside were powerful and they wouldn't be able to handle it. Someone in the audience said they didn't have enough experience yet to attempt the test. Liu Yingzhen of the influential House Guild asked Lao Feng if he had any ideas. A frightening voice asked what ideas he might have, and if they weren't all capable enough. The man said they didn't call him back only then that something serious had happened. Evil Fengya said that his female disciple had informed him about the anomaly in the city, and they launched some investigation that yielded no results. Yingzhen felt ashamed and asked the former head of Lone Shadow to calm down, noting that his head was once again. Luo Yuanying didn't expect to see Feng after all. She had heard that he had submitted his resignation because the price of using the powers of darkness was getting higher. The head of the influential house asked if he could personally ask the Lao disciple to show this footage to the mysterious hero in Qingyu. This angered Feng Ye, but the old man said that the commendation for his disciple's martial merit would be approved soon. 2 cases of excellent wine were also promised, after which the fiery skeleton calmed down. Showing his true guise, the old man agreed to his companion's terms, though he remained very serious. Meanwhile, Ningfeng lay in his padded bed and familiarized himself with the system's notification. The system gave the hero a new assignment, calling it a small job. He realized that even though she was damaged, she didn't care at all. Last night, the young man was very scared and wondered if he had made a mistake at some stage. When he entered the living room, he saw Duan sitting with an unfamiliar man and woman who had come to visit. The elderly man asked if this was really the Ningfeng disciple he had heard so much about. The slightly perplexed young man said hello to the stranger, inquiring who he was. His buddy told him that it was Mr. Feng Ye, the former head of Lone Shadow, who was the director of the Adventurer Management. Next, the master's disciple, the acting head of the Lone Shadow in this province, Madame Sulan, was introduced. The shocked boy asked the elderly man if he was the Scarlet Flame Death God. Good old man Feng Ye laughed lightly and said that it wasn't worth noticing at all. The esteemed gentleman was involved in the development of many major startup mysteries, and among the idols of the youth was definitely in the top 3. The man said that he heard that Ningfeng was preparing to take the exams, and gave him 5 million crystals and 200 bottles of experience potion. The stunned kid couldn't believe that the government had instructed him to give him the whole 5 million crystals. He decided to ask the honorable gentleman and his assistant why they were here. The girl said that they would like to ask the mystery character to watch one video, and added that now is a great time to do so. Using the projector, she brought out a realistic picture of a powerful warrior, which was unexpected. The dumbfounded boy immediately felt goosebumps because he was the god of evil. Laughing in his mind, he said that he was an ordinary high school student, so he couldn't become an evil god. At that moment, the devil within him grew larger, and the young man himself wondered if he had purposely meant to deceive him. Trying not to panic, Ningfeng said in his mind that no one knows that he is the god of evil yet, so it is impossible to reveal to himself. Brave promised that he would send a video to the mysterious hero, and Feng Ye said that they would come back and wait for good news. He added that in case of need, the hero could contact Sulan directly, who held out her card to him. The young man remembered that the mistress had been in charge of the reception on the day he changed professions. Slapping his face lightly in thought, the kid said that now it wasn't surprising at all that they had discovered him so quickly. On the way, Feng Ye said that this guy was a calm person, and added that the position was that they should drag him into their ranks. The assistant asked the mentor if he thought Ningfeng was the mysterious hero that everyone was trumpeting about. The man said that since the youngster wanted them to think he was just an ordinary student, then he was really just a student, and it would be better for everyone. He added that the enemies were getting stronger, and they, as Hishu pointed out, could only dream of receiving the blessings of the gods for now. The protagonist, meanwhile, was sipping hot coffee, deep in personal reflection. The young man assumed that the research that had damaged the system yesterday was tracking his location. It shattered his absolute defense with a single blow, meaning that the enemy had also reached the forbidden spell level. The youngster prioritized 2 tasks, but restoring the system was the priority, for she needed it to hide from God's detection. Ningfeng must not forget to pass the test, because if he couldn't use the enemy's strength, it could become a threat to him. The guy asked Duan if Feng Ye had provided additional information, and he said yes. The structure of the realm resembled a multi-story tower, and the strength of the monsters within it is exceptional, and only he, Shiyu, had reached the 42nd floor. The hero still didn't really understand the mechanism of the kingdom, and wondered if he could delegate the task to someone else. He asked his buddy if he'd watched the video of Shiyu going through the levels, and the guy said he had. Feng asked Duan how many floors he thought he would pass through if he found himself in the realm. The martial artist estimated that he would be able to pass through about 35 floors of the tower. The brave man realized that the head surpassed his friend in strength, but only if An took part in the trial would he be at ease. The calculating young man wondered what if he prepared a special training session for his buddy. Feng Ye was shocked to learn that the mysterious hero wanted to send someone to the Azure Point Guild to take part in the trial. Sulan said that this was Duan's response to Duan, who had asked to use their training room, wanting to undergo intensive training. The man asked if it was correct that this guy hadn't reached the 5th transformation yet, and the assistant confirmed it. Scratching his beard, he said things were getting interesting now. And the nice lady didn't see what that was about. Feng Ye said that yesterday the heads of the 7 major guilds decided to challenge the realm of trials, but even Liu Yingjin failed. The stunned lady couldn't believe that even the strongest head in the country couldn't handle this task. Mr. Firehead said he was curious how far someone trained by the mysterious hero himself could go. Then he noticed that his head was on fire again, and the surprised assistant froze in place. The fiery flame was the price that the great master continuously paid through life. Concerned Sulan wondered if there was really no way to alleviate this. After a while, they were in the training hall where Ningfeng and his buddy had complained. A surprised Captain Zhou said that Qinyue had never had fighters with the 4th and 5th transformation before. At that moment, he remembered how he had thought the protagonist was helpless and unfit garbage at the very beginning of the journey. In his thoughts, the man said it was a very good thing he hadn't hurt the kid then, or it would have ended badly. Sulan explained that the room could simulate combat situations, but only members of the 4th transformation and above could use it. Duan handed her a flash drive with detailed information, and Ningfeng told Feng Ye that this was the first time she was here. The lady stuck the flash drive in and marveled at the accuracy of the information, and paid even more attention to the fact that Head Lu had only reached the 10th floor. The hero realized that the ruler had once visited this realm, so he just needed to extract all the information from memories. Lao Feng asked him if he minded if they were watching, and the young man replied that he was honored to receive their guidance. The humble old man said that leadership is too serious a word, for it is just training. A serious man asked if the mystery hero had ever mentioned whether the god of evil would really destroy the world. His words alarmed Sulan standing nearby, drops of sweat dripping down her face. Along with her mentor, she was expecting to hear at least something, but at first the young man answered nothing. Earlier, Damduan had asked the boss if the god of evil would destroy the world, but he didn't know that he was asking it directly to the god of evil himself. The hero realized that the buddy was one of their people, so just saying it wouldn't happen would be wrong, but he couldn't tell him everything. The gray-haired fighter replied to the old man that he had asked the boss the same question, and the answer was given in 6 words. Feng Ye was curious about what Shu Wei replied, and the tense Sulan did not take her eyes off the youngster. The kid replied that Ningfeng had assured him that as long as he was here, nothing like that would happen. The elderly man said with a smile. The answer was reserved and commanding, which confirmed the protagonist's style. The assistant said that the young man has incredible power, since they don't take the god of evil seriously. The boy himself admired his cleverness and was glad that he had been able to mislead everyone. Feng Ye shook hands with the esteemed Mr. Du, saying that the next trial belonged to him. It wasn't long before the young master was already heading into battle, while Ningfeng watched his actions along with his superiors. In the secret realm itself, meanwhile, a terrifying battle was taking place, and even the martial artist was thrown back by the monsters at first. The 3 massive behemoths began to viciously approach the kid, who had disturbed their peace. The confused Duan sat on the ground, realizing that the situation was a stalemate, but he did not give in to panic. He stared sternly into the eyes of the monsters, who pounced on him in an instant, eager to tear him apart. Experiencing pain in his joints, the fighting lad rose to his feet, shouting and raising his morale. The young man spread his legs wide, and despite the heaviness and pain, continued to stand firmly on the ground. An excited Ningfeng used the microphone to ask his buddy if he wanted to go out and take a break. Duan replied that he would take a break and try again, while realizing that this was the chance his boss had given him, and he couldn't let him down. Sulan said that these monsters had already exceeded the limits of the 4th transformation, and she would definitely not be able to pass this test. Feng Ye believed that the hero would be able to break through the martial power, allowing Anne to unleash even more power, which was comparable to the blessing of the gods. The young man realized that he had forgotten about human limits and realized that knowing weakness wouldn't help him if he couldn't even touch the monsters. The slightly anxious kid realized that if his buddy couldn't pass the test, he would end up having to pass it himself. With his limited combat experience, he could only rely on forbidden spells, but then the risk of exposure would be very high. The young man told management that he had to go because he needed to get ready for school, and they asked him to let them know if he needed help. Walking down the street, Ningfeng thought that it would be a good idea to get a powerful skill or equipment to equip Duan. He also needed to get pumped as fast as possible before school started again. At one point, the young man stopped and said in his mind that the best way to remain undetected was a scroll of flight. He asked the Yuanzheng Trading Exchange to help him purchase a batch, which should definitely be enough for a while. At the same minute, at an incredibly high speed, the kid flew upwards, enjoying the flight. After a short period of time, Ningfeng's foot stepped on the ground, where he very quickly moved away from the flight. The weather at that moment was sunny and pleasant, and the daredevil himself was in a quiet in the canyon. Not far from himself, the lad found a portal leading to a secret realm, which is exactly what he needed. The hero remembered that this was one of the two wild secret realms that Duan had talked about, and it was definitely not under the government's control right now. That said, there were traces of a recent battle lying on the ground, such as a broken, bloody sword. The brave man, without a backward thought, decided to enter the secret realm first, and then look at the circumstances. Unknown entities roamed the realm at the time, passing through a gorge where the bodies of fighters who were not lucky enough to survive lay around. One of the thugs asked the boss if he had seen that beam of light, to which the skeleton replied that it seemed to be a scroll of flight. The lady of the black robe asked with a slight smirk, wondering if this was another fool's attempt to destroy them. The monsters shouted that the humans were asking for death, and the boss said it was a good thing, because more sacrifices would be made to the demon lord. He added that thanks to the people, the Grand Master has accumulated enough strength, and today is the day of the coming of their simply honorable leader. The crowd cheered, and the devil-masked boss said that the day they had all been waiting for had finally arrived. Near one of the trees lay a fighter who had been brutally murdered, but was still doing good for the community. Somewhere hidden under the fighter's clothing was a recording device that was still broadcasting the signal. The girl listened to the recordings and wondered if the coming of the Overlord was not an invasion of the secret realm. She reported to the captain that the mutants said there would be an invasion today in a secret realm in the mountains, which sounded alarming. A worried fighter from the squad said the invasion would hit the nearest town of Changlin, and his fellow soldier asked the captain what they should do. The leader said that the entire 4th squad had been destroyed, and even if they went there, they wouldn't be able to stop the invasion. He realized that the monsters in the secret realm were terrifying, and the city's magic barrier would definitely not be able to stop them. The captain ordered everyone to return immediately and notify the authorities to evacuate immediately and evacuate as many people as possible. The man said they didn't have surveillance equipment so they could find out the exact time of the invasion and decided to stay here. A worried fighter asked how on earth they could leave him here alone, but the leader shouted firmly for them to leave quickly. The guys realized that they had no other choice and rushed away, leaving their comrade in arms alone. Left to himself, the leader looked up at the sky and wondered softly why all of this was today. At that moment, he decided to call the baby, realizing there were no guarantees he would stay alive. He said there might be a drill today and asked not to worry and added that he was busy at work so he wouldn't be able to talk. The man then ended the phone call, being very serious and fully aware of the situation. At the same minute, the son called again, and the father was not going to drop his call at all. The excited child said he didn't have time to say what he wanted to say, and the man asked what he wanted to say. The baby wished his daddy a happy birthday, which made the captain's heart squeeze, and tears involuntarily flowed from his eyes. One of the fighters in the pickup asked if it was true that the intense outbreak of the forces of darkness was a sign of the beginning of the invasion of the secret realm. The guy's heart was bleeding because he realized that the captain remained in the very epicenter of danger. Tears flowed from the eyes of the desperate leader who had something to lose, and he himself tried to stop them by clenching his jaw. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the secret realm, the powerful energy that the portal was endowed with was erupting. The monster, with a crowd of the same behind him, exclaimed that the great demon lord would bestow his favor upon them. In the most secret realm at that time, there was Ning Feng, who was wandering around in the secret realm without worrying about anything. He used the extreme frost skill, which caused an endless ice disaster, engulfing the world in a brutal cold. The hero was glad because he had pumped up to level 37 in one go and decided it was time to learn new skills. He then used the system's digital scoreboard, and after a couple minutes, he had already decided on the skill he needed. The energy at the entrance of the Dark Realm was getting darker and darker, meanwhile, posing a great danger. The crowd of mutants kneeled down and greeted the greatest demon lord. To a huge surprise, that very overlord turned out to be Ningfeng, who was lightly picking his nose. The kid who came out of the portal saw a whole crowd of mutants in front of him, which began to alarm him. Screaming in fear, he asked what was even going on here, his face even turning a little blue in the process. The knocked-out mutant leader asked where the demon lord was, and why some kid had shown up instead. As it turned out, the immediate overlord was frozen by the protagonist, who turned out to be many times stronger. The mutant realized that the young man didn't recognize them, meaning he was neither an incarnation of the demon lord nor any kind of guardian. He also considered that this guy might just be an opportunist who wanted to bring loyalty to the Lord, but was scared of the forces of darkness. The enraged monster called Ningfeng a child and asked if he had come here to swear allegiance to their leader. The boy replied no, and when asked what he was here for, said it was none of their business at all. Clenching his jaw, the mutant said that was very arrogant and asked if the kid knew who he was. It was Gujun, a wanted Class A criminal, whose hands had over 200 lives in blood. The rugged hero said that if he wanted to fight, let him fight, and if he didn't, let him fuck off. His words sounded insulting to the mutant, who called the daredevil an idiot, and said he was clearly looking for death. The rest of the crowd began to incite the commander to kill the youngster who dared to behave in such a manner. But suddenly they all trembled with fear, for suddenly it became dark all around. An unknown black creature appeared in front of them, laughing frighteningly, causing their opponents to tremble. The horrified crowd didn't realize what else this creature was, and some even begged for mercy. A terrified Ningfeng asked to be allowed to demonstrate the forbidden spell he had just discovered to them. It was a grief skill of violence that plunged the enemy into illusions, revealing weaknesses, and then applied merciless torment. The skill revealed a closed shoulder injury to Gujan, who froze in place and fell silent at that moment. Ningfeng was pleasantly surprised that the precious skill listed everything in such detail, and realized that he would be able to discover all of the enemy's weaknesses. The enraged mutant cried out in pain in an instant, for the blow had been delivered directly to his shoulder. The hero realized that, in the illusion, he would be able to attack the weaknesses of those trapped, like a devil playing with helpless prey. Although this debilitating skill was quite perverse, the young man believed that there was a use for it. The captain was in the mountains at the time, and reported by telephone that much time had passed, but there was no sign of an invasion here. He decided to go up and check it out, not fearing the unexpected, since he wouldn't be able to escape death anyway. The fearless man began to go forward without any doubts, believing he was doing the right thing. After a few minutes, his very loud scream was heard, because what he saw was horrifying. The shocked captain exclaimed that the wanted criminal Gu Rong and his subordinates had been completely defeated. On the ground lay the remains of the mutants that had been brutally dealt with by the cold-blooded Ningfeng. The fighters didn't understand what was going on in the secret realm, as 4 teams of adventurers died to track down the criminal. The captain said that it looked like an ice storm had hit the kingdom, for there weren't any animal monsters. The tense fighter asked what had become of the boss of the realm, and the comrade replied that he was going to check. The stunned man said that no one would have thought it, but the boss was frozen, something he didn't expect to see at all. A companion asked if the boss was dead, and the captain replied that there were no items or experience points, so it was. The bewildered kid asked how today's invasion was still happening if the leader of the monsters was dead. A bewildered man with sweat on his face approached the remains of the frozen lord to make sure of everything. Duan told the boss at that time that he was stuck at level 45 and his skills were not enough, for which he was very ashamed. Ningfeng said that he originally wanted him to understand the situation in the realm, and promised that he would arrange a special demonic training for him. The enthusiastic young man was glad that the hero was not disappointed in him, and he confirmed that he was. The gray-haired fighter asked his vis-a-vis what he would prefer for dinner, and said he would order right away. With slight surprise, the hero looked at the jubilant lad, who dutifully ran to place an order from the restaurant. Overjoyed, the young man decided that while the break lasted, he could play a little on his phone. He immediately logged into his favorite game and began to enjoy the process, briefly forgetting about time. But suddenly, the kid received a notice from Mr. Feng Ye, which even made him a little wary. The man wrote that if the youngster wants to get pumped, he can rely on him as he is a professional. The perplexed Ningfeng immediately assumed that the gentleman's account had been hacked. The message was nonsense. The old man assured that it was really him, and suggested that the boy play duo to prove it. The character said that Mr. Feng Ye may seem serious at first glance, but who would have thought that he had such a hobby? During the fight, the kid cheerfully said in voice chat that he didn't realize the Lord was so good at games. The man said he used to play with his grandson, who's the same age as the hero, but now he is busy preparing for entrance exams. The young man offered to play a threesome when he had the chance, and Feng Ye was only too happy to do so. The young man realized that if he could establish a relationship with Feng Ye, it could greatly help him in the future. After all, this was a person of high status. Then the old man said that 3 top unis were planning to organize a training camp for supernovae. Ningfeng realized that he had to face the gods in the future, and was afraid that without battle training, he might be at a disadvantage. He confidently exclaimed that he wanted to participate, and Feng Ye said he would save 2 seats so the guy could bring an acquaintance. The man then got up from the table and looked at his grandson's picture, saying softly that the boys had a lot in common. Looking at the cute boy in the photo, the gentleman said that maybe they could even become good friends. 3rd grade students in 7th grade at the school at the time were discussing the fact that universities had increased the requirements for combat specialties this year. The angry kid asked if it was true that they, the 3-star ones, were no different from the useless 2-star ones. At one point, a speaker that was mounted on the wall caught the students' attention. Chiwi, who had brought a new student, entered the classroom and asked the others to give her a warm welcome and get along with her. Everyone in the class froze in place from admiration, because in front of them stood an incredibly beautiful lady. The new disciple was the shy Chang Mukyu, whom Ning Feng and his companions had met earlier in the secret realm. The stunned kid immediately wondered if she was the only one they had trouble with in the secret realm. The astonished students didn't understand why a girl ranked 4th on the supernova list had come to such a small place. Suddenly, Chang Mukyu asked you standing next to the teacher if she could sit down with the hero, which was surprising. That said, there were no questions, and the teacher didn't object and let her sit down. The shy girl with flushed cheeks walked over to the table where a slightly perplexed kid was sitting. The other boys in the class were furious, not understanding why all the pretty girls liked Ning Feng. The girl sat silently and did not even look up, while the surprised hero continued to stare at her. Meanwhile, the principal asked Mr. Fan by what means he had poached Muxia from their school, but he replied that he knew nothing about it. The angry man said that not only did she leave, but she also took away the training camp spot, which will greatly affect their rankings. Fan, on the other hand, remembered that there were only 4 camp spots available this year, and 2 of them were at his school, and wondered if the extra spots would be given. What he found unsurprising was that Director Zhang had come all this way to accuse him, and now everything was clear. Suddenly, someone knocked on the principal's office, to which the 2 men immediately turned their attention. Blue-eyed Director Fan immediately asked the person who came in to enter so as not to keep him waiting. The guy with the glasses said the director wanted to see the people who couldn't get through to him. The man asked who it was and said he had a meeting with Director Zhang, so the phone is on mute. The 2 directors were dumbfounded when the kid said that Mr. Feng from the Adventure Management Bureau had come to visit. The elderly man said hello to the director and introduced himself, remaining completely serious and calm. Nervous Fan realized that the respected old man was the kind of personality that could only be seen on TV. Then, Feng Yi also introduced his blue-eyed grandson named Feng Rui to the principal, who was standing behind him. The tense school representative asked the gentleman what he could do to help him. The old man said he had 2 requests for him, then said his grandson would like to transfer to the school. The unexpected announcement shocked both directors again, who had not expected such a thing at all. Fang remembered that Feng Rui was ranked 12th on the supernova list, and also possessed the dark profession of a blood knight. Angry Zhang remembered that all the students on the list had a spot in the camp, which meant that there was another spot in Principal Fan's school. Feng Ye said that the Bureau had 2 spots in the training camp, and they would like to allocate them to the students of Fan's school, who rejoiced. His puzzled colleague wondered why the gentleman had chosen this particular school, not understanding what was so special about it. Director Fan told the angry man that he was quite busy right now and added that he wouldn't detain him any longer. Soon, Assistant Liu escorted Zhang out, while Feng Rui stayed in the study with his grandfather. The head of the school learned that places had been allocated for Ning Feng and asked if he could go to the camp if he had only recently awakened. The master said it was an order from the Bureau and asked not to ask questions, and Fan said cheerfully that they would cooperate. He didn't understand how the hero got involved with the Bureau after all. It was a body independent of the main guild and held high prestige. The boy himself, meanwhile, was sitting in class and suffering from boredom, listening to information that didn't interest him at all. Behind him sat an annoyingly laughing classmate, and on his right was the beautiful Chang Mu-kyu, who was smiling. The disgruntled protagonist asked how come the 3 of them ended up in his class. An overjoyed Shu-ting said that the school had contacted Zhao Cheng, but he refused, so the spot went to her. Chang looked sternly at the beautiful Wang Yui, who silently crunched her fingers without looking at her. Da Shu was happy to see Feng Rui, who he had heard a lot about, and the young man asked him to take care of Ningfeng and the others. Mutsu realized that she would have to work harder to earn her boss's respect, since she wasn't the only one attracted to his influence. In addition, the beauty prepared a gift, but it was hard to find an opportunity to give it, because there were a lot of people around the hero. The surprised classmates didn't understand why Ningfeng had such a good relationship with this group of supernovae. The hero himself smirked as he looked around and said in thought as the classroom became quite lively. But at the same time, he wondered what about Zhao Cheng's rejection, and whether no one had noticed his disappearance. In the stout kid's luxurious home, meanwhile, his father lay with no face on him. The servant said there was no news of the young gentleman yet, and asked if it was time to inform the police. The man said he had already appointed an experienced person to investigate it, and added that news would be coming soon. He asked how things were going at school, and the maid said he had requested a vacation for the kid, saying he needed to get extra training. The frowning father said that he would go to Zhao Cheng's room and asked him not to bother him with the tap. He then, stomping lightly, began to ascend the steps, deep in thought. Feeling heavy on his soul, the man reached forward with his palm to open the door leading to his son's room. In the room hung posters and pictures of Zhao Cheng, whom my father longed for very much. The man was very uneasy, but he went to the wall and began to look at the pictures of his smiling boy. He only had the option of touching the photograph with the palm of his hand, which he did not do. But as it turned out, it was a hidden mechanism that opened a passage to a secret room. The serious-looking gentleman began to enter the room at a slow pace without any hesitation. Ahead was a strange structure made of several long stones, in the center of which lay a blood-stained slab. Meanwhile, in the hands of the strength-filled Feng Rui was a pinkish-colored magic sphere. He told Ningfeng that he had gotten the skill book some time ago and asked to look at it, for it might be useful to him. The hero was surprised, for it was a summoning spell, and the summoner himself was a rare profession, so it was quite difficult to get the book. A visibly upset Chang Mukyu also held out a book to her boss and wanted to give it to her first, but her plans were spoiled. This surprised the guy even more, because it was a book on battle magic, which was also a rare profession, and books weren't easy to get hold of either. The hero couldn't study the skill books, because he went to the second wild realm to pump himself up before starting his studies. But he didn't expect something. At that moment, the system wrote to him that a team of 5 people was needed to enter the given realm and begin the trial. Because of the lack of information, the young man only wasted his time, but both skill books interested him. He smirked, thanking his classmates for their kindness, but said he had nothing to offer in return. Ningfeng suddenly took the 2 yellow spheres in his hands, and the newly minted companions looked at him in surprise. The hero said that there were 40 bottles of high-level experience potion here, and asked them to take half of each. Chang Mukyu had heard that it was an exclusive treasure of the Azure Guild, reserved for elite members. Feng Rui knew that the potion was very valuable at the auction and hard to get, and now the young man was giving away 40 bottles as if it was worthless. The fussy guys realized that they needed to hold tightly to a powerful person like the protagonist. Suddenly, Wang Yue told her childhood friend that she had a present for him too, and he said it wasn't worth it. The girl hid the gift behind her back and said that Brother Wei had made a new potion and asked her to pass it on. Then she did open her palm, which contained a bottle of the kid's new potion. He looked interestedly at an object he had not at all expected to see and was curious as to its effect. Soon the youngster returned home, where he told Duan that the students of the camp could set their own schedule, so he left early. The gray-haired fellow wondered if the boss had forgotten about the special demonic training he had mentioned earlier. Unexpectedly, Ningfeng took out a sphere containing a potion bottle from his pocket and said that he had brought it to a friend. He said that it was Shu Wei's new potion that could heal long-term internal wounds and asked him to drink it. The enthusiastic fighter said he really appreciated the boss's efforts, but the hero countered by saying he was doing it with no problem. Without any hesitation, the martial artist drank the new potion, waiting for the quickest effect. Duan said he feels warmth throughout his body, and the places where there was discomfort before are now more relaxed. Ningfeng was happy about the potion because last time he was attacked by a spell and left hidden wounds. But after 1 bottle, he was immediately healed. The hero said it was time for demonic training and asked the guy to follow his instructions, which he was willing to do. He also asked the fighter to be sure to tell him right away when he realizes he can't hold on anymore. Very serious at that moment, the gray-haired guy was fully prepared for the upcoming training session. His gaze was rapidly filling with rage, and blue markings appeared on some parts of his body. The young man asked the boss in front of him if it was true that recovery was the effect of the nutrient potion. Ningfeng said that he would start by listing his weaknesses and then give him training, to which Duan replied that he was waiting for his recommendations. The character said that the initial strength overload skill hurts the fighter's lungs and he also has the wrong combination of the two skills. The ash-haired young man was surprised by his boss's keen eyesight, which saw through all his problems. He then got into a fighting stance, and the main character suggested that he start a special training session. The fighter had his arms out to the sides first and was fully prepared for the attacks, and yet he wasn't the least bit nervous. The first thing he did was swing his sword, but the sharp blade of his opponent suddenly crept up from the rear. The tip of the cold weapon was aimed straight at the youngster's stomach, who missed the blow and fell. Ningfeng whether he could still hold on, and Duan tried to catch his breath and said that he could hold on. Thanks to the mutants, the hero is very familiar with the application of the skill, so he can prevent any injuries, friend. The gray-haired kid realized that in this world, the boss might be the only one who could help him become a better man. After that, he got back into his fighting stance and asked to try again, being absolutely ready. A terrifying demon with red eyes and sharp teeth was soon released onto the training ground. The cold-blooded fighter with ash-colored hair grasped the hilt of his sword tighter, preparing to attack his opponent. The monster delivered the first rumbling blow, from which Duanyu managed to deftly bounce aside. The fierce martial artist found himself behind enemy lines, where he was about to strike a surprise blow. Showing not an ounce of mercy, the youngster stuck the blade straight into the beast's back, holding it inside for several seconds. The creature then screamed at the top of its voice, experiencing unbearable pain that burned through its back. The emotionless Duan silently jumped to the ground, leaving the monster to agonizingly bleed out. Smiling, the ash-haired guy asked to move on to the next level, eager to fight. The astonished Sulan said that there was no next level. The monster data sent to them was all they had. The exhausted fighter suddenly gaped, letting out a puff of smoke from his mouth that spoke of his extreme fatigue. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground with a clatter, relishing the opportunity to get some rest. The sweat-bleeding Duan almost started crying with joy and asked his boss if he had succeeded. The dumbfounded Feng Ye felt that the Bureau had an obligation to build a good relationship with the mysterious hero who had trained the fighter so well. Suddenly, his head was once again on fire, which was very annoying to the older man at times. Sulan was worried about his health, but Mentor said that reaching his age as a mutant was already good luck. Concerned woman realized he was already thinking about passing on his legacy when she sent her grandson to school. With anxiety in her heart, the lady asked the Lord if there was any way to reduce the price of the forces of darkness. When Feng Ye heard the question, he did not give any answer at first, but it became a reason for him to think. The man offered to discuss it later, and said that he needed to send Duan to the secret realm of trial first. In the Azure Point Guild, meanwhile, several people had gathered in the Azure Point Guild and were going to discuss important matters. Feng Ye, who had brought an ash-haired martial artist behind him, had also arrived at the territory. Liu Yingjin of the influential House Guild said hello to the guy, with the family heads of influential guilds standing with him. Emotionless, Du realized that the appearance of the gods had alarmed them, for in the past, even a master couldn't put together. He knew that the only one who was calm before the gods was Ningfeng, which was exactly why he deserved to be the boss. He didn't understand why he would give a grand salute to a 4th transformation fighter when he had already reached the 5th transformation. It annoyed him that old foxes from other chapters were using his secret realm to suck up to him and came running in to make connections. The guild heads began to approach the portal leading to the secret realm, looking at it with particular interest. Hishu hoped that Duan would let them admire his strength and launch a live broadcast through the secret realm's seal. The emotionless fighter said he was fine with that, and yet his tone of speech was very quiet and calm. He also kept up and started videotaping on his cell phone, which was attached to a tripod. The heads of the guild family were stunned when they saw the device that was flashing to take pictures of them at that moment. They wondered if they should take the opportunity to appear on camera to meet the mysterious hero. The relaxed Ning Feng, meanwhile, was in the villa and was watching TV channels on the plasma TV while eating chips. Turning his attention to the notification, the young man realized that a broadcast was starting, the speed of which was quite fast. The stern-looking Duan, meanwhile, was as focused as possible and was showing off his skills to the heads. A shocked Liu Yingjin said that the guy's speed was several times faster than himself. Without slowing down for a second, the brave fighter advanced, which led him to the 40th floor very soon. He didn't stop there, and within minutes, he was on the 50th floor, which amazed all observers. The dumbfounded He Shiu exclaimed that the youngster had already gone beyond the level that Head Liu was able to reach. Suddenly, the fearless fighter was confronted by a huge monster that was showing its aggression with its face. The obstacle in the form of the boss did not frighten the brave man at all, who was ready to fight to the last drop of blood. Less than a minute later, the bloodthirsty big guy was lying on the ground, showing no signs of life. With their mouths open, the guild heads present watched this and couldn't believe that the young man had actually pulled it off. At that moment, Duan himself had an emotion of surprise on his face because something that was new to him had appeared. A bright yellow light appeared before him, its rays falling pleasantly on a face stained with the blood of his enemy. As a reward for successfully completing the test, the martial artist received the forbidden spell of the gods. This stunned Liu Yingjun, who couldn't believe that acknowledging and blessing the gods was a forbidden spell. The angry Hishu clenched his jaw, saying in his mind that this was his secret realm, and the reward of the first pass should rightfully be his. The system, meanwhile, was conducting a final scan on Duan, who remained as serious as possible. He was very surprised when she wrote that his profession was not perfect enough to learn a forbidden spell. Ningfeng recalled that, in the ruler's memories, it had once been said that the professions in their world had not yet reached their optimal form. The hero wondered if it was impossible to get the award, and the system wrote that it had been replaced by a divine emblem. This surprised the gray-haired fellow even more, who stood still and didn't even say anything. The system wrote that he had 3 different career paths and asked him to choose a developmental direction. Without thinking long, Duan selected the sword icon on the touchpad that suited him best. The path of the Holy Martial Spirit Sword spoke of a strong warrior who controlled the sword with chi and was very decisive in battle. There was also the way of the former martial saint, who never relied on extraneous objects. Finally, the last path was the immortal warrior, who was a master of using various weapons to defeat enemies. The guy decided that he should choose the Holy Warrior Spirit Sword since his weapon of choice was a dagger. At the same minute, the system granted him a gold-colored emblem that was of considerable value. The compressed chi emblem possessed an orange quality and permanently increased one's strength, stamina, and recovery speed. The system wrote that the emblem consists of compressed divine power and contains the basic rules today. An alarmed Zhang Yanchuan noticed something strange in the sky and asked his colleagues to pay attention to it. Bright yellow rays appeared in the sky, which spoke of something, but no one could understand it at that moment. Suddenly, the system wrote that the trial of the gods had been completed, for which 1 point was added to the world level. Even ordinary civilians took notice of the digital signage in the sky, something that had never been seen before. The stunned crowd of people began taking pictures of the words that just appeared out of nowhere in the sky. The emotionless Ningfeng was at home at that moment, watching from the window. As a task, the system told you to take the secret realm test and use its power for yourself, but soon wrote that it was completed. The dumbfounded Liu Yingjun could believe it, and Fang Zhou learned that people in other places had also seen the message. The anxious crowd saw that Mr. Duan, who everyone had been waiting for, had come out of the portal. The guild heads were anxiously awaiting the ash-haired fighter they wanted to congratulate on their victory. Head Lu assumed that the guy's strength exceeded the limitation of the 4th transformation, and that the entire world system would be overturned. The guild representatives immediately began to offer the capable fighter to join them, guaranteeing a favorable offer. The shy young man said that he wasn't considering joining the guild right now and apologized. He soon returned home and told the boss that he had not disappointed him, and a pleased Ningfeng said, so the youngster's efforts played a significant role. They then sat down at a table where the main character said he couldn't get a proper look at something important on his phone. He drew the divine emblem and asked if it looked like this, and Duan said that the shape was the same, but the patterns were different. The surprised kid asked if the boss knew about these emblems, and he replied that he had gotten one while going through the dungeon and gave it to Wang Yue. It sounded overwhelming to the young master, who admired his mentor more and more. At the same time, and understood that with his efforts, he was still far from a boss who gave away divine artifacts so easily. Ningfeng wondered if, because he also had divine power, he could create emblems in ordinary realms. He was also worried about whether it was possible that he would face threats from all 12 major gods. The gray-haired kid said that the 7 major guilds had begun to seek more secret realms to obtain the divine emblem. The hero realized that while he could control the person undergoing the test, he could use his power for his own purposes. He considered the emblem a small problem, for far more important was the fact that someone could get a forbidden spell after passing the test. The guy realized that if it fell into enemy hands, it would become a threat to him, and if the gods revealed its existence, there would be more trouble. The young man wondered if it could be made so that only his men would be tested, and realized that it would not be easy to achieve such a thing. Suddenly, Duan said that he wasn't sure if he had done the right thing, and Ningfeng didn't know what he was talking about. The young fighter began to reminisce the moment he was in the Azure Spearhead Guild with the heads. Hishu said that according to the contract, the Lord's rewards that he received in the secret realm should be returned to the guild. The kid apologized and then said that he had already absorbed the divine emblem and held out the remaining items. Out of rage, the guild leader shouted that he would either give up the emblem or he would not leave this place. In fact, the calm man didn't say it, though he really wanted to, but he couldn't get over himself. The other chapters were shocked to see orange-quality items and high-quality stones in the fighter's hand. But the most important valuable attribute was the recipe for the forgetfulness potion that Shiyu had gotten. A potion could erase a skill, making its slot available, and possessing one meant having more choices. The head understood that if they monopolized the two potions, the Azure Guild would attract more powerful individuals. The man asked Duan to keep the prescription confidential and not to disclose it to others, which the contract required. The young man said he had seen this recipe before from his boss, and it was exactly the same. The dumbfounded heads couldn't believe it, and the youngster said that even if he didn't reveal the recipe, the boss would be able to make this potion. Evil. Hishu said that they investigated and found out that everyone dialed the first walk as unique. He asked if the proof that the mysterious hero already had the recipe on file, but the kid didn't say anything. The wily man realized the fighter had nothing to say and was sure no one could take what was his. The gray-haired man said he had no authority to prove anything for the boss, but he had something to say about proof. Hishu was knocked out when he heard that the hero also knew the recipe for their high-grade experience potion and was already preparing it. The bewildered guild leader shrieked, asking how this was possible if the recipe was confidential. His tense associates were surprised that the mysterious hero knew what was inside the secret realm of trial. Suddenly, Liu Yingzhen turned his attention to the smiling Feng Ye, which angered him at that moment. The man asked the old man what he was laughing about, and he said he remembered something funny, but what was none of their business. The exasperated head of the powerful house called him an old idiot, barely containing his anger, but the gentleman only grinned back. Feng Ye was convinced that transferring Feng Rui to another school was a good idea. After all, he was now with Ning Feng, who took few people seriously. Duan said that if that was all, he should go, and the elderly gentleman said that he would come back with him. After that, they silently and quietly began to leave, while the heads of the 7 major guilds looked at their backs. On the way, the old man asked if the mysterious hero had any other potions, saying that his body was affected by the power of darkness and was being destroyed more and more every day. He also added that he would like to live a couple more years, to spend more time with his beloved grandson. The polite young man said that he could clarify for him, and Feng Ye saluted, saying that he really appreciated it. At home, the guy told his boss that he shouldn't have taken it on his own, but Ning Feng said he didn't do anything wrong. The hero decided he would help the Lord if he could, only he wasn't sure if some sort of nourishing potion would help him. He asked his buddy to find the time to take Feng Ye a couple bottles of nutrient potion to try out. The potion was handed over to Sulan because the Lord was not in attendance, but soon, she went to his grandson's home to give it to him. The surprised lady wondered if Feng Rui was not at home. After all, he had just arrived in the city and was not yet familiar with it. She decided not to waste any time and realized she would have to come back tomorrow to give the potion. But as soon as the woman left, strange sounds and exclamations began to come from behind the wooden door. In the center of the room, Feng Ye's grandson sat clutching his head, who was experiencing excruciating headaches. The voice in his head was telling the guy that it could help save his grandfather once he obeyed it. Feng Rui said that he was the grandson of a powerful lord and could not betray humanity by making a deal with a demon. The demon said that when his grandfather died in front of him, they would still see if he would speak as well. A short time later, the young man who had survived the horror was sitting on a sports field where he was thinking about everyday life. There was no face on it and no mood, for the young man was on a huge spread. Ning Feng suddenly came in and asked his friend if it was true that he wasn't feeling well. A smiling buddy with a positive attitude suggested we play a couple games to lift our spirits. The kid, however, refused, making the excuse that his grandfather wouldn't let him play at school. The hero didn't insist and said that they would play a few rounds together when Mr. Feng Ye returned. A saddened Feng Rui said that Grandpa had only learned to play for his sake, and his friend didn't understand what was wrong with his mood. The young man began to tell me that when he was a child, his parents were killed on a mission, after which he became a shut-in. Grandpa didn't know how to comfort him and remember that he used to love playing competitive games, so he secretly learned how to play them. The youngster also added that during his toughest times, it was his grandfather who was always there for him and helped him come to his senses. He then laughed, apologizing to Ning Feng for dumping his personal problems on him so suddenly. In the meantime, an important meeting was being held in one of the city offices to discuss pressing problems. On the board was Peng He, who was arrested for intentional injury in the secret realm. The second was Gu Ying, a mutant under surveillance who had mysteriously disappeared from his home 5 years ago. A few days ago, the two suddenly appeared in the neighborhood of Peng He's house, then killed the two adventurers and their families. Bureau members say told Fengye that the two people killed were adventurers from the team that had once captured Peng, and it was revenge. The colleague, however, said that the documents said that the adventurers were experts of the fourth transformation, so they couldn't lose. Another expert said one of the cameras in the house recorded the battle between the adventurers and the criminals. The video showed a fighter with a huge sword, as well as a black silhouette holding a dagger. At that moment, the fierce and thirsty Gu Ying dodged the adventurer's strike, not being frightened by it at all. He couldn't wait to strike, so he swung at his opponent with a sharp motion. His eyes were red at that moment, and the dagger strike was precisely struck into the adventurer's chest. The video clips were dazzling to members of the Bureau of Investigation because the actions were unusual. Several swings of the blade were great-like, resulting in the fighter being mortally wounded. One of the puzzled Bureau members said that Gu Ying had powers beyond the fourth transformation level. Fengye said that he would have lost to him too, and wondered what this guy had gone through during those years of absence. In the middle of one of the rooms of Zhao Cheng's house stood his frowning father, who was constantly thinking about his disappeared son. There were drops of sweat running down the nervous man's face, and he was very serious and even somewhat intimidating. He then opened the front door, behind which stood Gu Ying and Peng He, who had earlier committed the murders. The customer told the criminals they had done a good job and asked if they had found anything. The big blonde man told Boss Zhao that they hadn't discovered his son's location. But there was still something. With a serious face, Peng He said that while they were looking for the guy, he felt an incredibly powerful force of darkness. The worried boss didn't understand any of this at all, and asked what it all meant. The mercenary said that low-level chosen ones can only use the powers of darkness with the demon lord's blessing. He cited the blue-haired guy who had recently died in Qingyu as an example, and said that the big guy was just a pawn of the Lord. With a smirk on your face, Peng, you said that true chosen ones like them are summoned and trained personally by the rulers. What Ambal meant was that they had disappeared from the outside world and trained in the secret realm for a long time, and Gu Ying supported him with a smirk. The blonde man said that Zhao Cheng's situation was similar, and believed that he too had gotten the opportunity to train in the secret realm. The worried father only knew that his son was performing some kind of ritual, and asked if Peng He's words could be related to that. The thug said that the room the youngster used for the ritual and its location was correct, so it all added up. The enthusiastic man asked what those idiots in Wang's group would be able to do to compete with him in the future. The mercenary held out the paper asking Boss Zhao to send a car to take them to the place indicated on it after dinner. The customer asked if they were really looking for someone, and Peng He confirmed it without any hesitation. Along with his sidekick, Gu Ying, he grinned frighteningly and said that they were looking for a future disciple. At the funeral of Feng Rui's parents, Fengye was told that his son and daughter-in-law sacrificed their lives to close the passage to the realm. Thanks to them, an entire city escaped disaster, and sincere thanks and deep condolences were expressed on behalf of all citizens. All of this was clearly remembered by Feng Rui, who was currently standing by the window and looking at the starry sky. Suddenly, someone knocked on the boy's door, and he immediately asked who had come to see him at such a late hour. The big men behind the door were Peng He and Gu Ying, who were criminals and wanted men. The huge blonde man asked the youngster if it was true that his name was Feng Rui, and he confirmed it without any hesitation. After these words, the bulky man pointed his finger at the room and suggested that we talk inside so as not to make anything public. The angry boy asked who they were, because they seemed strange to him and gave off an aura of danger. With a smirk, Peng He said that they were here on master's errand and asked to call them elder brothers from now on. The big man asked if it was right that the clapper was supposed to meet last night's host, and he was very alarmed. The maximally tense Feng Rui very quickly realized that these people had complained from the demon that had threatened him earlier. The marshal boy immediately grabbed his sword and came to full alert, swinging it. This only brought a smile to the face of the bulky man, who abruptly cupped his face with a hefty palm. After that, the ruthless fighter typed the youngster into the wall, destroying it to clarify something. He asked how the little brat dared to attack his older brother, and added that it was incredibly rude. The enraged Feng Rui shouted and called them idiots, longing to destroy both of them at that moment. For those words, Peng He grabbed his face again, about to stamp him into the wall to clarify that it was not a good idea to communicate with them like that. The terrified young man began to cough up blood, and his opponent showed him no mercy. The blonde said that according to his master, the youngster wasn't particularly bright, and so he asked for help convincing him. Ambal said that the master has high hopes for the boy, and plans to give him great power and even save his family. All he had to do was nod, and he could become the strongest. but the unruly Feng Rui said that they could only dream. Gu Ying told his brother that Mr. Feng was not at home, and Peng Hu said it was a pity, for he wanted to greet the old man. The tormented young man asked not to touch his grandfather, but the bandits didn't care about his requests. In an instant, the big man let go of the suspended boy, who immediately collapsed to the floor. Peng He said that the old man's life was in his hands and gave him 3 days to think about it, saying that if he agreed to become a disciple, everything would be fine. Then he added that if the kid refused, the day of his beloved grandfather's death would come in 3 days. The scumbag turned his attention to the picture hanging on the wall, which showed a happy Feng Rui with Feng Ye. Blondin said he thought this picture would make a great photo for the old man's memorial. Ning Feng, meanwhile, was in the wild tribe of the secret realm, where he was fighting one of the monsters. He had a magic staff in his left hand and a steel sword in his right hand, which was used to strike. The protagonist used magic to fight a powerful opponent who acted persistently. Perseverance at that point had no effect, and the monster was simply blasted with the ability. The young man hasn't found a suitable place to pump, so for now he can only accumulate experience in the usual secret realms. He realized that if things continued like this, he would have to defend the nearest secret realm to complete the mission. There was a sudden loud phone call in the lad's white slip, which was suddenly answered. It was Duan who told the boss that Mr. Feng Ye had asked to ask him something. Ning Feng noticed that his buddy's voice was somehow hesitant and wondered if this was something complicated. The gray-haired fighter said that the honorable gentleman wanted to become a disciple of the mysterious hero. After a while, the protagonist paid a hospital visit to Feng Rui, who was very grateful to him for it. The young man asked his buddy how he was feeling and if he was on the mend at all. The blue-eyed kid said the body was fine, but they needed to check if the power of darkness was out of control. Feng Ye said at the time that Peng He and Gu Ying are very dangerous, and added that the Bureau is very concerned about the matter, but no solution has been found yet. The man said asking the hero for help was his last hope, and surprisingly he agreed. Duan said that the boss said it was not personal training, but an opportunity to help him train because he prefers a peaceful life. The hero's requirement was an independent space for training, and Feng Ye promised that he would give a satisfactory answer very soon. Suddenly, they noticed someone's loud screaming coming from nearby. The master, along with the gray-haired youth, immediately rushed to Feng Rui's chamber because the scream was coming from there. The angered guy asked the scum Peng He and Gu Ying who came with the fruit why they came here. The blonde man said the youngster had been hospitalized because of his rudeness, and so he felt guilty and decided to visit. At that moment, an angry Mr. Feng Ye entered the room, who was very angry at the insolent people. The man's head once again lit up with bright flames from anger, and he wanted to destroy the bandits. A smirking Peng He asked the Lord if it was true that he didn't want to fight him in a place like this. At that moment, his words slightly discouraged the old man, who didn't drop a word in response. The thug said that they had to go and reminded Feng Rui that he only had 2 days to think about it. The burning gentleman still remained silent, and the chip-eating Gu Ying walked past him. That same minute, the scum left the chamber with martial arts master Duan standing at the entrance. One of the brazen underdogs allowed himself to spit right on the sweater of a guy who wasn't even getting into their squabble. This bastard was Gu Ying's chip eater, and the restrained fighter looked on emotionlessly. The young man realized that there was no point in messing with ignoramuses for whom absolutely nothing was sacred. Mr. Feng Ye asked him to apologize for the incident, but the young man said that it wasn't his fault at all. Meanwhile, the positive Ning Feng asked if they wanted fruit, after which Feng Rui looked at them. The protagonist said the fruit looked pretty fresh, and letting it go to waste was a shame. Late at night, Peng He and his sidekick Gu Ying were having fun with their friends at the villa. They were having a nice time with the lovely ladies who brightened their evening with their beauty. The blond man ran his tongue over his teeth and said that he had heard that the Wang family's daughter was quite cute. Zhao Cheng's father said that his son wanted to use Wang Yue as an offering, and added that if the Ambo was interested in her, he could take her away. At that moment, the bulky man laughed loudly, but suddenly, there was a powerful explosion in the room. The thick smoke dissipated very quickly, and Ning Feng and Duan came out of it, with blue digital masks on their faces. The homeowner immediately jumped up from the couch and asked the strangers who stepped onto his property who they were. The emotionless gray-haired fighter ordered everyone except Peng He and Gu Ying to leave immediately. The blonde looked at his comrade with a smirk, saying that they were really coming for them, though he didn't take his opponents seriously. After these words, he took a sip of the alcoholic beverage absolutely calmly, giving his buddy a chance to prove himself. Gu Ying rushed to attack the incoming kid who dared to disturb their fun time. But at the very last moment before striking, he was slightly blinded by a bright blue light. The cold-blooded Duan didn't chicken out at all, and used his steel sword to counterattack his opponent. At the last moment, he managed to block a punch from his opponent, who was fully confident in his abilities. The bewildered Gu Ying had no idea how some pathetic boy had managed to do this. The guy, however, realized that if it wasn't for the boss's special training and the blessing of the gods, this bastard would have killed him instantly. In turn, the tense criminal could not believe that his attack had been blocked. He realized that Duan only needed to block him for a second, so that the mage behind him could seize the opportunity and attack. The blue-eyed bandit wondered if they thought to defeat him with such tactics. Guing then noticed that one of the attackers had suddenly settled on a bar stool. It was Ningfeng, who sat down on a chair as if nothing had happened and watched the scene. The boy then opened a yellow packet of melon seeds to make it more pleasant to enjoy the process. He started eating the seeds without a backward thought, which dumbfounded the criminal who didn't understand this nonsense. At that moment, the opportunity was seized by Duan, who caught his opponent off guard and pushed back with a kick to the chest. The armor-clad bastard looked at his opponent with a brutal gaze that he longed for revenge. With a sharp start, the bandit tore the present in place of the kid who was going to pay for everything. Once again, the fearless fighter used the hold and blocked the attacker's attack. The master of the house and the girls standing near him watched in awe at the spectacular fight between the two powerful fighters. The excited girls were afraid to stay where they were, but they were also quite scared to leave. Boss Zhao in turn looked at Peng He standing nearby, who for some reason wasn't getting into the fight. The big man's face was very serious and wreathed with coldness, and he finally decided to join the game. With sword in hand, the cold-blooded thug headed towards Ningfeng, who said that the melon seeds were not remotely bad. At the same moment, his opponent swung his sword sharply, but the nimble kid dodged without any problems. He was ready to fight back and immediately parried the attack with his sword, which he wielded just as well. This was followed by a whole series of clinking blades that converged more and more often. At that moment, only Peng He's silhouette was visible, as he held a huge cold blade in his hands. Ambo put on steel armor from the secret realm that gave him incredible protection. Determined to fight, Ningfeng held a staff and sword, which were the key to success during battle. The opponent was wary because he realized that the youngster possessed battle magic, but he didn't understand how a mage could be so powerful. At that moment, the protagonist attacked him with the merciless slaughter skill, but didn't wound him. Another more powerful blow followed, but the bulky man managed to bounce aside. It didn't take long for another attack to hit, confusing the blond man who didn't understand much. A few seconds later, another blow was thrown, which Peng He managed to defend against with his sword. Ningfeng's technique didn't particularly impress the fighter, and it seemed as if he was a mere amateur with almost no experience. Soon, an epiphany struck the ambassador, and he realized that the hero was doing this deliberately and was pursuing some sort of agenda. After that, the blonde rushed into the attack, feeling incredibly furious and eager to finish off his opponent. The protagonist was not confused at all and gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, waiting for the right moment. After blocking the attack, he swung his sword sharply, wounding his furious opponent in the arm. Experiencing even more anger, Peng He shouted loudly as he tried to throw a punch, but it was blocked again. The blades came together again and their clash was loud, and Ningfeng, unlike his opponent, remained cool-headed. With an intimidating glint in his eyes and a sly smirk, the fighter looked into the eyes of the blond man, who was alarmed. In an instant, the tip of the blade was right at the bulky man's throat, and panic slowly began to take over his mind. After that, there was a small explosion that completely confused the Ambo, who froze in place. The hero was not going to stop and rushed to finish the bastard, holding his sword with only one hand. The nervous Peng, he knew that something was wrong here, for while they were fighting, the kid was getting stronger and stronger. The young man wanted to finish his opponent, but at one point, with a dropkick, asked him to wait. The emotionless Ningfeng looked directly into the eyes of his vis-a-vis, who was characterized by tension. The thug said they could sit down and talk things over. After all, they are both strong, so fighting to the death and no need to. But the unsubmissive kid immediately rejected his offer, saying that his goal was to kill Peng He and survive himself. Furious, the blonde asked him not to be so arrogant, saying that in his master's eyes the young man was nothing but a worthless ant. After pondering a bit, the kid asked if it was true that his master was the demon lord of the secret realm, and the villain confirmed it. He began to tell me that his master's power was beyond what ordinary humans could imagine. Peng He added that the lord's greatest pleasure was making exquisite jewelry from the remains of powerful enemies. Ningfeng asked if it was true that his master had destroyed a lot of demon lords and liked to collect their remains, and the Ambo said that it was. With a sly smile, the young fighter asked the bewildered man where his bloody master was now. Sulan said witnesses identified Peng He and Gu Ying, who fought in the battle on the top floor from the photo. A very serious thing, you use the magic ball to make sure of everything. It was a research spell that the Lord had sent to the highest floor for reconnaissance. Soon, the sphere rose to the correct floor, and the old man only had to concentrate to see the picture. The man closed his eyes, and a picture became available to him, and he began to scrutinize the living room. After just a few seconds, he had already noticed an enraged Peng He, who was swinging his sword in different directions. Feng Ye verified that it was indeed a blond man, and said that he seemed to be having a hard time. He also said that the other masked man with his magical energy seemed to be using some form of cloaking technique. The blond man, blue with nerves, froze in place, waiting for his opponent's further actions, and not knowing if he could resist them. The fearless Ningfeng rushed to attack, and all of his properties were increased by 20% at that moment. A powerful blow was delivered, but the tense opponent reacted in time and set his sword up to block it. The hero continued to pinch the scum, and all of his properties crossed the 60% mark. Feng Ye was curious where such a powerful person whose skills were enough to suppress enemies came from. Suddenly, Peng He reincarnated into a huge monster that opened its huge mouth wide. The monster suddenly gulped at his opponent, showing the seriousness and determination of his intentions. In place of the pathetic blonde was now a big black monster with long hair. Peng He couldn't believe that he was forced to use this, and said that he would now have to suffer the consequences of this move. The anxious Feng Ye, whose forehead had turned slightly blue, didn't understand at all what the hell was going on in the living room. Meanwhile, the experienced fighter Duan continued to fight the scoundrel Gu Ying, who was as strong as him. Grinning evilly, the criminal told the guy that his partner had been swallowed up and asked if it would bother him. The gray-haired fighter didn't blink an eye, confidently saying that he had no need to worry about the boss. After that, he wounded his opponent right in the chest with his mighty blade, and he froze in place while being puzzled. The cold-blooded young man told the bandit that he didn't need to worry about the protagonist either. Feeling the flowing blood, the blue-robed Gu Ying cried out loudly in pain, and his eyelids began to darken. The wary monster heard his comrade's screams and paid attention, but didn't realize anything at first. Housemaster Zhao shouted happily that Peng He was very outstanding, and these petty lowlifes were no match for him. But suddenly, the enraged monster attacked the man, who was in a moment split in two and robbed of his life. Clenching his jaw viciously, the bulky man called the dead man a pathetic lowlife he didn't give a damn about. The creature then began to move forward across the room, about to do much horror, for it had transformed for a reason. The thug looked at the orb looming outside the window and said he could gobble up a couple more formidable opponents. The maximally tense Mr. Feng Ye blushed at that moment and told the companions that they had been exposed. The bloodthirsty monster laughed loudly, blowing red rays from its eyes to trigger an explosion. At the same minute, there was a powerful explosion, but the monster did not rejoice but froze in place. As it turned out, his belly was blown up and Ningfeng came out of it unharmed. The main character remained completely calm and composed, and to those around him, it was stunning. The young man said that it took a very long time to get out of the monster's body and admitted that he was still too unfamiliar with real combat. At the same time, Peng He's life was rapidly fading away with every passing second, and there was no longer any chance for him to survive. The tense Guying was horrified to see their big brother dying in front of their eyes. The criminal was about to rush to his accomplice's aid, but suddenly, a blade was thrust into him from behind. Behind stood the cold-blooded and restrained Duan, who prevented his opponent from rushing out. The terrified girls rushed away because they had already seen some scary things. Ningfeng squatted down beside the dying Guying and asked him to flounder for now. The hero asked the bleeding criminal to answer his questions, which alerted him even more. A lord in the Blood Mist Valley secret realm reported that an ill-wisher had been detected at the entrance. Monster's orders told him to tell everyone to retreat, assuming the enemy had come here for him. He said that Peng He and Gu Ying's spirit vessels were destroyed, and before he died, Ying activated the spirit vessel. But now, they are both dead. Ningfeng asked the criminal at that time where his master was, and he replied that the lord was in a secret realm in the Blood Mist Valley. The master told his subordinate that the enemy had managed to kill his students, so he would personally take care of him. He realized that only special races like humans could raise the level on their own and provide it with sacrifices. The lord then began to prepare himself emotionally for what would be a very difficult battle. The monster took out a relic in the form of a skeleton head that was of incredible value to him. Years ago, when he was an ordinary lord, he came across this advanced relic that gave power and taught him how to control people. The owner had used it to defeat his enemies and make them trophies many times and was sure this one would be another trophy. He then lifted the skeleton's precious head upwards, filling with power that shimmered in his hands. For a while longer, the monster stood still and gained strength, preparing for a mighty fight. Ningfeng at that moment wondered what this secret realm filled with a cloying fog was and didn't see where to go. In addition, The hero had not yet met a single monster and did not understand what real combat could be talked about. The system notified that the final relic had been located, which pleased the kid. Relying on the aura traces, he clearly marked the direction and began to move swiftly along it. After just a few seconds, the kid exclaimed that the black statue had the final relic he needed in his hand. He immediately used a magic spell to attract the desired trophy to himself. The youngster said that apparently there was only one relic here, and wondered what about the actual number promised. Soon, all properties were improved by 100 points, and now even without using skills, the 7th level could trample adventurers. The joyful protagonist had surpassed level 40, and now had the opportunity to learn new skills. Without wasting any time, he summoned a thick skill book to familiarize himself with the information. The boy wondered if a forbidden summoning spell could spawn something like a great demon lord. Not burdening himself with unnecessary thoughts, he decided to learn the skill first and then already look at the circumstances. After just a few seconds, Ningfeng exclaimed that it was 4 and added that he knew it would be completely useless. He then said that the 2 bandits were incredibly difficult to deal with, so for safety reasons, they didn't leave them alive. Meanwhile, Duan said that the bureau members would not be able to find more information, and Mr. Feng Ye began to express his gratitude. The man said the mysterious hero and the gray-haired young man had saved their families' lives, and he didn't know how to thank them. Sulan said in her mind that the masters showed favor to the hero, which suppressed the doubts, and that was pleasing. An said the country is interested, and Feng Ye said all the information is in the folders. He said they have singled out carefully designed bases that offer excellent facilities and guarantee privacy. The guy realized that the training place Ning was talking about was just a cover to avoid revealing his training methods. After a while, the protagonist was with him at the training base, where he looked around admiringly. Du said it was a newly built base that was not yet in use, and Mr. Feng Ye noted that he could hand it over to him. He added that the entire building has 10 floors, and the interior space is divided into training, office, and other areas. Guy added that the infrastructure here is very advanced and includes a full suite of innovative control systems. Looking at the gorgeous rooftop garden, the young man said that if Ning Feng wished, he could live here for a couple years. The hero felt that this place was suitable for him to develop strength and influence because it was very exciting to think about. Very soon, together with Duan, they were in Feng Ye's office, where they were signing some documents. The man said the country is ready to support heroes like them, so no fees will be charged for the use of the base. Ningfeng didn't expect them to be friendly towards him, after all, just giving away a large base like this. Du said that the boss doesn't like to do this sort of thing, so the base management will be left to Mr. Ning and him. Mr. Feng Ye said that if the mysterious hero wanted to establish a guild, he could help him with the matter. The young man asked if there was a way to get all the information he needed without creating a guild, and added that the boss wasn't very internet savvy. The old man said that for a national-level hero, they could organize special information channels. The protagonist realized that information channels would work more efficiently, but decided that the future would need to develop a few more. He also thought it would be better to convert the base to a different model, since he would have enough high-quality resources. Outside, Duan told Feng Ye that the boss had scheduled his special training for next week, and he thanked him for his efforts. At one point, a phone call sounded in the man's jacket pocket, which roused him slightly. The director was told that the investigation had uncovered several disappearances that were similar to Peng He and Gu Ying's situation. It was said that people like them would reappear, which sounded stupefying, and I didn't want to believe it. The old man realized that even if the boss were to train him, it was impossible to resist the enemies alone. Late in the evening, the thoughtful man returned home, where his favorite grandson was waiting for him, who missed him very much. Blue-eyed Feng Rui looked joyfully at his grandfather, who had finally returned home. The grandfather then noticed a suitcase of belongings lying on the floor and asked his grandson where he was going. The young man said that Ning Feng had put together an intensive training program for them and told them to come to the training base. A surprised Feng Ye asked how many, and the grandson replied that there were 5 more people, not counting him. This pleased the old man, who realized that the hero wanted to train other people, and the kid exclaimed that Grandpa was on fire again. The man asked him not to worry, saying that he drank the potion Mr. Du had given him, and asked who Ning had invited. Feng Rui replied that only a couple of close friends were invited, and the old man realized that the boss valued those with whom he had close ties more. The disheveled grandfather began to help pack, and asked his grandson to listen to whatever Brother Feng told him, for this was a rare opportunity. He also asked to remember to balance work and rest, and during ranking competitions join groups. Soon, the companions were sent to the base, and Wang Yue said that the place Ning Feng said should be here, but only saw a forest. In an instant, all the guys froze in place, being stirred up, and blue markings appeared under their feet. They were teleported to the training base where they were cheerfully greeted by the main character. Da Shu said hello to Feng Rui and the hero, and Shu Ting whispered to Wang Yue that it was very good that Chang Mukyu was not invited. The companions looked around the place with admiration, and Berserk said that even the base of the 7 major guilds couldn't compare to it. A slightly surprised childhood friend asked the base owner how he found the place. The smiling kid said the owner of the place is one of his relatives, so he borrowed this base from him. The girl noticed that the young man had become more and more mysterious since waking up, for the relative had not been mentioned before. Ningfeng introduced his buddy Duan to the guys and said that he would be in charge of their training. The tense Feng Rui greeted the master, and the behind-standing Wang Yue also did so. Da Shu asked Rui if he knew this young man, for he seemed somehow nervous. The kid said that not too long ago, something inexplicable appeared in the sky, and it turned out to be dew completing the test of the gods. His words stunned the group of guys who learned that the master's strength surpassed that of guild head Liu of the influential House Guild. Pretty soon, the team was in the training room where their newfound coach had brought them. Slightly anxious, Duan wondered why he was feeling as if everyone had suddenly become motivated. They were watched by Ningfeng, who understood that one could not worry about the forbidden spells being discovered, because they were disguised. Instead of forming a guild, he focused on training strong individuals, which gave him a chance to form an alliance. The protagonist was watching his girlfriend, Wang Yue, who was showing a fighting attitude with all her appearance. But suddenly the girl felt pain in her arm and pressed at that moment an inexplicable black substance. The blonde even cried out from the pain, at first not even realizing how such a thing could happen. She realized that if this was not a special training but an attack, it would definitely result in the suppression of her will. The damsel then wondered if it was possible that Ningfeng had become stronger because he had undergone such an ordeal. Da Shu realized that he and Shu Ting were not supernovas, so they couldn't even dream of surpassing the other's abilities. That said, they both realized that their boss had given them hope, for which they were immensely grateful. The stern Feng Rui couldn't rely on his grandfather's protection all the time, and wanted to protect the people he cared about himself. For his part, alchemist Shu Wei did not make any speech in his head and only held 2 potion flasks in his hands. Smiling pleasantly, the main character said in a calm tone that he was impressed with everyone's results. After the training, the tired fighters complained of feeling ill because the training was very intense. In front of them stood the silent coach Duan, who accomplished his task very well. Master said they would be done for today, and starting tomorrow he would give them directed training. After a while, a group of young guys were sitting in the VIP room having dinner at the same table. A satisfied Wang Yue said that the training had just started. Today's result had already surpassed what they had done in recent years. Feng Rui noticed that today, even as he exerted all his strength, there was no sign that the power of darkness would get out of control. In an instant, everyone present turned their attention to Shu Ting, who put her hands on her head and remained silent. Slightly worried, Ningfeng asked the girl if something was wrong. Wang Yu said that the girl and Da Shu have been under pressure lately because there is a lot of criticism towards them on online forums. The surprised hero was curious to see it and pulled out his phone, asking where he could look. A childhood friend helped him find the right forum where there were a lot of comments about school. Many people thought that there was a conspiracy here, because instead of Zhao Cheng, some Da Shu and Shu Ting had been added to the supernova list. Ning noticed that there is an account in the comments that rebuts every post that criticizes them. 2 people in the comments asked if Feng or Ting is the owner of the account, since he talks like he knows everything. It turned out that the account owner was Chang Mukyu, who was also a student at Qingyu 7th Middle School. A person in the comments asked if this wasn't the guy who ranked 4th on the supernova list and called everyone trash. Hiro said that Mukyu wrote all those messages today, and Wang Yue said that she wouldn't have thought she could stand up for them. Shu Ting wiped away her tears of joy, saying that when she got a spot in the camp, she was afraid of embarrassing the boss, but the training had spared her from that. The young man asked them to focus on training and promised that they would receive gifts from him in a few days. The friend asked what he was getting them and got angry when the friend said it was a secret. Late at night, Ningfeng was awake and pondering while sitting on his bed, and his mood was not good. In the Demon Lord's memories that the youngster had absorbed last time, he found information about himself, the so-called God of Evil. It has become known that there are 7 gods of evil, born out of darkness, who are worshipped by the monsters of the secret realms. But it turns out that the main character, this God of Evil, is not one of those 7 at all. On the contrary, he is known as the all-powerful God of Law, who was once one of the 12 major gods. Along with the other gods, he led his followers to destroy the family of the true gods of evil, to prevent monsters from invading the world of light. Suddenly, the all-powerful God of Law freed from the threat, became obsessed with studying the power of darkness, which eventually consumed him. The other gods discovered this in time and did battle with the god of law, who could not resist them and fled, becoming the god of evil. This legend has been passed down through the world of light, and all people believe in it. But among the creatures of darkness, a very different story is told. Demons claim that, freed from the threat of darkness, adherents of the gods gradually lost their sense of fear, and their faith weakened. Because the gods created their followers to gain more faith, these events angered them. The gods began pitting their adherents against each other, and even monsters from the darkness began to manifest themselves, which grew into the emergence of secret realms. Only the almighty god of law had a calm disposition and did not participate in all these games. Suddenly, in a single day, the fire of war spread to his followers, who, due to lack of defense, were destroyed. The angry god of law asked for it to stop, but was only ridiculed, and the conflict continued to escalate and eventually escalated into a great war. He displayed his mighty power, causing 2 of the 11 major gods to die and 6 to be injured. No one knew where the almighty god had disappeared to, but rumor has it that he entered an unknown realm where there is neither light nor darkness and disappeared there without a trace. Ningfeng wondered if it was possible that he was just afraid of himself and was too nervous because of it, and realized that his nickname of the god of evil was only a slander. That was the end of his memory information, and he still didn't know what happened to the god of law. But he decided he needed to keep swinging. Then the kid went outside, remaining pensive, and got ready to head out to practice. He too used the flight scroll and flew away at a great speed, leaving only a trail in the sky behind him. Soon the hero landed near a portal leading to the secret realm, where he kept going. It was very convenient that the adventurers department could get information from all over the country, because many kingdoms could be found this way. Brave entered one of the secret realms, where he was immediately attacked by 2 aggressive red-eyed buffalo. Not scared at all, he used his magic staff to activate the forbidden spell. In the same instant, a whole wave of energy was released towards the attacking monsters, who were confused. Daredevil said that experience points from small monsters weren't that bad, and there was a high chance that high-level items could drop from the boss. The boss of the secret kingdom was a bloodthirsty minotaur in iron armor, which the protagonist soon encountered. Ningfeng immediately paid attention to the loud roar of the monster that was nearby. The fearless youngster looked at the target with excitement and rushed into the attack, eager to obtain valuable items. At that moment, he made an incredibly high jump, and then the fighter prepared to thrust his opponent's sword in. The blow landed right in the central region of the minotaur's head, which remained unharmed afterwards. What was unexpected was that, as a result, the brave man's sword simply shattered into many small particles. The young man recognized that his actual level was not that high, and his weapons were worse than those of adventurers of the 4th and 5th transformation. He hadn't thought that the weapon wouldn't stand up to the continuous battles, and realized that he had just wasted his sword on the boss. Ning then turned his attention to a minotaur in iron armor who was looking at him with a smile. Without showing any emotion, the kid threw away the scraps of broken weapons, glaring at his opponent. Unexpectedly, the protagonist used a forbidden spell, which frightened the minotaur very much. At the same minute, a huge bull with iron horns fell to the ground, showing no signs of life. Daredevil was unhappy that he had only pumped 4 levels, and realized that he had wasted his sword on a boss that gave few experience points. Still, he decided to learn the new skill of the Windblade technique, which had been transformed into a dark corrosion wind spell. The hero realized that you can't rely on spells alone, because without the right weapons and equipment, he couldn't even defeat the boss. Afterwards, the young man decided that he should go to the neighboring town and stock up on new weapons just in case. The guy soon arrived at the store, where the manager told him that the booth displayed all the orange-quality swords in stock. He wasn't exactly happy that there were only 7 swords, but he still asked how much they were worth, saying he would take them all. The astonished girl couldn't believe that he was so young, yet he already possessed a supreme black card of Yuancheng and bought 7 swords at once. At one point, someone knocked on the premises, whereupon the manager asked the person to come in. The counselor said she needed Ms. Gao's help, but she replied that she was serving a guest and offered to talk later. In the corridor, 2 people were having an argument, one of whom asked the other, did he really think that the Gu family's Mr. Gu didn't deserve the firmament? At the same minute, an ash-haired young man, accompanied by 2 other boys, entered the mistress's office. The anxious Gao clearly understood that there would be a conflict between the rich Gu family and others. Then, she would lose her position as manager. On the white leather chair at that moment sat Ningfeng, who was suddenly noticed by the rich people. The shocked kid from a rich family immediately called him boss, not believing it was all real. Holding a mug of hot coffee in his hands, The hero inquired in an absolutely restrained manner who he was in general. It was Gu Yunzhou who was harboring anger at Ning Feng for taking all of his equipment earlier and not even remembering it. The slightly worried young man continued to hide his anger and simply introduced himself, hoping the boss would remember him. The hero recalled that incident in the secret realm, and the kid said he didn't expect to meet him here. Once the youngster sent people to find out details about Feng, but nothing came up, and the information on the internet was confusing. The brave man asked the gray-haired lad if there was a sword here that caught his eye. Gu Yunzhou lied that he was just strolling around here, realizing that it was better not to buy anything if the boss decided to rob him again. Mrs. Gao couldn't believe that it was the famous Mr. Gu, ranked second on the supernova list, who didn't care about others. The kid said that we pass and asked Ning Feng to choose a sword, which he started to do. In the men's restroom, an angry Gu said he had to do something or he wouldn't be able to absorb the anger. Thirsty pulled out his cell phone and opened a browser to try to do some mischief. He couldn't think of anything better than going to the forum to create a new account and write a nasty post. Nailbiter wrote that something was wrong with the protagonist and suggested a thorough investigation. Chang Mukyu immediately replied that it was nonsense and asked not to spread false information if she didn't know anything. This infuriated Gu Yunzhou, who exclaimed that his companion had betrayed him and decided that he was obligated to find a test of the realm and take revenge on Ning Feng. The young man, meanwhile, was leaving the mall, and the crowd of lovely ladies were saying goodbye to him, saying they would look forward to seeing him again. At the same minute, the calm young man left the building, deep in his own thoughts. He then exhaled, looking up to the sky and further into his thoughts and memories. After a while, Ning Feng was in the thick of the battle with the boss, where he showed particular composure and bravery. The protagonist tore the monster apart without mercy, swinging his sword relentlessly left and right. Very soon, the successful actions bore fruit, and the monster was defeated, which was a cause for rejoicing. For his bravery, the young man received level 60, which he strived for and managed to achieve. He could now undergo a second transformation and said that if he hadn't used the forbidden skills, it would have taken longer. At one point, the fearless fighter turned his attention to the altar ahead, which looked quite tempting. Once upon a time, monsters worshipped various gods of evil until they were all destroyed by the 12 main gods. Now monsters were constantly invading the human world in order to bring back the true gods of evil to everyone, and some wanted to become them. However, the so-called main ones didn't protect humanity, but instead fought against the fake evil god Ning Feng. The hero realized that the legend of the all-powerful god of law may be true, because for most of the gods, people are just toys from boredom. At that moment, the daredevil used his magic staff and aimed its tip at the blood-stained altar. Looking seriously at the structure, the fighter said that there was absolutely nothing good about monsters and gods. Suddenly, a notification sounded in the white pouch, which somewhat even surprised the lad. It was a message from Xu Wei, and Ning Feng was just about to return and decided to take the second transformation task on the way. Xu Ting at the time said that her brother had organized the lab, and a surprised Da Shu said that it looked impressive. The girl saw a pink potion bottle and decided to drink it, but the alchemist immediately rushed towards her, yelling at her not to do so. He said it was an oblivion potion that could completely erase one's skill, and added that he had just finished it. The brother scared his sister by saying that she risked becoming an idiot if she drank it, which discouraged her and Da Shu standing nearby. Wang Yue, on the other hand, asked Ning Feng if the potion was the gift he had mentioned earlier. The young man replied that the gift was potion-related, but it was something else, which intrigued his friend even more. At one point, the protagonist opened his palm, which contained yellow spheres that had books of skills inside them. The trio of kids were very surprised to see an orange-quality skill book that they didn't expect to get at all. The hero said the bestial arrow skill for bows, binding healing for priestesses, giant strength for berserkers, and barrier for shield bearers. An enthusiastic Dashu said that only purple quality could be bought in the store, and Shuei said something incoherently. Wang Yu asked if the skills were from the secret realm, and the guy said that they were, and added that they would be able to pass them by, increasing the level. A surprised Feng Rui said that Brother Ning's strength greatly surpassed them, after all. The secret realms clearly had a very high complexity. Brave asked why they were frozen and reminded them that the camp was only a week away, and asked them to hurry up and learn their new skills. Afterward, the company of young people headed to the training room, and everyone had smiles on their faces. Up ahead, the protagonist suddenly saw Mr. Feng Ye, who arrived without warning anyone. Feng Rui was very happy to see his favorite grandfather who had come to visit him at the camp. Delighted and very surprised, Wang couldn't believe that it was Mr. Feng whom she had heard so much about. For them to meet such an important person like him was incredibly exciting, because in the past, they hadn't even dared to dream of such a thing. Feng Ye believed that being able to learn from a mysterious hero at such a young age offered boundless prospects for the future. Ningfeng was happy to see the master who had come for a special training session, and at the same time, a new week began. The old man asked if Feng Rui was causing trouble, and the hero said not at all, and asked if he wanted to see his progress. Soon, the team of guys were in the training room where the fierce monsters were already spun up. The brave archer of Wang Yu's team immediately fired a fiery arrow at one of the targets. Then, the stern Feng Rui came into play and approached one of the opponents from the rear. Trailing behind, Deshu's Berserk began to fulfill his role, ready to rip to shreds. He used a gimmick of the giant's strength, and with a shout he pounced on the monster that couldn't resist anything. The last member of the team was the charming priestess Shu Ting, who was in charge of protection and healing. Each member of the team was of incredible value, so each one she protected with all her might. Feng Ye said that the young fighter's skills are good but underdeveloped, while Duan said that they have only recently learned orange skills. Hearing about the orange skills, the gentleman immediately looked at the young man with interest. The kid said with a smile on his face that these were skills obtained from high-level secret realms. The old man was dumbfounded, for the authorities had long tried to devise strategies to pass the realms, but the attempts had failed. He asked if he could report it to the authorities, and Du replied that it wasn't a secret because sooner or later everyone would find out about it. Feng Ye was confident that with the support of the mysterious hero, it wouldn't be long before these children would already surpass their older generation. After a while, Ningfeng arrived at the profession change hall, where he said hello to Su Lan, who had not expected him to come. The astonished lady couldn't believe that the young fighter was already pumped since he had arrived at the hall. The slightly shy young man chuckled slightly because the woman's reaction was amusing. She understood that the youngster was here for his second transformation, and it amazed her that he was able to reach level 60 in only 2 months. The task of the second transformation was to enter the blossoming icefield realm and received an elemental emblem. But what surprised Nina the most was that 20 transformation stones had to be collected, although usually only one was required. The hero knew that gems don't fall from monsters and must be collected from ore vein crystals. So he decided to check the exchange first. At the exchange, Master Tang said that the transformation stones had become scarce and asked him to give him 3 days, promising to definitely get them. The young man decided to start the emblem task and realized that to save time, the soul essences could be ordered from the trade exchange. He said he had some unwanted items left over and decided to entrust them to a handyman who was willing to accept them without any problems. The kid said he'd see if there was anything else, then dumped a whole bunch of brightly glowing things on the floor. The jubilant Tang Yitsai understood that there were many different purple skills here and was confident that this year's report would be unrivaled. The man found it unsurprising that Mayor Tsai was so insistent that he serve Mr. Ning properly. Letting tears of joy flow in his thoughts, the master thanked the esteemed mayor for making a fortune thanks to him. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of the blossoming ice field, there was a team that was dealing with work issues. The knight told Ningfeng that they hadn't encountered something like this before, so he needed to sharpen first. He then ran to the captain, who remained perfectly calm and asked what had happened. It was said that the guy outside wanted to enter the realm alone, but the captain said that only the guild should enter. The subordinate stunned him by telling him that the youngster had a special permit from the bureau that allowed him to explore the realm alone. The man immediately snatched the ID card from the knight's hands and with bulging eyes began to examine it. The captain thanked the hero for his cooperation, saying they made sure his pass was valid and gave him permission to enter. He said that the time the pass was issued coincided with the time the new instructions came out, and it was as if it was prepared especially for the guy. His subordinate asked if it was possible that this was a special checker sent by the top, which dumbfounded the captain. The knight then scratched the back of his head awkwardly, saying he was just kidding, but added that it was entirely possible. The stern commander ordered everyone to assemble and act as if the checker was really here. The hero entered the secret realm, realizing that because he had asked Feng Ye, he was able to obtain a special pass and the right to enter the secret realms. Up ahead, he suddenly saw a wooden crossing that had been lifted up and tied on chains. There was also a sign attached next to it that kept it from going forward, which looked rather odd. Fearless Ningfeng made a high jump without any hesitation and ended up on the other side. The young man realized that he needed to make a whole series of more jumps to get to the right place. Without any stops, he began jumping from one ledge to another, keeping his composure. At that moment, the hero lost quite a lot of energy, but he had no other choice and had to jump. Finally, the brave man stopped for a breather, and upon looking up realized that it was pretty high up here. Then the gaze was lowered, and the young man became very wary, seeing before him an unknown creature with a staff in its hands. The dark silhouette approached him faster and faster, and the daredevil froze in place, not knowing what to do. At the same minute, a smile appeared on his face because The kid realized that the hidden boss was approaching him. Confident in his strength, Ningfeng picked up his weapon, saying that he would quickly end it. The monster looked at his partner and asked if it was true that he was His Excellency God. The question stunned the young man, who had not expected someone to call him God. The boss said he can't see but feels it as God, and added that he is his loyal follower, Archmage Han Yin. There were a bunch of questions in the hero's mind, but the main one was whether he had the aura of the god of evil, since the monster had considered him as such. Being slightly perplexed, the young man asked Han Ying why he looked like this. The boss said that they were attacked by other followers and suffered heavy casualties, and he too was killed in that battle. He added that somehow he had ended up here, and there was a whisper in his head that was mental torture, prompting in him a desire to kill. Ningfeng remembered that the followers of the god of law had been attacked, and assumed that His Excellency God was another title. Weeping with joy, the boss asked His Excellency if he had really come to save him. But the still perplexed kid said he wasn't sure about that, and yet he didn't know how to continue the conversation. After saying those words, he noticed that the blind Han Yin looked very disappointed. The young man said that he was just an apprentice who was sent on a mission to kill him, and not His Excellency God at all. These words sounded very surprising to a follower who treated the kid kindly. His eyes lit up with admiration, and he asked if it was true that Ningfeng was here to put him out of his misery. The easygoing kid tried to be polite and calmly said he didn't even know. Han Yin said that the god has clearly lost his memory, but added that even if the youngster is not him, he is someone who is very close to him. Suddenly, a follower exclaimed that this is the great master of all laws, the honored almighty god of law. The loud statement shocked the protagonist, who was trying to find information about this god. Without much emotion, he confirmed it, and Han Yin happily said that he knew he couldn't be wrong. The hero asked if there was a way to get the element's emblem without killing it. The follower said he didn't know that and asked him not to kill him if he was worried, saying it was a relief for him. A frustrated Ningfeng lowered his gaze to the floor, realizing that he didn't want to kill the well-wisher at all. The young man only asked his faithful follower if he had any death wish. Han Yin said that if he had talked to him a little more, he would have died without regrets, and the hero agreed to chat. The follower said that once upon a time God often incarnated in human form and came to the mortal world to play with them. They chatted about life for a while longer, after which Han Yin jumped up, saying that the time had come and he was happy to chat. Emotionless at that moment, the youngster looked at his faithful follower, who was very benevolent. The blind servant of God smiled at the young man, for whom he had the utmost respect. Ningfeng promised that if he ever got the chance again, he would definitely teach Han Yin how to play. The follower said it was a promise, just like when he visited them all in the mortal world. In the same minute, the well-wisher simply disappeared, leaving the guy alone with his thoughts. What was left in its place were yellow spheres that glowed brightly and were of quite a bit of value. The leaders of the 7 major guilds, meanwhile, had gathered in a regular meeting to discuss important matters. Zhang Yanquan said that the higher secret realms have higher-level skills, but with their strength, they wouldn't be able to pass them. Fang Zhou asked if they could, in that case, hire a mysterious hero to help them all pass the secret realms. Feng Ye said he asked, but the mysterious man was not interested in such cooperation. A coworker asked if a hero shouldn't be with everyone in times like these, and if it's okay that he only acts in his own best interest. The gentleman said that he will resign soon, and the director's seat will go to Fan, and then he will use any methods to manage. The man slapped the table, saying that when Peng He and Gu Ying appeared, the mysterious one had helped him and saved his family, so he didn't owe anyone anything. Yingzhen understood. This all knew Feng's character perfectly well, and therefore realized that there wasn't an ounce of selfishness here. Otherwise, everything would turn into chaos. The head asked if it was true that Feng Ye was preparing to pass through the secret realm in a couple days, which was confirmed here. The head of the influential house gave him a stern look and asked for a spot on the team. Yu Linghua suggested a priest, and Zhang Yanquan asked the Lord if he needed help with his things. Feng Yehing found the demonic boss training unbearable, but at the same time, the progress was unbelievable, and he had changed a lot. Liu Yingzheng was getting bored, because even though the old man had no selfish motives, every thought he had was reflected on his burning head. Meanwhile, Ningfeng had completed the second transformation task, for which he received the passive skill of Mystic Barrier. He realized that the memories were correct, because the god of law turned out not to be a god of evil, but simply wanted to live according to preference, just like the hero. The young man wondered if the system could be to blame for the fact that, according to Han Yin, his feelings were identical to those of the almighty god of law. The kid was also curious as to why a follower who died long ago became the hidden boss of the secret realm. In his hands at that moment was Han Yin's pendant, which was an orange quality attribute. The training camp was divided into a high school and university division and brought together outstanding young adventurers. The high school squad had 180 members, including 5-star and 4-star standouts. People were surprised that the event attracted not only the rectors of the top unis, but also the representatives of the 7 major guilds. At that moment, an unfamiliar red-haired guy was approaching the contestants, which was noticed by the audience. It was He Shicheong, who ranked first on the supernova list, whose brother He Shiu is the head of Azure's spearhead. People discussed that since Awakening, he had never teamed up, and only guild family members had always accompanied him. The one who passed the kingdom was a fighter, and some said that Shisyun received valuable guidance from this man and made progress. At one point, a bus stopped nearby, and one of the fighters said the Qingyuya 7th middle school team had arrived. A guy in the crowd asked if they were the team everyone was talking about in uniform, and his classmate wondered what they were like. The first to get off the bus was the confident Ning Feng, who was representing the team. Headmaster Fan looked at the charged team with a smile that he had full confidence in. Behind the protagonist stood his confident companions, among whom Chang Mukyu suddenly appeared. People around them were amazed by their strong aura, and also noticed that the guys looked like a very cohesive team. The tense headmaster realized that people saw them as their rivals, judging by the way they looked at them. Suddenly, the completely composed and calm Ning Feng paid attention to the system notifications that appeared. Multiple times he received a notification that an attempt to explore the mystical barrier had been blocked. The young man realized that he had piqued the interest of many people here, but it didn't really surprise him. Excited people couldn't research him and couldn't even believe he was a high school student like them. A very wary Fang Zhou wondered why he couldn't watch Ning's level. An excited Yu Linghua asked if the guy's level could be higher than Lao Feng's, but the man said that it was quite possible. He Shicheng noticed that the hero had instantly stretched all his attention to himself and wondered how strong he really was. He watched the video of Duan going through the secret realm and admitted that the Lord's strength had exceeded his expectations. The redhead understood that if Ningfeng was also strong, then they clearly had a unique training method, something that his brother He Shiyu needed. Feng Ye asked if Liu Yingjun wasn't going to investigate him, but the head replied that it was rather rude and asked him to forget it. After that, the elderly gentleman raised his hand to greet the arriving team. The main character immediately turned his attention to the honorable man and continued to stare at him. People in the crowd took notice of the gentleman welcoming the team from the 7th school. An angry Liu Yingjun said that they were all official organizations, and their conditions were just as good. But Feng Ye only laughed. Soon, team leaders were asked to gather all members, and in order of turn to come up for registration. The leaders then had to walk to the location where they would be briefed on the organizational aspects of the training camp. After a while, people gathered in the auditorium ready to listen to the woman at the microphone. The lady said that they need to train and select more elite professionals to adapt to the changes and find a way forward as soon as possible. Director Chan asked Fan why he was hiding Ning Fan's level, to which the man chuckled, simply calling it secrecy. He thought it was funny that ever since Chang Mukyu had been transferred to their school, Zhang had started trying to get information, but he was having no luck. The bespectacled headmaster said it was still a prestigious school, capable of attracting supernova talent, and asked them not to let them down. He added that Wang Yue and the others had undergone special training before the camp, but did not know what results they had achieved. Director Fang understood that Yue, Chang Mukyu, and Feng Jue could not worry because they were some of the best, but he was worried about Ning Feng and the others. With trepidation, the man wondered if they would be able to endure the difficult trials that lay ahead. The lady explained how the scores would be calculated and said that the top 10 competitors would go on to university. She added that before the camp begins, they will have a test in a special realm that requires you to be at least 3rd transformation. It was also said that a special team would give them a demonstration, and one of the students realized who they were talking about. It was about a team that consisted of the powerful He Shichiong, whose associates were equally strong. The students thought it was unsurprising that the boys could put on such a performance, having topped the supernova list for 5 years. Soon, a special team headed towards the entrance of the secret realm, something the others were waiting for with trepidation. The mage suggested not putting much pressure on the younger ones, but the shield bearer said he was talking nonsense. The guy added that a lot of famous personalities came to the camp, so it's a great opportunity to prove himself. He then looked sternly at the entrance and said it was time for them to go inside, whereupon the temporary peak team entered the realm. The young but very experienced fighters found themselves in a creepy and gloomy place with lots of poisonous spiders. The mage remarked that the poisonous fog was very thick, and the priestess said she would take care of it. After that, the girl raised her magic staff upwards to use the spell. From above, The boys were stared down by frightening poisonous spiders that were eager to jump on them. It didn't take long for the abominable creatures to attack, and the minute they did, they roared into action. The Archmage immediately used a spell, and his Xixiong leapt to attack in midair. The surprised spectators were very much impressed by the speed of the group members who acted in a professional manner. He Xixiong was especially different, keeping up with the others, and it was hard to tell that he was just a high school student. Gu Yunzhou didn't want to admit it, but he still said that the redhead was already on a completely different level compared to him and the silent Li Kei. Feng Ye asked if it was true that the guys were ready to pass the higher realms soon, and Liu Yingjin said that it was probably true. At one point, viewers noticed that the fighters were facing elite monsters. What was even more impressive was that the guys didn't rest and kept pushing forward. Already very soon the boss appeared, which was a huge long-haired spider with sharp red horns. A smile appeared on the brave Hishichung's face, as he was more prepared than ever for battle. Together with his companion, he made a leap and, being on the same level as the enemy, began to attack. Less than 2 minutes later, the boss was defeated, and the shield-bearer raised his fist, indicating victory. In the table of passing the secret realms, Team Peak was in first place, passing it in 48 minutes, which was a new record. The other students discussed that this was what was expected of the top 5 and wanted to get on that list too. Suddenly, a girl approached Ningfeng, who was not touching anyone, and clarified his name. The girl introduced herself as Kai Yuchen, saying she was the niece of Mayor Kai Dongming. Seeing this, Wang Yue said in surprise that this girl was one of the Peak Team's 5. The pretty damsel told the hero that her uncle had mentioned him, so she decided to come over to say hello. People noticed that Kai Yuchen from Beijing University was talking to someone from the high school department. A delighted Yue was very happy to see the granddaughter of the founder in Yuancheng Trading Exchange, who said she was happy to meet everyone. The lady said that if they needed anything at the training camp, they could let her know and she would help them. Uncle had often talked about Ningfeng, but he wasn't sure about his strength, and this was the perfect opportunity for Kai Yuchen to find out everything. A shield bearer approached her and offered to find a place to rest, but the girl said she wanted to stay and watch for a while. The angry kid asked what was so interesting about this, since the strongest were already here. A serious Hishicheng intervened in the conversation and said that he also wanted to stay and watch. The fighter then spread his hands apart and no longer pestered his comrade in arms, letting them loose. Each time 6 teams enter the secret realm at the same time, they receive their respective graded assignments. Soon, one of the teams started the challenge and encountered spiders that really scared its members. A tense principal fan exclaimed that this realm was too complicated for middle school students, and Zhang agreed with him. The students discussed that, since He Shixun's time, no team had been able to compete in the tournament. A nervous Principal Zhang noticed that the students' morale was dropping, and said that it couldn't go on like this. A yawning shield bearer from Team Peak decided to go to bed, saying that there was nothing to see here, as there were only weaklings among the teams. Ningfeng said hello to the teacher and said that they were the next team willing to go to the evaluation assignment. Soon the boys found themselves in a secret dungeon called the Swamp of Iron Jaws. The team members were divided into 4 types, based on the functions performed, namely attack, research, defense, and support. The attackers were the main fighting force responsible for mopping up new worlds and battling enemies. Researchers, on the other hand, analyzed the worlds to understand the various tasks and help associates. In turn, the defenders protected the civilians already under control in emergency situations. Finally, the support team was a supplement and applied reinforcement, as well as provided the emergency assistance. For each type, there was one task that had to be performed flawlessly. After remembering the existence of the main cast, Ningfeng was given an assignment whose goal was to defeat the final boss. He said they would choose the research tasks, and Wang Yue said it was worthy of the title of the best researcher in the theory course. The hero realized that if he wanted to accommodate things he didn't understand with hands-on classes, research was the best choice. A joyful Shuting thought exploring was a good option, and Dashu and Feng Rui agreed with her. A disgruntled Wang Yue said that if they were going to fight the boss, it would be a bit troublesome. But the confident team leader suggested fighting the boss first and then pondering. A very excited Principal Fang and Zhang gritted their teeth, wriggling with sweat and worrying about the students. Suddenly, the man with glasses stopped shaking and motioned for everyone present to turn their attention forward. The spectators were shocked to see a team that came together very quickly and showed their determination to all species. The one who stood out the most was Berserk Dashu, who held an axe in his hands and was ready to fight to the last drop of blood. The shocked students realized that these were the guys from the No. 7 Academy in Qingyu City, which was hard to believe. The stunned fighters from Team Peak noticed that the guys had a hell of an improvement that surpassed themselves. Now the surprised Kai Yuchen understood why Uncle Kai Dongming had spoken so highly of the handsome Ningfeng. A bewildered Liu Yingjun turned to Mr. Fanya standing next to him, but he couldn't string two words together. Many were impressed by the team's fiery skills and combat cohesion, which reeked of confidence. Self-confidence and determination were evident in the eyes of every member of the group. An excited Liu asked if their skills could be so powerful, and Feng Ye replied that these children were very strong themselves. The incredible combination of skills was very surprising to spectators who had not seen such capable young fighters before. The very flow and efficiency of their actions attracted spectators who were not expecting to see such a thing. In addition to this, the teamwork that the fighters displayed at the highest level was very much appreciated. The dumbfounded Liu Yingjun from the Great House couldn't believe that the team had all the points on top of their game. The special one was Ningfeng, who didn't use high-level skills, but could incapacitate his opponent with a single strike. An agitated director Zhang turned to his colleague Fan, but he only asked him to shut up. A whole crowd of bloodthirsty monsters headed towards the fighters without taking them seriously. The first thing that was used was the staff of defense and the bloody blade, which took the fight. A moment later, the first fire arrow flew, and the magic staff activated the spell. The team acted very clearly and coherently, covering each other and not making a single mistake. Ahead of everyone was the archer Wang Yue, who surprised with her fearlessness and willingness to fight. In just a few seconds, all of the attackers were interrupted, and the team stood before the boss of the secret realm. Without any doubt, and two members of the group immediately made a jump to attack the air. It was a brave archer who drew those right in flight, aiming for the enemy's head. The second attacker was the fierce berserker Dashu, who swung a glowing axe with one hand. In an instant, the monster screamed out loudly, and the pain it was feeling at that moment could be seen in its eyes. At the same moment, the huge creature fell to the ground with a clatter, and the berserk and archer froze in place. The Rough Lion team took first place in the ranking table, passing the test in just 8 minutes, a new record. This was a great surprise to Kai Yuchen and her fellow shield-bearer, who thought they were the strongest. Ningfeng asked her comrades if all the tasks had been completed, and the boys exclaimed happily that they had. After that, the team leader smiled and said that in that case, it was already time for them to return. Soon, the young fighters emerged from the portal, with admiring people standing in front on both sides. The protagonist and his team looked around in surprise as they began to be greeted with applause. Among the people was a cute, blue-eyed Chang Mukyu, who looked into the guy's eyes with a slight smile. Gu Yunzhou was also standing in the crowd with his buddy Li Kei, and both of them cheered the applause. It was very unexpected for a team of young fighters that a whole crowd of people would admire them. Chang Mukyu told the crowd that all the team members were very good and added that they were her school friends. Liar Gu mewed that at that time, someone was slandering Ningfeng on the internet, so he threatened everyone. The committee member was pleased that the students' morale had risen, and his colleagues said that it was all the influence of Yingjun and Feng Ye. At one point, it was said over the loudspeaker that the exam had come to its conclusion. One of the guys said he would announce the top 10 soon, and the girl said that Academy number 7 had already taken half the spots. Unexpectedly, Gu Yunzhou, his comrade Li Kei, and blue-eyed Chang Mukyu made the top list. The bewildered guys in the crowd began to look at each other, not really understanding what it was. At that moment, the gray-haired man asked the teacher if he could find out where Ningfeng and the others were on the list. The polite teacher replied that these guys don't have a place on the regular student roster. It was said that the organizing committee decided to give them assistantship status, which stunned the regular students. Soon, the Rough Lion boys were approached by a man whose purpose was to escort them to the guest rooms. Finally, the young men entered the room and began to gradually put their suitcases in their places. Someone suddenly knocked on the door, and Ningfeng immediately asked the uninvited guest to enter. It was Feng Ye, and the attendant immediately recognized the director from the Adventurers Bureau. He became nervous because, following the old man, Mr. Liu, the guild leader of the influential house guild, walked in. But what dumbfounded the man even more was that the commissioners and leaders of the other guilds entered after them. The attendant held out a glass of juice to Wangbo, who thanked him politely. The bewildered man wondered if he was in a dream, since all the country's top experts were in this room. Deng Yuanhui, director of Peking University, asked the kids if they were interested in studying in Beijing. For her part, Tun Shi, director of Western Union University, said that only they have the best professionals in the country. The speech was concluded by the director of Chunwu University, Wu Cheng, who said that his city was the closest to Qingyue City, and laughed. The red-haired man realized that everyone would be jealous of the fact that the principals of the top 3 universities personally solicited students. The knocked-out Ningfeng didn't know what to say, because he thought he was bad at this sort of thing. The young man then met his gaze with Mr. Feng Ye standing next to him, who noticed that he was having a hard time making a choice. The man asked the principals not to embarrass their students and suggested that they let them rest first and then talk. Trinity agreed with him, while each realized that the other two universities could not be allowed to take the lead. After that, a pleasant atmosphere prevailed in the room, and everyone started chatting amongst themselves, sharing news and stuff. The next morning, Ningfeng yawned and walked out of the room, keeping his hand in his pocket and trying to recover from his sleep. He noticed the strange faces of his comrades and asked what was wrong with their faces and why they were up so early. A tired Dashu said that his family has been ringing him since morning, asking him which university he wants to enroll in. And it was the same story with Feng Rui. The main character looked into the girls' room, that they were fine with it and could take it easy. The sleep-deprived Xu Ting said that wasn't true at all because Wang Yue was still answering the phone. The boys were overjoyed because their parents were proud of them, and Ningfeng silently watched with a smile afterward. At this, hearing the words parents and grandfather, the orphan thought for a moment, for with this he was not as fortunate as the others. Suddenly, he received a call from his teacher Qi Wei, who asked the student how he was doing and if he was settling in. She then told him that 3 top universities had contacted her about enrolling him. That brought a smile to the guy's face, and the woman said she knew he was a sleepyhead, so she'd call later. Meanwhile, Wang Yue continued to talk on the phone while the other guys cheerfully chatted amongst themselves. The smiling hero told the teacher that she knows him best, so he'd like to hear her opinion. Soon, all the students were gathered on the plaza, where they were greeted by a member of the training camp. A student said that this year's senior class department is so powerful that as many as 5 students are at the assistant level. The director said that today would be the first stage of preparation, conquering the underground, and added that it would be an unexplored area. Before starting, he asked the students to clarify the groups with the teacher, and for each of the 10 students in the school to follow the uni team. The teacher was approached by Chang Mu-kyu, who called out her number and asked what team she was on. The man immediately pointed the maiden's finger at the spot where the team to which she was attached stood. The girl immediately noticed Ning Feng waving at her, who seemed very joyful. Soon, they all traveled to the uncharted, nameless region where many blue-skinned monsters roamed. The protagonist said that it was a new species of humanoid lizard that was over 2.5 meters tall. Feng Rui didn't waste any time and fearlessly rushed forward to attack one of these lizards, attempting to punch it in the chest. While the fight was going on, the team leader was calmly familiarizing himself with the information in the tablet. At that time, the monster was in full swing, waving its tail around, but the young man didn't care about that. The lizard hit the elbow the youngster had set up, then collapsed face first into the dirt. Parya sat on the monster's body, saying that it weighed up to 1,000 kilograms and had hard skin and scales with high defense. The rest of the team, meanwhile, had each other's backs, ready for battle. Chang Mukyu was slightly surprised that they were already deep in the dungeon, and in terms of speed, they had surpassed even the fastest team. She wondered if she could become like the guys who had made great progress if she got their approval. Ningfeng said that according to Qi Wei, Western Union University has strict leadership, and Peking University has more freedom. Laughing, Wang Yue said that this was what it meant to be a favorite, since the teacher cared and thought about him so much. A wary Xu Ting showed her phone, with words about the class discussing in the group that it was important. Alarmed, the protagonist and his childhood friend immediately opened the class group to read the message. One of the students wrote that Teacher Chi was still in the secret world and didn't come out, and there was also a voice message in the chat room. A tense Feng decided to listen to the message, in which someone in a panic said that something had happened at the entrance and started calling for help. The fighter reported that there was a sudden change in the dungeon. The monster level had increased dramatically, and more than 100 people remained inside. The exhausted 3rd grade 7th graders ran to the rest of the school to stay unharmed. The varsity student looked at the boy running ahead of him and told him to stay away. The frightened kid asked the captain for help, saying their master was still trapped in the dungeon. The man shouted that the dungeon had turned into no idea what it had become, but they had already reported it and were waiting for support from the main guild. The youngster said that teacher Chiwei went there to save them, so they should do something. But the captain exclaimed that he was pissing him off. The gruff man said it wasn't his problem that she didn't get out in time since no one forced her to join them. His words were like a knife in the heart for the frightened students who were very worried about their teacher. With his appearance, the guys were surprised by Ning Feng, who saw Zhang Luo and Zhang Nanu in the crowd. The barely weeping students were not happy to see him because they were grief-stricken. The cold-blooded hero asked what was wrong with Master Qi, to which the disciples replied that she was still in the dungeon. Nana said a lot of the guys were trapped and blamed it on the green-haired captain requesting volunteers. The disgusted captain shrieked, asking not to make it look like he had killed their teacher, but suddenly became very wary. He was frozen in place by the fact that after those words, the fearless protagonist's hand reached out towards him. Furious, Feng sealed the scoundrel's face into the ground for the insignificant words he uttered towards Chi Wei. But suddenly, the captain's henchman immediately aimed his bow at him, ordering him to stand still. After a few seconds, the boy, blue with fear, froze in place because someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was the big man Dashu who advised the boy not to move, and he screamed in fear. The people around them looked on as the hero pulled the lowly captain, who lay unconscious by the leg. The maximally tense archer wondered if anyone would stop these people. At that moment, Ningfeng turned his attention to the teacher who was standing just a few steps away from him. Behind the gray-haired young man stood a girl who was wearing the purple mage attire. People were glad that Lu Ping, the guild leader of the Era Guild, had come to support them, and indeed, that he would be able to teach these geeks a lesson. The man said that as soon as they found out, they immediately rushed here and asked how the situation was, but Feng couldn't say for sure. Pin asked if help was needed, to which the group leader replied that it was needed, and the fighter said he would go with him. One of the dumbfounded people couldn't believe that the guild leader was being kind to the scum who had beaten up the captain. Lu Ping asked what happened to the captain, and Ning replied that he had come out of the dungeon, so it was worth taking him to show the way. A guard stood in the way of the fighters and said that the dungeon was closed, and no one was allowed to enter. Guild leader Era showed his ID and said that he had full authority to deal with emergencies. The two guards were speechless, as they had not expected to encounter the head himself. The gray-haired fighter then told his partner that it was time for them to go, and the guard wondered who the kid was. In just a few seconds, the fearless protagonist was the first to enter the portal without even blinking. Soon, the entire group of young fighters were in the dungeon where the emergency had occurred. What alarmed them was that the system notified them of a reduction in attack and defense strength by as much as 15%. A weakness effect is a positive or negative debuff that acts within a fixed range. Lu Ping knew that there was no area effect in this dungeon before, and assumed that it had appeared after the mutation. He then noticed that the silent Ningfeng standing next to him didn't give a damn. The hero's base stats were pretty high, so the problems from this debuff aren't as serious, but others won't last long. The head of the Era Guild looked at the unconscious captain and decided to bring him to his senses to find out the way. With the help of the healing staff, the wretch was brought to his senses and began to gradually open his eyes. The water-doused man screamed that he didn't want to die and begged, adding that the area from the entrance was full of ferocious monsters. The leader of the group said the underdog was unlucky to meet him, and said he was either taking him to the master or staying here. The boys noticed the large number of forks in the road and wondered where they should go. Deep in the cave, meanwhile, a huge monster that was like a lizard was wielding a weapon. One of the tense lost fighters was hiding behind a wall, hoping not to be discovered. Besides him, there were several other wounded fighters who were powerless and unable to continue moving forward. Among them was also Chi Wei, who cared for everyone with all her might and tried to heal them. One of the men told the healer that she was already tired and asked her to rest a bit. Lady ignored the fatigue and said he could rest later, but his injury couldn't wait. The green-haired girl, who was a nurse, tearfully expressed her gratitude. The desperate kid in the crowd realized that they wouldn't be able to pull it off even with their combined efforts, as everyone here had a rating below 3 stars. The wounded fighter began trying to get to his feet, saying he was feeling better, with the nurse supporting him. An excited student asked if someone would come to rescue them, and his associate said it would definitely happen, though he could hardly believe it. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion, and the wall nearby began to gradually collapse. It wasn't a rescue team at all, but a huge bloodthirsty monster that had found the exhausted fighters. Among the people immediately began to panic, because everyone realized that they could not defeat the monster. The ruthless thug immediately rushed to the attack, about to taste another batch of humans. Right in front of the nose of the nurse, frozen with fear, the bloodthirsty one grabbed the wounded fighter. The vile beast scraped a tooth through the man, who failed to give any sort of rebuff. The frightened girl immediately began to cry because the monster had killed her father, whom she loved very much. The wounded man screamed at the top of his voice, feeling the burning inside and rapidly losing a large amount of blood. To the bloodthirsty creature, his screams were like a balm to the soul, and it began to approach the frightened ladies. There was no other option but to rush out Chi Wei and the orphaned girl. The monster was not going to leave them any chance of escape and, being fierce, made a leap in their direction. The blue-eyed little girl kept crying and didn't want to believe she was going to be killed. But suddenly, both girls found themselves inside a protective barrier that prevented the thug from attacking them. The astonished Chi Wei couldn't believe that someone at the very last moment before death had come to save them. The green-haired captain even cried out in alarm, and his pupils shrank in size at that moment. He was dumbfounded as he looked at the cold-blooded Ningfeng's hand that glowed with blue light. Wang Yue, Feng Rui, and the rest of the team members silently watched their leader's skillful actions. The guild head of the Era Guild, Lu Ping, as well as his fellow mage-clad companion were also watching intently. The maiden, along with the beautiful Shu Ting, then used the staffs and began healing the injured people in the cave. Teacher Chi Wei silently watched this, while standing beside the emotionless protagonist. It pained her to watch the pretty green-haired girl mourn her father, who had been killed by a vile monster. The mage told the guild leader that if you counted the dead, there were only 20 people here, and it was unknown where the rest were. Suddenly, everyone in the cave felt a strong pressure that was accompanied by vibration waves. Something like a worm began to emerge from the ceiling, its orange skin quite tough. Berserk Dashu immediately rushed to attack and delivered a powerful punch that left a deep cut. Inside the unknown creature was a violet energy that began to erupt outwards. But within seconds, the cut in front of people's eyes had healed, which was even somewhat startling. The shocked big guy exclaimed that the unknown monster was self-healing, which was new input. Even more alarming to people was that the exit was blocked, so there was no way to escape. The creature's unexpected attack was aimed at the confused Chi Wei and the girl standing behind her. At the last moment, the fearless Ning Feng once again came to the rescue and chopped the worm. The stern leader ordered everyone to follow him, and maintained extreme caution to make no mistakes. The master of his craft once again swung his mighty blade to deliver another blow. At one point, he decided to take the blade in his right hand so that it would be more convenient to continue fighting. Another part of the vile monster was chopped off by the ruthless fighter who was avenging everyone. What was happening alarmed Lu Ping, who noticed that Ning Feng was resolving the creature, and it was no longer recovering. At one point, the excited people turned their attention to the light ahead, which appeared suddenly. All of them immediately rushed forward, realizing that an opportunity to get out of the furnace had finally presented itself. But suddenly, the man running ahead of everyone stopped, and in a flood of faces, looked at the danger ahead. Right in front of him was a monster with a frightening smile that appeared to have managed to recover again. The alarmed Lu Ping shouted in fear and asked, what kind of monster was this beast of such a huge size? Concerned yet surprised, Wang Yue watched the fearless leader's actions with her mouth open. The brave man rushed forward without any hesitation at the rogue, asking everyone else to stand still. He realized that the monster might be the culprit behind the mutation in the dungeon, so it was easier to kill it directly. Suddenly, one of the disgusting creature's feet was right next to the daredevil's head. The fearless protagonist began to give a decent fight back to the monster, swinging his sword. The fidgety Lu Ping only shouted that Ning Feng's sword would break, while her childhood friend watched with her mouth open. In an instant, the daredevil froze in place and stared silently at his opponent, but there was no emotion in his eyes. After a few seconds, the fighter sliced the octopus-like monster in two with his powerful energy sword. The one-eyed man was still alive at that moment, but he screamed loudly from the incredible pain. The young man, however, did not stop and used his magic staff to bring the matter to an end. He concentrated as much as possible to make sure he didn't make any missteps, and did everything to the highest level. A powerful magical charge flew towards the toothy man who was already weakened at the same moment. The action led to a successful outcome, and the explosion that had been planned soon took place. This time, Ning Feng had destroyed a highly threatening monster that was responsible for the chaos. After a while, the situation became calmer, and medical carriages began to evacuate the wounded. One of the men supported his wounded comrade in arms, stroking his shoulder and telling him that everything was all right now. Some in turn mourned dead comrades who had died under very stupid circumstances. Lu Ping said that thanks to the hero, the mutation was over, and added that things could have turned into a major disaster. The brave young man in turn did not say anything, but only looked at teacher Chi Wei. The lovely woman looked distraught at that moment and looked silently at the floor, thinking about what had happened. Suddenly, her favorite student approached her and held out an orange emblem as a gift. It was an orange quality healing emblem that added 5 points to physical and mental strength. The surprised teacher couldn't believe it, and a drop of sweat dripped down the cheek of a guild head era. He was shocked, for it was a legendary divine emblem, and the humble hero confirmed that it was. Since this whole situation happened in the dungeon, this was the first time someone had received an emblem, but Ning Feng didn't look surprised. An excited Chi Wei asked if it would be a waste for her to use this artifact if she was a 3-star. Laughing slightly, her favorite student said it was no big deal and simply asked her to accept the gift. The woman didn't budge and accepted the legendary divine emblem while being as focused as possible. He realized that he had to learn how to protect his chi as soon as possible, but he remembered that he couldn't leave the training camp. The youngster asked Master Lu if he could take a day off, to which the master replied that he could also take a couple days off if he wanted. The polite young man replied that a day was enough for him, making sure that the guild leader was easy on the eyes. Afterward, the gray-haired man said that the finishing touches were left and they could go back. One of the reporters asked the guild leader if he was the hero who saved everyone. But Lu Ping said that the heroes were the young man behind him, and Ning Feng was dumbfounded by this. Microphones were immediately put to him. The confused young man himself didn't know what he was saying. Surprised and interested reporters asked the young fighter to tell how he managed to defeat the monster. The confused guy almost burst into tears as he was surrounded by journalists on all sides. Feng Rui noticed that brother was nervous, and Wang Yue said that he was not strong in formal conversations, especially when asked for an interview. The girl said with a smile that, as a child, the hero even avoided all sorts of assemblies at school. She added that he would definitely get used to it soon. But the confused Ning Feng wasn't so sure about it. Soon they were back at the training camp, where the youngster lay face down in his pillow, feeling awkward after his recent interview. At one point, he looked up and remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to do something important. The guy activated the spiritual guardian skill, protecting against a fatal injury that took a long time to recharge. The young man looked at his hand with interest and said that the life-saving skill must be something that would become useful to him. He then turned it into a passive immortal catastrophe skill that allowed for a resurrection chance when gaining points. It was about points of the power of faith. After reading about them, the young man wondered if that wasn't what the gods had taken from others. The hero thought the ability to resurrect was very important and figured out how to raise the world level. But obtaining the power of faith was still to be dealt with. After that, the kid remembered he had something else to do before he forgot completely. Somewhere in the stinking dump, a man's head was sticking out of a mountain of garbage, his face blue with nausea. Beside that, several other heads were sticking out, and a red-haired and not exactly tidy kid was sitting on top. There were two other guys standing in front of the junkyard, looking rather anxious and slightly trembling. This was indeed the case, and the face near the bridge of the nose of one of them even turned blue with fear. Suddenly, a stern-looking Feng Ye appeared behind them and inquired about the situation. Red said that Tian Yu disappeared 5 years ago, but finally showed up and suddenly attacked, causing more than a dozen people to get hurt. The master said that it was very similar to what happened to Peng He and the ancient hawk, and added that he would handle it himself. Then he turned his attention to a red-haired vagrant, whose right foot rested on the man's protruding head. The kid said that when he was in school, old man Feng Ye was his idol, and he was honored to have him personally come to see him. The man didn't have time to say anything because suddenly a loud phone call rang in his pocket. As it turned out, the one who called him at that moment was martial arts master Duan, who didn't bother about nothing. The youngster asked if he had really decided to get on the phone now and not take him seriously at all. But the master did not even hear him and told the master that he would finish his business and go to him. This infuriated the vagrant, who used magic to punish the old man who ignored him. A powerful charge was directed toward the man, and the kid asked if he thought he was so tough. The cold-blooded old-school fighter was not at all frightened by the kid's punch, which he did not take seriously. At that moment, the first thing he did was to tuck his mobile device into his pocket, so as not to damage it. The powerful energy endowed Feng Ye then focused on the opponent who needed to be taught a lesson. He used the Hungry Fire Dragon technique and headed towards the opponent. The red-haired kid's green charge was split in midair, which spoke of the old man's power. The blue-haired lad was dumbfounded and had no idea how this could have happened. Feng realized that the guy's strength was no joke, and remembered that he couldn't keep Duan waiting and needed to resolve things as soon as possible. At that moment, the enraged young fighter stood in a fighting stance, preparing to fight to the end. He then used the green energy again, which he put even more power into. The fearless gentleman looked into the eyes of his opponent, who was a potential fighter and was in good shape. The two frightened boys on the sidelines watched the battle between the two mighty forces and marveled at the old fighter's strength. The redhead exclaimed that he was a disciple of the Demon King and couldn't lose to a pathetic old man. But in an instant, the confidence from his eyes vanished and was replaced by an excessive wariness. In front of him, the clapper saw a huge fiery cloud that loomed right over his head. A few seconds later, there was a powerful explosion, which was silently watched by an emotionless Feng Ye. As he left, the Lord ordered his subordinate to clean up the place in a calm tone, saying that he had to go now. After a while, he arrived at the reception base, where he was to have a conversation with Duan. The surprised old man asked if it was true that the boss was willing to reveal all the formulas of elite potions to the country. The youngster was quoted as saying that the leader wanted to uncover all the formulas of high-level items and entrust the Adventurers Bureau with the job. Feng Ye realized that the world was in a state of imbalance, the danger level continued to rise, and the forces of professionals were not keeping up. If they want to level up, they have to conquer more dangerous and difficult worlds, and it seems like an endless cycle. The man was sure that potions could completely change the existing situation because they were a real strategic material. He thanked them for their trust and asked if there was anything else the boss wanted the Adventurers Bureau to ask. Duan said there was nothing else. And the old man said that high-ranking people should contribute to the future, which is what the hero did. The ash-haired young man said that's exactly what he admires about the gracious boss. With a smile on his face, the guy added that every time a hero does something, it can be a feat saving many people. Feng Ye said he would tell the others and they would make a plan so that the boss's efforts would not be in vain. Meanwhile, He Shiu had reported that the black market was selling high-level potions, whose effects were the same as theirs. The shaman said that all of the guild potions were made by him personally, and there were so many people using them, so there couldn't be any leaks. The head said that the only one in this world besides him who knows how to create potions is the so-called mysterious hero. He ordered a subordinate to check it out immediately, and it was wild for him to hear about the mysterious hero. The stern Heishu ordered him to run to fulfill the order, whereupon the agitated man went to do so. In turn, Ningfeng and Wang Yue walked down the corridor, heading towards the room. The smiling girl asked her friend if he wanted to watch a recording of her interview. Remembering the awkward situation, the young man replied that he didn't want to do that at all. A friend, on the other hand, said it actually didn't turn out too bad, and people even praise him. In the comments, people wrote that the guy was pretty cute, and on top of that, there were many more compliments. Ningfeng noticed that the strength of faith was growing rapidly and realized that it was because of the interview, which said that he would have to adapt to it. Soon, the young men were out in the courtyard, where they were noticed by two students nearby. One of the guys greeted Master Ning's assistant, who waved back at him. Wang Yu noticed that ever since the hero showed strength, no one chattered stuff about him anymore. And now, they even called him the master's assistant. Many students greeted the young man, who remained reserved and modest. A whole crowd of admiring people followed the young man who had proved his strength and was reaping the benefits. Many people admired as they recognized Ningfeng, who was described as powerful and handsome. Sulan and her colleague were surprised to read in the news that Qingyu had also become famous for being brave. The tense principal Zhang in turn grabbed his head, drenching himself with 7 sweats. The man asked the director what the deceased was, and the woman said she had to take a call and left. The leader said that Ning is going to go to university, and if he goes, the mysterious boss will leave them. And Duan has already given up the villa. The head said that without a strong defense, the city would revert back to its original position, something he couldn't think about calmly. Soon, Sulan, who had excused herself for a few minutes and talked on the phone, returned to the room. Her gaze suddenly changed, and the agitated colleague inquired of Madam what was the matter. The puzzled lady replied that the master had called and said that the mysterious hero was ready to give her a special training session. Director Zhang and a colleague said that it was up to her now, and the fussy madam didn't understand what had happened to them. At the meeting, Feng Ye said that the boss was willing to reveal the formulas of the summer elixirs, and stated that he planned to open a processing workshop. The chapters realized that if they could produce high-quality elixirs, it would be great news for everyone. He Shu, on the other hand, felt that it wouldn't be good for everyone, as only his Azure Spearhead Guild currently possessed the elixir. He said he wouldn't interfere, but asked if there was any chance that the boss's motives weren't at all what they represented them to be. Liu Yingjun asked what the head meant, and he replied that the potions had the same effect as those made by his guild. Xiuyu said he had done a check and found that none of the elixirs were missing, and the ones sold at the auction were subjected to spells. He also added that he thinks everyone remembers the day when the unemotional Mr. Duan made the statement. The stern head recalled that the fighter had then said that the mysterious hero had long known the formulas for elite potions. Fang Zhou said that it would be terrible if the elixirs fell into the wrong hands unknowingly, and asked if this was the boss's intention. Feng Ye promised that he would send a reconnaissance team if such a thing happened, and decided that it was necessary to inform Sulan when she finished her preparations. Old Man Zhou said that his guild would also send its manpower to cooperate with the investigation of the Azure Point Guild. He added that if they are convinced by then that the leaks are related to the boss, they will ask Mr. Fan to settle the matter fairly. The man, on the other hand, promised to take responsibility if the case involved a mysterious hero. After a while in the secret realm, Ningfeng's team discussed that all exits and entrances were guarded, so no flaws were found. The youngster had never taken potions so seriously, but with this, he would be able to determine where the leak came from. He wondered where the potions came from on the black market if Azure Point also denied the leak, and assumed someone else knew the formulas. In a dark black market quarter, there were mysterious people in robes kneeling on their knees selling potions. At one of the tables sat a mysterious man in a robe who was watching the people around him. He said he didn't think the 7 guilds would send investigators to get a bottle of potion. The mysterious one also added that the people of the lower world were unaware of them, as he had seen for himself. Then attention was turned to the next guests who had come for the magic elixir. The tense mage said the place was barely to be found, and her stern male companions remained silent. Baldy told the gentleman that these two wanted to buy a high-level experience potion, but the girl said that they were here looking for a person. She added that a week ago, a young white-clothed craftsman had come for the potion and had not returned, and asked if there was any information about him. The man in the robe understood who he was talking about, but told the young fighters that they had come to the wrong address. Suddenly, a large number of slimy and long tentacles emerged from its ribcage. The silent big guy who had come along with the mage was immediately engulfed and unable to move. The same fate awaited the mage, whose mouth was covered with tentacles to make breathing impossible. The incredibly strong monster held both fighters, intending to massacre them. The edge of its slimy tentacles had sharp tips attached to them that could take a life in an instant. One such tip pierced the berserker's skin near his neck, making him even more wary. The same manipulation was done to the dumbfounded girl, who could not hold back her tears. The poisonous injection administered had completely changed the minds of the young fighters, who no longer had any emotions. After a few more seconds, they were unconscious and unmoving, but still restrained. The tense bald man said that the guys lied about the potion, but the monster said that missing a few people on the black market wouldn't cause concern. The unconscious fighters were then thrown to the ground, and the master ordered a subordinate to prepare them. Somewhere underground was an entire room where his victims lay in purple bubbles. The monster said there were enough people this time, so we could take a break while the next batch of warriors woke up. The confident villain declared that they would be the masters of this world, which he didn't doubt in the slightest. He also added that he couldn't be away for long and it was time to return, and the minions listened to him while kneeling. Through the window, the creature flew out and headed back to the black market because it was necessary. Soon the entity reached one of the mansions, into the window of which it swiftly flew. It was a kind of consciousness that returned to the Azure Point Guild's treacherous shaman's head. The process of infusion into the head lasted less than 2 minutes, after which the man regained control of his body. The nosy archmage smiled slyly, and, as it turned out, it was all of his cunning mind's work. A couple days later, Ningfeng called Duan to inquire if any evidence had been found. The guy replied that several people had been sold potions on the black market, but the seller they didn't find, and it was assumed that he had simply fled. The protagonist kept a cool head and asked his associate to let him know if there was any news. The gray-haired fighter realized that he had to handle such a small thing, or he would be ashamed in front of his boss. After that, he called Ms. Sulan, who was also involved in the investigation process. The young man asked if she had been able to find anything, hoping to hear a positive answer. The madam in the pink tracksuit replied that her place was just as empty, which wasn't very encouraging. No one took any notice of the gloomy factory where the awakening process had begun in the late afternoon. All of the previously captured warriors began to come to their senses and stretched upward, filling up with strength. Each was unemotional, and the blank stare looked rather intimidating. In the training camp dining hall on a sunny morning, students were eating lunch as if nothing had happened. Sitting at one of the tables was Ning Feng and his team members who were about to enjoy their breakfast. The common students were surprised that the hero was so nice, not arrogant and indifferent like other powerful people. The young man himself was confident that in the future, he could rely on the good guys from the academy to raise his level and gain the power of faith. The cute girl asked the guy if he'd thought about which guild he'd joined, and asked if he'd gotten many invitations. The polite young man abruptly replied that he had no plans to join the guild yet. Vizavi asked if he wanted to create his own, but the youngster replied that he already had the Rough Lions, Yue Guild. He Shichyoung was confident that the Severe Lions Guild, although small and not known to many people, but with such people, its future would be bright. The red-haired kid turned to Wang Yue, asking if he could join her guild. After hearing this, the slightly confused girl blushed, because she hadn't expected this at all. Suddenly, 2 more students said they were graduating this year and would like to join them as well. Walking down the street, she said that an ordinary lunch turned into a guild fair, and Ning Feng said that he felt like a member of 7 guilds. After these words, the company of young fellows laughed and got a little distracted from all the pressing problems. The hero had planned to find people for the camp, but he didn't expect the outcome to be much better. And without the rat Zheng, the guild could be a backup for him. First, Cheng's father colluded with Peng He and Gu Ying, and then when an investigation was conducted, a magic circle was found in their house. At this moment, he and 2 others were wanted, and Wang Yue had expelled all of his people in the guild, which saved a lot of trouble. The guy's musings were suddenly interrupted because Duan had sent him 2 pictures in his private messages. The gray-haired man wrote that Sulan had found potion refining equipment and several high-level experience potions. Ningfeng began to look at the photos, straining his brain and trying to figure out what they depicted. The woman reported that they had discovered a remnant of dark power and wondered if some special mutant. The mysterious Duan said that these were monsters they had never seen before, namely parasites. He spoke in the hero's words that ordinary monsters couldn't leave the secret realm where they had dwelt for a long time. But the parasites were special and drastically different, which was very alarming. They parasitized other living organisms and took complete control of the host's actions and thinking. At an early stage, the parasites are very fragile, so they hide, and the holes are the so-called nests in which the creatures hatch. The fidgety Sulan started to understand something, and Duan determined her, saying that the creatures should hatch soon. The nervous lady asked if it was true that an unknown number of parasites were mixed in with the human world, unbeknownst to them. The ash-haired martial artist closed his eyes for a few seconds, saying that it wasn't the most important thing. In the Azure Point Guild building, Hishiu told Fangzhou that many days had already passed, but nothing had been found. Suddenly, an archmage entered the room, looking furious with a red halo glowing around him. The guild leader took notice of this and asked Seer Huan what was wrong and why he was acting so strangely. At that moment, the nosy one smiled slyly, which was quite alarming because it had never happened before. Suddenly, the creature unfurled huge, slippery tentacles, intimidating and laughing loudly. The guild leaders were immediately firmly grabbed by the tentacles and tensed up very much as they didn't expect something like this. Nervous. Hishiu immediately realized that this was not Zanaha Huang at all, but he had no idea who or what it was. In an instant, an injection was injected into his neck, which let a poisonous substance into his bloodstream. After only a few seconds, the pupil rolled upward and dark blue cracks appeared on the young man's face. After the injections were administered, the powerful creature abandoned its victims and began to leave the room. Fang Shu and He Shu began to sit on the floor, but were rendered unconscious and unable to think of anything. The nosy witch doctor laughed loudly, becoming more and more convinced of his power and invincibility. He said that he thought only Shuyu was here, but he didn't expect to see an Epoch Guildmaster here as well. The Archmage also said that being able to contribute to the development of his army is the greatest honor for inferior beings like them. Du An at that time told Sulan that according to the boss, individually the parasites are weak, but it's different in a group. The young man said that the more parasites there were, the stronger each one would be, with the king who created them receiving a higher bonus. The woman asked if that meant that they were secretly in the marketplace saving up powers, and the guy replied that yes, and the potions were just bait for the victims. This horrified the blue-eyed lady, who only wondered how they would deal with these creatures. The fighter said they needed a divine object to allow them to detect the parasites. Sulan asked what it was, and the guy replied that it was something gifted by the gods, after which the lady said that she would pass the information to the master. Though she didn't know where to find this divine item, she promised herself she would definitely do it. Meanwhile, Ningfeng wondered what other divine item was needed to fight. He knew from memory that parasites coexist with the host body, and when the damage is too great, transfer the damage to the body to separate. Only a divine object could deprive them of such an opportunity, but there was nothing like it in the world that met these conditions. The hero wondered how to get rid of the parasites if their whereabouts are hidden, but once they become stronger, will cause harm. His musings were suddenly interrupted by a phone call from Duan, who wanted to report the situation. The associate said that large fluctuations of dark energy were coming from the Azure Point Guild headquarters, and that was what he was talking about. The fighter added that they can't even contact Hishiu, and have found some other people acting strangely and heading there. Keeping a cool head, the leader asked his comrades to stay away from the headquarters, and said he would go and check it out. Late at night, 3 dark silhouettes were climbing up to the roof of the Azure Point Guild headquarters. It was the witch doctor, Huan, who had brought in new victims, and was pleased that he no longer had to hide in the dark. Right in front of him were many other recruited warriors who were willing to die for him. Tuned to his liking, Fangzhou and Heishu told the king in one voice that everything was in place. The stern leader said that was fine. While carefully looking around and preparing for further action, suddenly he noticed a strange movement nearby and decided to give it some thought. There was a certain human silhouette wandering on the roof at that moment, which everyone present immediately threw a glance at. It was the fearless Ningfeng who was the focus of the newly minted army. They all looked at the boy with an intimidating smile, but he only gave them a stern look in return. Healer Huang immediately recognized the guy from the interview, who showed some pretty good fighting skills. Nosy immediately wondered what the kid was doing here and if he was getting into trouble. Ning was well aware that there were many people under the mage's control who had become a haven for the parasites. The healer asked the little one why he was alone, and whether the others had not dared to come and cast the whole heroic plight upon him. The rugged fighter asked if the nosy wretch was the very king he had heard about. The wily thief smiled wryly, asking if the young man had really called him king and wanted to join him. Afterwards, the scoundrel laughed, saying that he wouldn't let the people from the lower world follow him. But he admitted that the hoverbear was very strong. But suddenly, any smile from the witch doctor's face disappeared and anger took its place. It was all the fault of the fearless fighter, who cut off his tentacles with a sharp swing of his sword. At that moment, the sharp-nosed man clenched his jaw tightly in pain, and his pupils also shrank considerably. The healer cried out that he recognized Ningfeng's strength, but added that he couldn't be killed so easily, for he was like a god. The determined lad made sure that there was no effect from attacks with conventional weapons. Then he closed his eyes to concentrate fully, as if plotting something against him. A forbidden spell was invoked by him, which made the long-nosed man very wary. After that, the enemy cried out at the top of his voice, feeling unbearable pain, but not realizing where it was coming from. The Dark Gate skill was activated, which opened the gate and summoned a constant stream of creatures for an indefinite period of time. The spell was endowed with a tremendous amount of power that contributed to the destruction of any opponent. The wily villain in turn laughed again, while remaining unharmed. Laughing madly, the shaman called his young opponent the errand boy of a certain demon lord. He wondered if the boy sensed impending defeat, which was why he wanted to summon the master. The healer exclaimed that the so-called High Lords are the heart and soul of God, and they have treasures given to them. Ningfeng did not listen to him, but thought about being careful, because the summoning spell was still forbidden, and he did not know what would come out. A black silhouette with red eyes began to gradually emerge from the purple portal. The surprised and somewhat excited young man froze in place when he saw the capybara-looking animal appear. The equally astonished shaman stared at the scene with his mouth ajar, not knowing what to expect. The troubled hero wondered if this was the one and only supreme demon lord. The cute little beast sat back down and looked at the people who were slightly afraid of him, but looked bewildered. Then the demon lord raised himself up on two legs, but his eyes began to double and the sensation was not good. After standing for only a moment, the beast fell to its side, feeling powerless and unwilling to do anything. Laughing loudly, Juan asked what the hell was this that didn't even make the power of darkness felt. But after just a second, he became very wary and had to pay for his rant. The shaman slammed his face into the dirt with a clatter and couldn't do anything about it because he was rendered unable to move. A magical aura appeared around the resting capybara, causing everyone to fall to the ground and follow suit. The nervous warlock clenched his jaw and wondered what had happened, for he couldn't control his body. The ambitious beast, meanwhile, began looking around and sniffing strange objects. At one point, he noticed something interesting to him and began biting the black silhouette, gradually consuming it. Soon one of the parasites was devoured by a cute-looking demon lord who was very hungry. Ningfeng made sure that it was far better than a god-given thing. The entire beast ate the parasite sitting in the body. Dumbfounded, Juan could not believe what he was seeing, for something terrible was happening right before his eyes. Young, however, began filming the scumbag, who had previously claimed he couldn't be beaten, but now said he was just bragging. He made his opponent apologize on camera and then say how he managed to sneak into their world. The parasite said that the warlock and his men had somehow broken into his dungeon, so he quoted on it and came here. The hero asked if he was a hidden boss in the dungeon, and the parasite replied that he was. The monster said it was weak and could only hide in the black market, but recently its strength had increased and it had entered the incubation stage, hatching larvae. The broadcast was displayed in the office of the heads of the 7 major guilds, who were holding a meeting at that moment. Liu Yingzhen said that they were unable to move forward in the face of the monsters, so they could only leave them to Ningfeng. Zhang Yanchuan said that if it wasn't for the hero, Azure Point would have been swallowed up, and Wang Bo said that the entire world would have been destroyed. Feng Ye said that the potions issue has been cleared up and has nothing to do with the mysterious hero, so they can agree to cooperate. Everyone at the meeting supported what he said and agreed to cooperate. After a while, the Lord said that a company would be set up to produce and sell potions, and most of the profits would be Ningfeng's income. The young man realized that the deal was quite favorable, because he would receive 80% without worrying about anything. The man said they wanted to thank him for his 2 acts of heroism and added that the ceremony would take place at the closing of the camp. It was also said that many reporters wanted to interview the youngster, who saw it as an opportunity to accumulate the power of faith. The young man thanked the gentleman for organizing everything, and he replied that there was nothing to be thankful for. The hero said it was time for him to return to the camp and asked if he could leave the animal in his care, and Duan promised to take care of it. The gray-haired man feared that the pet was more useful to him, since he was able to kill the parasite, and decided that he would have to work even harder. Ning realized that this kid's skill was like an effect that could completely take away the opponent's body control. Then he noticed that the cute pet was constantly sniffing his blue pendant. This pendant was previously given to him by a follower of the god they met in the ice cave. The protagonist wondered if the pendant had any significance to his new animal friend. After that, it was decided to name the furry little guy Sloth, as he was leisurely and slow. After a short period of time, the young man returned to the training camp where his companions were. Suddenly, he heard the voice of a girl who was anxiously wondering where the hero was. The joyful, white-eyed girl saw the young man and immediately rushed over to ask him some questions. The little girl asked if he was that great hero, Ning Feng, but the humble man didn't know what to tell her. Unexpectedly, Feng Rui came out and said a polite hello to Zuo Xie, who he hadn't seen in a long time. The leader was astonished to hear an associate refer to the little girl as a teacher, for she seemed to be less than 15 years old. Just as staggering was Da Shu standing beside him, who didn't have this information in his head. The youngster introduced Xie Yan, an outstanding teacher at Peking University who was once a classmate of his father. His words were surprising to the owner of the violet eyes, who had not expected to hear such a thing at all. The lady said that she had been told about Ning Feng's glorious deeds, so she was curious to see what a real hero looked like. Guy felt awkward, and he remembered that Teacher Z's name had been called out at the opening of the camp as the main leadership of the research team. The girl discouraged him further by suggesting that he hadn't had breakfast yet and invited him to eat together. She said she made all the dishes on the table with ingredients from the monsters and asked the guys to try them. The astonished young fighters began to praise the culinary masterpieces, savoring their flavor. Da Shu noticed that Master Li hadn't arrived yet, and Feng Rui thought it was strange since he usually got up early. The unshaven man, meanwhile, was feeling very ill, and even through his glasses you could see the anxiety in his soul. Sitting in the lab, Li was dissatisfied that Xie Yan had only just returned but was already put to work. But he didn't call out Ning Feng and the others. The different attitudes were very noticeable and brought no joy to him at all. The teacher told the hero that among everyone his test scores were perfect, and Wang Yue added that he was the best in their class. The lady said that it had been a long time since she had seen such genius, who was good in theory as well as in practice, and added that she had brought something special. It was a special item from the dungeon, which immediately interested the team leader. Mr. Li and his colleagues, meanwhile, were doing research in the lab. Suddenly, Xie Yan entered the center, leading the disciples behind her, startling the seated staff members. The teacher asked her excited colleagues to mind their own business, saying she was just going to show the kids something. The tired Li realized that it was just a couple of kids, but it felt like high-ranking people had come to check. Then a crowd of young fellows approached the gentleman, whose hands were trembling at that moment. Suddenly, the pendant around Ning Feng's neck, which was the same color as the stones on the table, began to react to something. The boy noticed that the crystal was beginning to show faint fluctuations in energy and wondered if he had sensed something. Xie Yan, looking at the blue crystals on the table, asked the team leader what he thought it was. The youngster said it looked like something artificially made, along the lines of a wall fragment, which turned out to be correct. The teacher said that all dungeons have their own ecology, but in one of them, they seemed to have discovered a lost civilization. She added that these things were found in the Valley of the Secret Realm, and since the monsters there were strong, they didn't go too deep. Ning Feng wondered if it was possible that Teacher C had found a place where a follower of the Hanyin god had once lived. The young man then asked if he could take a closer look at the fragments, and was granted permission. The hero realized that the energy fluctuations were coming from the crystal shard, and the pendant was absorbing it into the essence. Shein asked what he thought, and the kid said he'd have to go to that place to see everything in person. Soon, the teacher led the students into a secret realm, where she introduced them to the research team that would be helping them inside. The three participants were very happy to see Ning Feng, and one of the girls asked for a picture with him. The smiling Feng Rui was sure that the scholars were true professionals in their field, who admired the brat. The hesitant Chang Mukyu doubted that she could handle such a task, and Wang Yue encouraged her, telling her that they would do everything together. The enthusiastic teacher lifted the whereabouts up and cheerfully called everyone to go forward. After a while, the research team was exploring the area, and the hero was familiarizing himself with the map of the kingdom. Suddenly, underground shocks began to be felt, which triggered powerful vibration waves. A toothy huge worm burst out of the ground and was aggressive. The excited Jie Yan was very frightened, but the brave man standing next to her was not distinguished by such emotions. Da Shu got involved, grabbing the hilt of the axe island, intending to be the first to rush into the attack. With one successful blow, the worm was chopped in two before it could even do much damage. The team leader asked the research team members not to worry and said they could continue their work. The researchers were surprised that the worm was killed in one fell swoop, and said that one could feel completely safe with a berserk. At that moment, the big man told Mrs. Yi Yan that he had found something and asked her to come over to him. At the spot where the remains of the worm lay, a huge crater was formed that led somewhere. Soon, the research team descended underground where there were tall stone buildings. The teacher said it was the trace of an old civilization and suggested that the inhabitants who inhabited the place had been killed by monsters. Ningfeng thought that her assumptions were correct because he remembered that the Azure Point Guild realm had once been a civilization as well. In that minute, the pendant around his neck started reacting to something again, and that's what the guy immediately noticed. He immediately turned around and noticed a glowing crystal behind him that was identical in color to the pendant. The young man was curious as to what was deep within the ruins if the pendant reacted to the crystal again. A member of the research team told the professor that strong dark energy fluctuations were detected ahead. Nearby was a small platform with a crystal in the center of it, connecting the others around it with magic. The surprised hero said in thought that it was very similar to a magic circle summoning an evil god, but the feeling was different. At that moment, somewhere in the ruins, a demon stood in front of his small army, eager for battle. A horde of bald goblins, their red eyes glowing, were ready to go into battle and fight to the last man. The leader communicated with the personnel with strange exclamations, inciting them to battle and boosting their morale. It made the creatures' eyes light up even more, and they couldn't wait to rush into battle. The stern Dashu asked Feng Rui to be careful because there were too many monsters, but the young man said that Ning Feng was with them, and that was what mattered. With one swing of his axe, the berserker chopped the goblin to pieces, telling them that their defenses could not be penetrated by the ears. Such a brazen action angered the goblin lord even more, and he decided to brave more weighty action. The members of the research team discussed that if they entered the gorge, they would only be a burden to the fighters and would not be able to help. Concerned, Xia Yan understood that these children were under a lot of pressure right now, but she couldn't help them. Wang Yue said she wanted to see if she could handle the boss, and Ningfeng said they could go and he would handle it alone. After a while, a large number of bodies of slain goblins, who were not lucky enough to survive, were lying nearby. The guy in the group was surprised that the protagonist had single-handedly destroyed such a flood of monsters. The leader himself was confident that the team would survive without him. After all, Mu Qiu, Teacher Qi, and Sister Lan had all received his special training. Everything that was happening confused the remaining goblins, who were now no longer so confident in their power. The members of the research team were amazed at what they saw, for the monsters were afraid of the team leader. Wang Yue rushed into the battle, asking her companions not to forget about reinforcements and abilities, for there was a boss ahead. The Shadow Shaman was not going to give up so easily and summoned a sandstorm to slow down the opponent's action. The brisk wind and sand had reduced visibility, and now only his silhouette was visible. He was sure that no one would get him now, but in a moment he became wary because he sensed danger. Suddenly, a fiery arrow flew at the leader of the monsters, which could destroy anyone with a single hit. The arrow hit the target precisely and left no chance of survival, bringing victory to the humans. In the barrier, meanwhile, lay the shredded remains of a worm that appeared to be very weak. Unknown people who were excited that someone other than them had gotten inside the heart of the world. Backup was immediately requested over the radio, and then the man discovered that something strange was going on. Somewhere nearby, 6 tags appeared on the ground that were used by the team for teleportation. A wary Wang Yue asked her friend if he heard voices, but he replied that he didn't know what she meant. At the same time, the hero couldn't stop thinking about the fact that the pendant had just absorbed the crystal's energy. Xie Yin said she heard something in the direction they came from, but the entrance is guarded from the outside, so no one will definitely get through. A slightly anxious Feng Rui asked his brother if he wanted to go check, to which he suggested that they go together. First to go was the professor, who got down on her knee to perform one uncomplicated action. The woman reached forward and used her magical power to analyze everything. She found colorful footprints on the ground that seemed very strange and alien. The tense lady said that these were not their footprints, and someone had indeed been here. But why the footprints disappeared on the way out was unknown. The girl from the research team said she asked security and they said no one came through. The teacher continued to stare at the footprints and wondered where the strangers had come from then and how they had gotten away from here. The research team continued to research and analyze the magical barrier. Xie Yan said that the footprints start from here. It means that these people could have entered through the passage or any other way. Liu Yingjin said that there was no sign of a struggle, and it seemed that the intruders were very strong, and yet they did not even take the booty that fell out. The very serious Feng Ye immediately realized that a speedrun had been used here. Speedrun was a method of dungeon sweeping that meant a quick sweep. Speedrunners took only the most important honors, forgoing everything else. and it required high team strength and cohesion. A bewildered Wangbo said that he didn't think that anyone other than Ningfeng and the others were capable of such a thing. Xiaomian asked if they could be adventurers from other worlds, which sounded rather strange. She said they had discovered the remains of other worlds in this dungeon, and asked if there were other worlds like theirs. The hero thought the teacher was right, for at least he had seen several other worlds in the Demon King's memory. The thoughtful woman said that if the other side had evil intentions, they would have enemies in addition to monsters. Discouraged by her assumptions, Wang Bo said that trouble never comes alone. At that moment, Liu Yingjun and Feng Ye glanced at each other but did not drop a single word. The guild leader of the influential house guild told Wang Yue that they all wanted to know her opinion on this matter. He asked if her guild, the Rough Lions Guild, was interested in replacing Azure Point and becoming part of the guild family. The sudden offer puzzled the beauty and proved very difficult to decide upon. Liu Yingjun said that the guild leader of the Epoch Guild, Fang Zhou, had resigned, and the Azure Point Guild had been left by many people, and they had already fallen in the rankings. The Tense girls said they were only high school students, but the head said everyone had already approved joining. After that, the nervous beauty looked at the present Ningfeng not far away to see his reaction. The childhood friend looked at her friend with a smile, being very happy for her, for such an offer was not lying on the road. He asked her to make the decision on her own, and promised to support her no matter what. The heads were confident that the guy's promise could help Wang Yue firmly establish himself in the 7 guilds. The unsure damsel said she was willing to try, but asked to mentor her if she failed. The bewildered Da Shu couldn't understand how the 7 guilds had even appeared, and Shu Ting didn't know what to say to her. The protagonist realized that Yue joining the 7 was a huge step forward for his nurturing power. Suddenly, the young man heard someone calling for the Lord, and in a moment, he became very wary. Being a little frightened, he immediately started looking around, trying to figure out where the sound came from. The youngster noticed that no one was even paying attention and assumed he was the only one who heard it. Ningfeng noticed that the voice was very similar to Han Yin's and the pendant around his neck, and stood up again to react to something. Members of the research team were discussing a guy who was recently interviewed as a folk hero. The folk hero himself was in a tent nearby, where Professor Xie Yan was also standing. The young man noticed that the pendant had stopped absorbing the crystal's energy, but there was no change in its appearance. Suddenly, the lad heard the strange voice calling him master again. Emotionless Ning asked if Han Yin was Han Yin, and the joyful follower said that it was great to talk to him again. He said that the pendant left behind by the follower had absorbed the crystal's energy, and asked how they were connected. At one point, Han Yin said that it seemed to be the heart of the world, but the young man still didn't understand anything. The heart of the world is the world nucleus formed by the fusion of the laws of the universe, and once it is destroyed, the world will also come to an end. The follower said that the laws contained in the heart is the source of the power of the gods, and they used to use them to resurrect loved ones in the past. The whole story came as a surprise to the young man, who listened intently. Also, the little devil said he has memory lapses, and there's no way he can remember the important stuff. Smiling, the kid said that he would remember someday, but Han Yin was upset that he had let the Lord down. The hero then wondered if this method of resurrection had any side effects. The guys reported to the professor that the research was almost complete, but nothing of value, except for a few abandoned buildings, had been found. Feng Ye said that intruders might appear at any moment, so it was best not to stay here, and Wang Bo ordered the people out. The old man then asked Head Wang what she thought about it, and the confused girl didn't know what to say. He said the decision to seal the place had to be made by at least 3 chapters, and Maiden agreed. In just a few minutes, the secret realm was successfully sealed, and those present were thanked for their work. After a while, Ningfeng, like the others, returned to the training base and decided to take a shower. The water was very cold, and Han Yin suddenly told His Excellency God that he remembered something. Soon the young man came out of the shower and, wiping his head, asked what the follower remembered. The looming spirit asked to be executed, but it didn't evoke any emotion from the kid. The hero said he'd already talked about being okay, but Ice said it was about resurrection. He said that because the heart of the world contains dark power, God's connection with the loved one could have been forcibly changed. The follower also added that he was not afraid of death and said it was any better than pulling His Excellency down. Now some points became clear to the young man who had heard of the gods of evil. At the same time, the kid realized that if he told the truth, it would break Han Yin even more. Protege asked if the kid felt uncomfortable in any way, but he said not at all. Suddenly, the leader remembered the passive skill of Dark Affinity, which granted immunity to all spell use requirements. Ningfeng asked if he was only affected by the follower's resurrection and not affected by it. But the icy reply was that he wasn't sure. With a slight smirk, the young man allowed him to live, saying that if there were any repercussions, they would simply allow them. This was a big shock to the follower, who said he didn't want to be a burden. The young gentleman did not react in any way to this, but only said seriously that there was something he had to tell. Suddenly, Ice asked if he was the god of evil, and the guy started the story from the beginning. It was about various gods, including the god of evil and the powerful god of law. The kid said that according to legend, these gods have dubbed him the god of evil, and all spells he wields are automatically dark and forbidden. Hanyan, on the other hand, said that because of selfish thoughts, many people died in that senseless war. The henchman added that no one cared about anyone's life, and only he himself always seeks justice for them and promised to be on the hero's side always. The polite young man thanked the follower for his trust and promised to do his best to protect people. Happy Yin tearfully told His Excellency that he was very happy to be by his side. After a while, the guy was lying on the bed, still not understanding what this so-called world level was all about. In short, it is the degree to which the world is recognized by the gods. And although there are many worlds in the universe, not everyone can be blessed by them. Han said that when intelligent life originates in the world, it attracts the attention of the gods, but it is only a minor attention. If the world passes the test of the gods, it can receive a blessing and gain a stronger civilization and power. The follower added that the world level is very low, and one can consider the world almost devoid of blessings. Cyborg said that with Ning Feng, the future of this world would become brighter, and added that he had a suggestion for his equipment. He said it can't meet the need, so it needs to be replaced with artifact-level gear as soon as possible. What he heard was a gimmick to the protagonist, who even got a little flustered. It was said that they were usually self-created and could be upgraded, and the hero remembered that the pendant panel said so. Hanyan said that if one activated the divine power in the pendant, it would be upgraded to an artifact level. The assistant asked the interested fellow to take the pendant in his hand and draw a rune of divine power on it mentally. He followed the cyborg's advice, causing the pendant to glow a few seconds later. The item kept improving and modifying before his eyes, and the hero even froze in place with slight excitement. The henchman said that only Ning Feng can use and activate the runes that originated from the origin of the world. After all, he is a god. Although previously the young man had doubted his identity, but now he could definitely be calm. Yin's pendant was orange quality, gave you the ability to walk on water, didn't break, and had a bunch of other usefulness. What was very surprising about the youngster was that 1,200 points were added to the spiritual attributes, and many powerful effects were added. The assistant said he would look for materials to improve, but for the rest of the items, you need to find other members of the clan. The kid then pulled back the curtains, telling his companion that every time he talks to him, he realizes there's still a lot he doesn't know. In the morning, Hanyin greeted the gentleman brushing his teeth, saying that as long as he followed him, his heart was full of hope and joy. Yesterday, the main character was chatting with a buddy and didn't even think about the fact that the world he used to live in was different from their world. Meanwhile, in the unknown secret realm, there was a hound-like creature walking around with an aggressive attitude. The monster was threatening the ordinary members of the research team, but suddenly, someone attacked it with ice ability. The creature froze in place, and the young boys on the research team looked fearfully at what was happening. The shocked boys froze in place, watching what was happening and afraid to make an unnecessary action. Fearless Ning came to the rescue and settled for 1,200 points spiritual attribute bonus. Lu Ping said that they used to deal with the boss for a long time. Now, thanks to the guy, defeats him very quickly. The young fighter asked if there were still secret realms today. But the teacher said that they were faster than others before, but today especially. The slightly surprised young man asked why the man thought it was a headache for the organizing committee. At first, he replied that all the guys coming to training camp are the best among the best. Then it was said that they always go to a secret area of the base to train because they finish early. The teacher added that the team members are now much stronger than everyone else, so others have jointly petitioned to exchange team members. Xie Yan asked if the teachers would be against it, and Lu Ping said that if it wasn't for the restraining committee, they would have already joined the group. The lady giggled and confidently said that no one would be able to take Ning Feng away from them. Hanyin turned to His Excellency, excitedly saying something about the spell. He swept up that the kid was excellent at spellcasting and had the right combination to keep the effects going. With a smile, the kid told the associate that there would be a class in the evening that he could look at. Soon the young gentleman went to a lecture where important information was being presented to the students. The teacher said that the total damage done by a skill could be divided into two parts, fixed and permanent. Parya said it was his favorite subject, tactical actual science involving math, physics, and more. He added that maybe because this world has too low a standard, people are trying to make the most of what they have. The protagonist said that it is not at all necessary for everyone to master the theoretical points. It was said, however, that the training system here was built on this very basis, and had produced many fine adventurers. A delighted Hanyin said that since His Excellency recognized this knowledge, it was definitely excellent. Soon the bell rang, and Ningfeng went to the dormitory together with Wang Yue. A blond man with a ponytail stopped ahead of them and looked at the young men as if wanting to ask something. Slightly worried, He Shicheng turned to the assistant master to discuss something. The emotionless hero wondered in his thoughts if the young man was really looking for him. Ning noticed that the young man seemed somehow nervous, and the training base rarely even exchanged a few words with him. Tailed bowed respectfully, saying that without the assistance of his guildmaster, his Azure Eye Guild would have come to an end, and called him a great savior. Feeling awkward, the kid said it came out by accident, so he shouldn't have come. Previously, because of his brother, He Shicheng had distanced himself from Ningfeng and despised his loved ones. But now he realized how would a corner? The bewildered protagonist didn't even know what to say because he didn't know the fighter very well. Suddenly, the visage held out a blue ball, saying that he had prepared it to express his gratitude. Inside the blue glowing sphere was a precious crystal that was a fragment. The kid was very surprised because it was another fragment of the world's heart that it was unexpected to get. Previously, Han Yin said that after the world is destroyed, there is usually a fragment left in it. If you find it, you can open up the world again. The youngster realized that Jie Yan had opened the realm like this. But at that time, she didn't know the principle, which meant that the unknown guests did the same. The aide said that the heart of the world is an important resource. So many people are specifically looking for fragments. He Shicheng said that it was a trophy his brother had gotten in the secret realm and decided to give it to him, thinking that it would be useful to the leader. With a confident smile, the protagonist squeezed the fragment in his hand, expressing great gratitude. After a while, Ning arrived in the desert because that was where the fragment was pointing. A surprised Z called it unbelievable that the student had figured out how to use the fragment so quickly. The young man was very calm at that moment, and he called everything that was happening beautiful. Han said that his current state was still unstable, and it would be good for him to absorb some more world heart energy. The young fighter decided that he needed to help his comrade in arms recover as soon as possible. In an instant, along with the teacher and Wang Yue's best friend, he froze in place with his mouth open. Ahead was a most marvelous clearing, into which the sun's rays fell, and from which a beautiful clear sky could be seen. The stunned Ningfeng couldn't believe that this was a secret realm, and her friend said that the place was very beautiful. Ningfeng asked the follower if this was also the first time he was seeing such a thing, to which Han Ying replied, yes. The team leader then stepped forward and motioned for the others to look around a bit. Very soon they noticed a residential settlement ahead with guards standing at the entrance. Shu Ting asked if it was right that ordinary people lived here, and Wang Yu suggested that they had gotten to a completely different place. The associate said that a fragment of the heart of the world always leads only to the corresponding world, and this cannot be. The protagonist headed forward, but also on the way became a strict guard who asked who was coming. At first, the kid only smiled and scratched his cheek with his finger, trying to think of a reason for their visit. A stern guard asked if they were adventurers from another world. The surprised kid asked how he knew that, and the man replied that their clothes and hesitation gave them away. Sheyan asked if adventurers often dropped by, and the guard replied that there weren't many such little tomboys. The angry teacher exclaimed that she wasn't small at all, but it looked funny from the outside. The guard said that if they wanted to go out into the city, they had better not make trouble, or they might not come back alive. He also advised the youth to keep an eye on the child so that he does not run away anywhere, which discouraged the teacher. Out of fury, the girl shrieked again that she was an adult, but it was still an empty sound. After looking around a bit, Ningfeng said that he now understood why their visit didn't surprise anyone. The team then turned their attention to a huge statue of the brave Alida, proud daughter of heaven and patroness of the empire. The leader had never seen such letters before, nor could he even read them, and the spirit said it was proof that the heart of the world had sent them to another world. The thoughtful Jie Yan managed to read the inscriptions and said that the slab listed heroic services. The world was plunged into darkness and fear, and only the brave Alida cleaved the dark skies, and the invincible demons fell beneath her blade. Wang Yu asked if that meant that this place was attacked by monsters, but Brave had restored order and the teacher confirmed it. Surprised Shu Ting that it was very cool that she had single-handedly defeated an entire army of monsters, and Dashu asked if all seekers were that strong. In turn, an alarmed Feng Rui turned his attention to the tree and asked the others to look at it. The fidgety berserk immediately asked what was wrong, while the frozen kid tried to formulate a speech. Still, the team members continued to admire the statue. But the wary young man did peer through the tree. On it, he suddenly saw a bloody handprint that was impossible to look at with calmness. With great shock, the young fighter looked at this, yet he was in no hurry to shriek in fear. Ningfeng asked if it was true that the companion saw the inscription. It immediately disappeared, and Feng Rui replied that it was exactly like that. The kid also pointed to the tree where he saw the inscription, and the protagonist immediately shifted his gaze there. He then began to look around and noticed the angry faces of the civilians looking at him. The same facial expressions were his guards, whereupon the youngster suspected something was wrong. Even more unexpected was when the statue of Alita began to rapidly disappear in front of the team. Red-eyed goblins appeared around. Aggression and ill will could be seen on their faces. Hanyan said that he hadn't removed the demonic aura at all, while the reserved Ning Feng, on the other hand, mumbled that it was all an illusion. In just a few seconds, two bloodthirsty goblins rushed to attack the kid who had frozen in place. Standing around the whole time was certainly not going to do it, so he used his ice blade. With a single swing of his blade, the cold-blooded fighter took the lives of his opponents, who had no time to do anything. The big guy Dashu was not slumbering either and started swinging his axe, scaring away the monsters. Suddenly, the berserker's axe broke and shattered into pieces, which greatly alarmed and even somewhat frightened him. Then, the slightly blue-eyed Ambo looked at his enemy, didn't realize he couldn't handle him alone. The goblin twice his height looked bloodily at his opponent, intending to finish him off. Dashu had already resigned himself to the fact that he would have to die. But at the very last moment, the monster's strike was stopped. Gromila was very surprised because the big goblin was frozen and no longer posed a threat. This was a great credit to Hanyan, who was happy to fight on the side of his excellency god. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood still, looking at the huge crowd of monsters ahead. The blue head of one of the embittered monsters even alerted him somewhat, but he didn't panic. The follower told his excellency that these monsters were from a higher level, so his men wouldn't be able to resist them. The aide added that they could use their remaining energy to help the hero destroy these creatures. The confident lad looked at his companions with a smile and said he had high hopes for them. The stunned Dashu and Wang Yue saw Hanyan in an instant, but they had no idea what kind of creature it was. The leader asked them not to worry and introduced the aide from the other world, who waved them over politely. Meanwhile, one of the perplexed goblins looked at the follower, not realizing who he was. The assistant himself raised up his ice staff and said that he had to pacify these monsters first. A few seconds later, a multitude of ice shards flew in different directions, hitting the opponents. The goblins screamed in anger, not realizing what was happening while losing control of their own bodies. The stunned Wang Yue and Dashu froze in place from the spell they saw, the power of which surpassed the orange skills. It was too early to rejoice because suddenly someone's fist grabbed a few crystals on the fly. It was the intimidating mere sight of the plucky Alita, whose peace had been disturbed by adventurers. The excited teacher Zheyan immediately said that it seemed to be that girl with the statue. The maiden said that it seems Hanyan is the strongest of them all, a strange mage, but added that his strength compared to her sword is nothing. The enraged damsel clenched her fists tightly and asked who had given him the courage to defy her, assuming it was God. The ice fighter only smiled slightly and confirmed that he really couldn't do without the god's help. This annoyed Alita, who wondered if they all thought they were needed by the so-called gods. The aide didn't answer anything to this question and only looked at Ning Feng with a glint in his eyes. With the same smile and gleam in his eyes, the young man looked confident in his assistant. Suddenly, Han Ying turned away from the potential opponent, who became embittered and asked how dare he do that. After that, the god follower turned around and used a powerful water spell against her. The tense, belligerent maiden immediately noticed that her speed was slowed by this water. With anger in her heart, she clenched her fist tightly, intending to rush into the attack no matter what. A furious Alita rushed forward at full steam, shrieking that this was far from over. Hanyan at that moment immediately realized that the weapon was the source of the martial madam's strength. Once again, he took advantage of the magical ice crystals, using the ice beam spell. An ice blade was also involved, and the whole thing formed a glaciation, which made the maiden somewhat wary. An exasperated Alita couldn't understand how that skill was stronger than her magic weapon, and threatened to kill the Iceman. But suddenly, she looked fearfully at her own chest, from which a bright blue light was emitting. At the snap of the god follower's fingers, another spell he was completely confident in was activated. After that, the rays became even more numerous, and the battle lady screamed at the top of her voice, in terrible pain. After only a few seconds, her metal armband, which weighed quite a bit, fell to the ground. What she saw was a huge shock to Xie Yan, who watched with her mouth wide open and was even at a loss for words. Hanyan headed towards the gauntlet, recognizing that the weapon was indeed powerful, but Alita didn't know how to use it. The god follower then reached for the magic gauntlet with his fingers, and immediately a reaction began. He was curious to see just how this thing that his opponent so appealed to worked. Magic beams were sent towards the armband, but it wasn't as simple as one would expect. Alita's spirit came out of her. because the god Death had absorbed Hanyin's power and let her resurrect. The fierce girl said in her mind that as long as the weapon existed, she would never die, even though no one could see her. Meanwhile, Ningfeng sensed something strange and looked at his comrade in arms, asking what was wrong. Ice said that the weapon had suddenly absorbed his energy, so he could no longer remain in full physical form. These words alerted the protagonist, who was sure that such a thing could not just happen. The young man decided to take a look at the weapon, and the slightly alarmed assistant asked him to be careful. Without any hesitation, he walked over to the magic gauntlet and cupped his palm around it, watching for a reaction. At that moment, the fearless fellow became wary, because he felt that the weapon had absorbed his energy. This caused Alita to laugh, who said in her mind that, at this rate, she wouldn't need to absorb the monster's energy anymore. But unexpectedly, she was seen by the stern and cold-blooded Ningfeng, who asked what she was rejoicing about. The knocked-out maiden froze in place, looking at her visage, who inexplicably managed to see her. Being angry, the combative madam asked if the couple could see her, and he asked if he shouldn't. A tense Alita noticed that the god's death had stopped absorbing energy, and the hero realized that the weapon was about to crack. The youngster had no idea that this weapon would turn out to be the final relic he had been working towards for so long. Ning smirked slightly but decided that rushing to absorb her wasn't worth it just yet and focused on the action. The fearless fellow looked sternly at Alita's spirit again and asked her to tell him what had happened here. A wary Xie asked how the situation was with the leader, and Wang Yue noticed that all the monsters suddenly froze. The maiden spirit began to tell that this place was once a beautiful kingdom, and though monsters invaded, they always held them back. She remembered how happy she was in those moments when she looked at the breathless monsters and told the team that they had done a great job. The girl then noticed Heron's strange behavior and wondered what was wrong. The guy replied that a window appeared in front of him with a sign on it and asked if the associate couldn't see it. The alarmed companions said they could see nothing, and Alita suggested that the god had chosen Karen. The guy himself looked nervously at the digital scoreboard that said the Almighty had his eye on him. Then the fighter began to swing his fists in battle, and the system wrote that the god was very pleased with his skill. He also received notice that he was recognized by God, yet he continued to fight on and on. In the end, the system wrote that the young fighter was given the opportunity to choose God's favor. With great amazement, the team members watched without controlling their open mouths. In the light of the bright rays, Karin began to vaunt himself to the sky, telling his comrades lastly that they would see each other again. With tears in his eyes, the blond man said he'll always look out for the guys he's been through a lot with. The companion told Alita that Heron had received a blessing and continued to take care of them, and they needed to continue to work hard for it. The leader of the group smiled at the girl and politely acknowledged her point, though it was still dreary. Soon, the team was off to another battle where several of its members died. The merciless monster stepped its huge paw on the head of one of the dead lying on the ground. This greatly angered Alita, who was eager to avenge her fallen comrades as soon as possible. The surviving members of the group did not know what to do next because there were wounded among them. The huge monster at that moment was looking at the remaining humans. It didn't take seriously. With tears in her eyes, the leader wondered if the god and Karen had forgotten about them, since there were more monsters and they still hadn't shown up. A frightened companion asked if they were all going to die, and it hurt the girl to think about it. Still, she was adamant that they still had one last ray of hope, so they would not give up. The leader then went into a room nearby to use a valuable item. In the room in front of her was a magic ball. Within it was a steel gauntlet that was used to win. After the victory, Alita used the dark power to rebuild the country, but she didn't expect it to gradually consume her consciousness. The gun-wielding protagonist realized that the dark force had taken its price for the favor rendered. Then the serious-looking young man turned around, because he heard something strange, not far away from him. A portal appeared a few meters away from him, and a human silhouette emerged from it. It was Charon, who greeted the lad and asked if he wanted to return the glove that belonged to him. Seeing her longtime comrade, Alita was dumbfounded and wondered how it could be him. Fearless Ningfeng smiled at the young man and said that the trophy belonged to him, so he would not return anything. The blond man smiled and said that there had been a misunderstanding, as this weapon was specifically left here by him personally for an offering. An exasperated Alita wondered what all these offerings meant. But the hero remained silent. Heron in turn tried to remain calm and even smirked slightly, but it didn't last long. Furious, he asked if the kid wanted to be his offering too, since he was stubborn and wouldn't return the weapon. Hanyan told His Excellency that this was the divine power of a true Holy Spirit. Brave knelt down, apologizing to Feng for her rashness, and asked if he could help her find out the truth. The kid smiled in return and asked why she shouldn't ask her longtime comrade herself. This somewhat angered the battle maiden, who hadn't even expected such a response. In turn, Heron was annoyed that the kid in front of him was smirking and in no hurry to return his weapon. The hero said he had a skill he could give to Alita for a while, but she would be forced to disappear without leaving a trace behind. The damsel cried out that she was not afraid of anything and said she would do anything to know the truth. The young man asked her to raise her head, which the girl, who was in full possession of him at that moment, did. He had a very serious look in his vis-a-vis eyes that spoke of the beginning of the transfer of a needed skill. The dark ritual of soul capture was a forbidden ability that used one's own spirit to control the mind. The process was successfully completed, and Alita, who was in human form, reappeared. Her sudden appearance dumbfounded Karen, who knew that his longtime companion was long dead. Clenching her fists, the lady felt a powerful dark force that overwhelmed her from within. The protagonist said he wouldn't control her mind, so she could talk to her old friend on her own. The bewildered blonde couldn't string two words together. But still, he asked how Alita had gotten here. With a stern look in the trader's eyes, the battle maiden said that he had better explain himself right now. In response, he asked what the guy had done to her and if she was under the influence of a dark force. There was no reply, and the enraged girl took a leap in a hurry to settle the score. Right in flight, she swung her mighty fist at the scoundrel whose treachery had gotten many people killed. At the last moment, the kid managed to set up a block with a shriek that sent Alita flying off her feet. Block failed to save him, resulting in a successful blow, and blood began to spurt from the traitor's mouth. At that moment, the girl was particularly cruel because she had held a grudge against the Judas for many years. She asked Heron to tell her why he didn't show up when the monsters invaded again, and what the sacrifice was. Shocked, the blonde shrieked that he hadn't abandoned them, but was simply involved in another event important to him at the time. The young man said that when he noticed what had happened, it was too late, and added that the maiden had no idea how hard it had been to find this world. The guy added that even though he's the strongest in this world, that's not the case in God's world, and said she should understand what pressure is. Alita didn't care for his revelations and asked not to be evasive, then asked if he had found a weapon. The nervous kid said he left the mark, and when it disappeared, he felt it, and exclaimed that he just wanted to get stronger with the god death. Looking at the girl sternly, he said in his thoughts that if he didn't feel himself getting weaker, they would all be finished. In his head, Heron asked God not to abandon him and destroy his enemies. But suddenly, Alita scrambled over him with her fist. Alarmed, Zheyan and Wang Yue watched this, while Ningfeng still remained unwavering. With the score settled, the plucky damsel knelt before the hero, thanking him for the precious opportunity. The young man said he wanted to know where the heart of the world was, and hoped she would help his companions clarify things. Alita said she once thought it was the highest glory for Karen to be chosen by God, but she didn't expect him to forget about them. That's when the belligerent madam realized that the Almighty does not give equal attention to all worlds. The madam added that no matter what, the kid is from their people after all, so he should be free forever with them. Ningfeng and his close associates silently watched the formation of the portal that had been summoned by the maiden. The kid looked at the behind-standing Yuer and asked how she was feeling because he was worried about his friend. The girl said that even with the blessing of the gods, Alita's world would still not escape destruction and asked if it would happen to them. Smiling, the leader asked her not to worry and then told her that she had yet to take him somewhere nice to eat. This brought a smile to the pretty blonde's face as she lovingly called her friend a fool. Beauty asked teacher Zheyan if they would return after dinner, and the lady confirmed that they would. In the middle of the clear sky, purple cracks that were inherent to the portal suddenly appeared. After only a few seconds, the portal began to grow larger, and two human legs peeked out of it. It was the appearance of Karen, who had completely healed and now no longer looked so calm. He said it was too late, and again he didn't feel the familiar aura, but there was only one face in his memory. Ningfeng's face remained in his mind, which prompted the guy to wonder if this was an almighty god. The blonde realized that the hero wasn't going anywhere, and decided to figure things out first. Meanwhile, the guild family leaders were holding another meeting to discuss important matters. On the right side of the table, sitting next to Lu Ping, was an uncomfortable Wang Yue, who had this as her first meeting. Yulinghua said that the gods can choose people they like, give them blessings, and allow them to travel between worlds. Luo Yuanying said that even though God had chosen man, he was still in danger of being destroyed. The old priest said that it was only because of Ningfeng this time that they were able to win in the secret realm where the enemy's strength surpassed them. She admitted that she feels guilty because the hero will always be with them, but they can't be the parasites presiding over all hope for the child. All the other leaders present listened to the older woman in silence, agreeing with her on something. A hand was suddenly raised by a worried Wang Yue, who asked if she could add something of her own. The girl said that the leader had recently summoned a strong character from another world who had studied martial arts. She added that he had compared their powers and concluded by saying that their world should have died 30 years ago. The abrupt statement dumbfounded all the chapters present, who were not at all expecting to hear such a thing. Concerned, Luo Yuanying immediately asked what it all meant while trying not to panic. The blonde said that over 80 years ago, the realm suddenly merged with reality and humanity suffered heavy losses. Then the first adventurers appeared, thanks to whose sacrifices humans could fight powerful entities. Wang Yu added that Han Yin had said that the monsters they faced had long surpassed the level of their world. The new chapter confidently stated that as long as they had a chance, they would not quit and would protect the world altogether. Her confident statement really impressed everyone present who had not expected such a thing. Turning her attention to the faces of her companions, the embarrassed beauty asked if she had said the wrong thing. Suddenly, everyone present began to clap, admiring the young head who had shown good character. Yu Linghua said that the decision to invite Ms. Wang was more right than ever, and added that the fighting spirit from his youth even came back to him. Wang Bo realized that it was harder for them to deal with monsters, that they were already much stronger than the world level, and Zhang Yanchuan felt proud of the lady. Liu Yingjun said that the next question was how to deal with meeting gods in the future after all. This incident had taught them a lesson. They all now realized that the gods were not their hope at all, and that they should only hope for themselves. Finding himself among the crowd of passers-by, Heron wondered if the Almighty had been hiding in the lower world all along. He felt that this world was his secret realm of challenge, and looking for a place to stay, the youngster chose it. At the entrance of the Azure Spearhead Guild, meanwhile, a purple portal was shining brightly. He Shixiong decided that he should become stronger and help the guild regain its former glory. After all, his brother had worked hard to do so. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the air and began to open, which alerted the fighter. At that moment, Heron appeared, who was happy that there was someone here, while he, Shiyuya's brother, was at a loss. Coming to full alert, the kid clenched his fist tightly and asked the stranger who he was, what he wanted. The blond man said he was the master of this secret realm, and also the one they called God. The nervous He Shixiong remembered that two people were not allowed to enter the secret realm at the same time. Looking at the stranger who appeared, the guy envisioned a powerful god with a strong physique. Charon's face at that moment was treacherous and intimidating, and the fingers on his hands twitched slightly. The worried young fighter said that he had seen his appearance in images, and also knew that he moved power within the secret realm. Calling the blond man his excellency, the lad asked if he had come to hear his prayer. The mighty one said that prayer was the lot of the weak and added that the young man must prove to him that his strength and faith were worthy of his blessing. The fanatic told God that he would do anything he asked, and generally anything that was within his ability. Quarren himself took into account that the Almighty God is full of cunning, so one should not act rashly until one knows his motives. He realized that this type's strength was much weaker than his main one, so helpers wouldn't be superfluous. The first task for He Shixiong was to find Ning Feng, who the calculating blond man needed so badly. The purpose of the mission dumbfounded the yellow-eyed kid, who immediately recognized the assistant master from the training camp. At the same time, the young man realized that he could not refuse to perform because it was very important to him. The young man said he didn't know the guy and had no information, and Heron instructed him to keep an eye on him and report everything to him. He also asked He Shixiong not to attract attention, because the real target's true identity could be an evil god destroying many worlds. The tense young fighter couldn't believe it, and his nose near the bridge of his nose even turned a little blue from nerves. Then, Heron noticed that the kingdom had been invaded and began to search, but a strange force interfered, and now realized that it was Nin who had caused him trouble. His Majesty then inquired of the young subject who the adventurer who had been tested here was. The white-haired kid immediately thought of the martial arts master Duan, who had accomplished this task. Sweating from nerves, with a tremor in his voice, he said, His Excellency, it was the friend of the god of evil who did it. The Great One said that he was sorry that the glory that might have belonged to He Shixiun had been taken away, but added that he could help bring it back. The god added that all he needed was the fighter's devotion, and he in turn got down on his knee and took an oath. After a while, the white-haired man stood in front of Ning Feng, who was asked what was really going on. He told the hero that Karen claimed to be an incarnation of God, and had specifically sent him to find out about him. Hanyan told the companion that gods usually use in their believers as incarnations. Now the brunette realized that the other deities were not like him at all, though he had previously thought otherwise. The young man asked He Shixiun if he was afraid that his betrayal would be noticed, but the guy replied that Heron was probably faking it. The aide whispered that those who had recently embraced the faith had not had so much contact with the gods that they could trust and recognize them immediately. After patting the guy on the shoulder, the hero thanked him and he called him a great benefactor and said he couldn't not do it. Blondie's brother used to take a lot of interest in Ningfeng's background, and he simply couldn't believe that such a person could be an evil god. Now the leader was calm and decided that since this god had come for him, he should fight until the end. Feng realized that he needed to get rid of him, because Shiqiang could follow a true Holy Spirit for now, but would still be in danger. Hanyan said that he had a great advantage over the other gods, and the youngster asked what kind. The aide said that unlike the others, the hero could fully unleash his powers, so the gods were no threat to them. However, the attack he had experienced in the secret realm earlier had transcended time and clashed with the divine realm. Undeterred, the young man offered to make a plan on how to lure the god out, and the companion promised to tell all the information he knew. Ningfeng had mastered dozens of spells, so fighting a god wouldn't be a big problem for him, but the enemy had a skill that alarmed him. It was a skill that released a powerful force that exerted psychological pressure and kept the opponent from moving. According to the description, it is a control skill whose effect depends on the difference in levels. The actual level of the protagonist is very low, and once the enemy notices his deficiency, will definitely unleash this skill. The fighter decided that he needed to learn a couple spells that could counter mental attacks, but it was difficult to find them. Getting up in bed, the youngster said that he wanted to return to the base and asked Han Yin if he thought the enemy would track her. The aide said that couldn't happen, and meanwhile the cute capybara was enjoying the sunshine at home. The aide said that this kid's true form is a monster from the dark world, and his real name is Monster of Terrifying Chaos. The beast could create a powerful force field around it, blocking various detection effects, and Duan froze in place. The fighter said that it sounded intimidating, and Yin said that the monster lord's strength exceeded that of most secret realm bosses. Hearing that the beast could easily destroy the entire world, the ash-haired fellow was dumbfounded. Taking the kumquat in his hands, the follower said that since the kid's mood was stable, his aura of dark power didn't even manifest. Dropping the fruit on the capybara's head, he added that there were many hot springs in the clan, so he bathed him often, for the beast loves that. The confused Duan knew that the pet was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong, and he also realized that he shouldn't underestimate Han Yin. Ningfeng told his buddy that he had zaludalized something from the secret realm and added that he could make it for himself. The first was the Shadowblade Storm skill, whose master would enter a state of swiftness, and the daggers in his hands would begin to fly in a whirlwind. Next came the headgear of an unyielding battle spirit, which gave the wearer a chance to summon a special effect and clone in battle. The gray-haired man confidently stated that if this so-called god intends to become the boss's enemy, he's willing to protect him at the cost of his own life. The hero realized that the history of Alita's kingdom was a warning, and now the gods would not easily turn against him. He was sure the security measures at the base were the best, and decided to see if he could find spells to defend against mental attacks. In the secret realm of the Blue Spearhead Guild, meanwhile, it was still turbulent. In it was the observant Karen, who said confidently that he already had an idea of the world. Majestic learned that the gods were disappointed and stopped paying attention to this place. But having survived the disaster, people still live here. Heron was sure that these people had certain skills that allowed them to compete with monsters. It all seemed rather interesting to the crafty one, and he began to smile excitedly as if plotting something. He realized that Almighty God might also be interested in this potential, and planned to develop it for his own benefit. Clenching his fist tightly, the powerful guy said that he would not allow his opponent to accomplish what he had planned. At that moment, the injured Shiqiang entered the room, breathing heavily and limping on one leg. His whole face was covered in abrasions and one eye squinted, and the guy's overall condition was clearly not good. Karen asked the newly minted believer how things were going, and he replied that he couldn't move from the 15th floor. The god's eyes lit up with anger, and he asked if the youngster had tried the floor about 100 times, and he excitedly apologized. Suddenly, the white-haired lad turned his attention to the system notification of death. The slyly smirking blonde said he didn't blame him, and really, it was just a test for the fighter. The condition of obtaining Indomitable was to die 100 times in a row on the same floor of the secret realm trial. Heron said that those who received the blessing could take the challenges, and if it was fulfilled, the person could receive a gift. God said that this was only the beginning, and what he could give Shiqiang was beyond even his imagination. The scarred young man became very nervous at that moment. Then, as he didn't know what to expect in the future, there were 3 realms where one could find spell resistance to mental attacks, and the spiritual labyrinth realm was one of them. The worried blue ghosts reported to the boss that the battle mage who acted alone was here again. The exasperated big man realized that if he did nothing, the boy would think they were easily defeated. Fearless Ningfeng, whose goal was to sweep the secret realm, grasped the hilt of his blade tightly. He looked very seriously into the eyes of the big opponent and took a few slow steps in his direction. The enraged monster shouted for the kid to come over, eager to rip him to shreds as soon as possible. Suddenly, the leader of the blue-skinned monsters fell at the feet of the protagonist and began to beg not to touch him. The bewildered kid wondered if this was some new kind of psychic attack. The agitated blue opponent, pouring sweat, simply asked to hear him out. Flooding with tears, he said that compared to the hero, he was just a low-level demon king and would be killed by him in a couple of moments. The young man said he needed a skill book, and the boss said he couldn't control the artifacts falling off him. The knocked-out kid wondered if he had driven the boss of psychic attacks to a nervous breakdown. Back at training camp, the kid grabbed his head, saying it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. A pensive Ningfeng realized that in the end, he only had the mage skill book. The 35% magic return skill increased the chance of recovering a certain percentage of mana under the right conditions by 35%. The protagonist realized that he now needed to improve as quickly as possible and decided to study it. Soon, the divine revelation skill was activated, overcoming limitations and greatly increasing strength. Not only could the young man now see all of his minions, but he could also choose a blessing, having watched the effects before doing so. The first thing, he filled his loyal associate Han Yin with divine energy. The water fighter's gaze became more fierce and confident, which was not inherent in his good heart. The shocked kid got a little nervous because he realized that his comrade wouldn't want to become like that. It was concluded that the shelter of the shadow, the pact of grace, and the sacred awakening are of little use so far. But at one point, the young man was a little surprised because he saw something interesting on the digital signage. It was a blessing button, seeing which was somewhat of a surprise to him. Han said that the luck of the test is a power that every god has, and they usually bestow it on people they like. The aide realized that the luck of the test could instill his divine power in someone. He then asked the young gentleman if he was up to something, but heard nothing in reply. It turned out that while looking at the characteristics on Chang Mukyu's panel, the team leader saw something interesting. The panel said that when using luck magic, the target gets an extra status, and the chance of a rare item dropping increases. A follower asked if the guy could really see the panel of other professions, and added that it's just that gods can only see their own. Ningfeng suggested that it was because of the system, and the assistant said that it was quite possible, for the truth about it was unknown to him. Smiling, the hero said that he would find out everything in time, but for now, the most important thing was to help Chang Mukyu get lucky, because it could come in handy. The maiden herself was in the dark secret realm of the lair of the Red Moon, where very strange things were happening. Suddenly, a luck magic scoreboard appeared above her head. Much to the cute girl's alarm, the calm leader said that he would explain everything later, because now it is necessary to defeat the boss, and the beauty did not interrupt him. The fussy henchmen reported to their boss that the madmen were here again and disturbing their peace. As they fell to the ground, the ringleader began to burst into tears and asked them to manage on their own, justifying himself by saying that he was tired. The confident Ningfeng, meanwhile, was satisfied that he had finally gotten the right book. It was a precious resistance spell book that he needed to continue fighting. In class, Zheyan told the students that this was the secret realm they were exploring, as well as their first contact with the gods. She believed that after Alita's story, everyone would reconsider their attitude towards the gods, and she wanted everyone to realize that humanity had defeated powerful enemies. Hanying whispered that only his excellency could make people not only rely on the gods, but also believe in their own strength. Not far away from the protagonist sat the red-haired He Shichong, who was feeling anxious. There was a look of excitement in his eyes, and a drop of sweat very slowly ran down his left cheek. A friendly teacher suggested that the students take a 15-minute break. In the hallway, the excited red-haired kid told Feng that he wanted to ask him something in private. The fellow didn't refuse him the courtesy, and when left alone, He Shichong asked if he knew how to bless trials with good fortune. Absolutely calmly and without any hesitation, the young man replied that he knew how to do it. This fact alarmed the lad, who now realized that Yu, who is closest to Nina, had long since received good luck. Suddenly, a digital scoreboard with yellow-colored lettering once again loomed over him. The young master said that it was a unique blessing, whose purple color indicated its rarity. A tense Shishun envied the hero's loved ones, who must have gotten so much use out of it. He was worried that it was some way of controlling him, but Ningfeng assured him that it had nothing negative and asked him not to worry. The observant Han Yin noticed that the kid was shocked, for he tried to test the Lord, but he eventually got the upper hand. The young man said he never trusted the redhead, but he wasn't afraid either, and what he might find out, he didn't worry and just told him. Soon, violet rays once again appeared in front of the Azure Point Guild's entrance, indicating someone's arrival. Inside, as usual, was Karen, who continued to think about the Almighty God and called many things strange. Thanks to those two encounters, he felt that the Almighty's strength was no longer that great after being seriously injured. However, the blonde didn't understand why his opponent chose to enter his secret realm and reveal himself, and every move he made confused him more and more. He Shichong said that Ning Feng didn't use skills beyond their knowledge, and his gifts were only cheap tactics. After hearing this, the false god closed his eyes and focused on his own thoughts. The red-haired man said that after experiencing Karen's divine power on himself, it was hard for him to compare the hero to him. It was unclear why the youngster chose to enter the realm and do a lot of conspicuous things if he hid his identity. The white-haired god, who had a change in his face, said softly that he only had one guess. It was suggested to them that the Lord had obtained a couple of divine artifacts, and then it all made sense. Realizing that without the artifacts, the enemy was still weak, Heron found the answer to all his questions on the matter. From Hshixiang's mouth, it was known that there was a mysterious boss behind the youngster, and even if he wasn't an almighty god, he was at least related to him. Hanyan stood by the window with Master and asked if he thought that True Saint's spirit would take the bait. The guy replied that even though he did a lot of things unintentionally, could have created the conditions for him to discern the secret. The young man was convinced that by reaching a reasonable conclusion through his analysis, the spirit would break the deadlock, and this was the only chance to draw it out. At that moment, someone called Brother Nina over for dinner, and he cheerfully said he was on his way. A short time later, the young man was standing in the dining room picking out his food. He chose 3 hot entrees and headed to one of the tables to enjoy his dinner. He Shixiang was walking ahead at that moment, to whom the kids smiled politely without saying anything. The red-haired youth smiled back and walked past, carrying the same tray of food. The treacherous gift of the sun said softly that the fish was hooked, but the protagonist didn't take him seriously. After a while, Heron asked the henchman if it was true that, according to him, Ningfeng sometimes acted alone. It was now clear that the enemy was going to attack when the treacherous god was left alone. The tense He Shicheng pictured this situation in his head and realized that it would be a battle between 2 gods. To make things easier, Han Ying chose a secluded place and asked His Excellency if there was anywhere he could find this guy. The aide assumed that the enemy was hiding, waiting for the right moment, and the youngster only said he was well prepared. All of this further confirmed the fact that the fish was indeed on the hook. Heron could not deny that Nin was an omnipotent god, and realized that additional measures would have to be taken if he wanted to act. He calculated all the possible options and thought about the weaknesses of a potential opponent. The main character's loved ones, meanwhile, wander the secret realm, remaining in suspense. In an instant, the wary Feng Rui and the Da Shu standing behind saw the threat ahead. The blonde wasn't sure and thought he would go straight to his opponent and start the fight, so while he was gone, followed his friends. It was clear that the opponent was placing too much importance on the chess pieces under his control. Now the wily Karen realized that the young man's greatest weakness was extreme foolish kindness. First, the scoundrel decided to capture all his friends to use as a bargaining chip. He was sure that even if Ningfeng was an almighty god, he would have the strength to go against him. Velashavny concluded that by the time the kid caught on, it would be too late. After just a few seconds, the mighty god decided to spring into action and abruptly flew upwards. He appeared fierce and ruthless in front of the opposing team, who were very wary. The first thing, the insolent man's hand reached for the face of the frozen Feng Rui, who was confused. Then, with a sudden movement, a magical portal was created, making it easy for the scum to act. But at one point, the furious god became very wary, because things didn't go according to plan. The blue-eyed brunette and his associate Dashu, on the other hand, silently and tensely watched the disappearing portal. The exasperated blonde stepped firmly to the ground and wondered if there was a world of darkness around. Ningfeng, who was using the darkness gliding skill, suddenly appeared and said that Karen, though he was a god, he had attacked the innocent. With a stern look at the scoundrel, the young man said that he knew about his dastardly plan, so he had prepared in advance. The horrified blonde man immediately realized that the almighty god of law stood before him. In turn, the majestic almighty looked down on his opponent, wanting to get rid of him once and for all. The hero asked Han Yingye if it was possible for the Holy Spirit to do something to someone close to him. Smiling, the assistant said he wasn't sure, but the gods had already done something like this once before. Earlier, Ningfeng opened the control panel and began to do something with his subject's characteristics. He read that divine revelation has the blessing of the shelter of shadows. The young man realized that this would provide warning and protection when faced with danger. The brave man decided to fight together with Yuo and the others first, and then test the effect of this blessing. The fighter was currently in front of the Holy Spirit, which was his main opponent. The tense heron realized that even if he lost in this incarnation, he still wanted to test his opponent's strength. In turn, the protagonist tried to maintain restraint, but decided to say something to his vis-a-vis. Using a dark spell, the daredevil declared that they all did not deserve to be called gods. The very nervous blonde immediately realized that his opponent had gone for drastic measures, but there was no longer time to counter. An incredibly powerful ability resisted his ability to take any action. After a few seconds, the Holy Spirit began to feel his life gradually fading away. This was Feng's first fight in the dark world, so he didn't hold back for fear of any accidents. Henyin said that even a god wouldn't be able to withstand his spell, and called the guy incredible. His Excellency said that he made a mistake in the secret realm of trials last time. The hero was struck by the forbidden spell, but recovered by drinking a healing potion, and had the impression of becoming even stronger. Ning didn't expect the true saint spirit to take Karen's body and break into their world, and hoped that he would be able to contain it. The Chaos Patron himself was in the divine realm under his own control. A mighty warrior sat on a throne, and a few meters away from him stood guards ready for anything. Suddenly, the greatest lord cried out at the top of his voice as if in unbearable pain. He jumped up sharply from his throne and rested his hand on the floor, resting on his right knee and breathing heavily. The alarmed guard immediately ran up to the lord, for whose health and condition he was greatly worried. The enraged warrior shouted and told him to get away, glaring intimidatingly into his eyes. The big man wondered how it was possible that the Almighty could control the power of darkness, since he had never felt a trace of it from him before. Experiencing intense agony, Lord Thought stipulated that not even the 7 evil gods had used the power of darkness to such an extent. Wary, he wondered if it was possible that the Almighty God had possessed the one they had been searching for so long. Continuing to feel incredible pain, the Mban decided he needed to contact the other gods as quickly as possible. The veins in his trembling arms protruded rapidly. As he began to rise to his feet with great care. Suddenly, the Holy Spirit realized that he couldn't let them see him like this, because someone might take advantage of it. He was furious and began beating his fists on the stone floor. Meanwhile, a car stopped in front of the Azure Sharp Guild office, and a man got out. It was her head He Shiyu who, after many days spent in the hospital, was finally able to return. He first asked He Shishun if anyone had come while he was away, and his brother replied that everyone had been waiting for him. The leader said they still have a realm of challenges ahead of them, and the harder they work, the sooner they will regain their former greatness. Junior wondered if he should tell his brother about the true Holy Spirit, hoping that he would be glad that he had been blessed by God. In an instant, the guild leader became extremely wary, and his pupils even shrank in size. He immediately noticed that the realm of trials looked completely different, and asked what was wrong. The absolutely calm Ning Feng was sipping a smoothie in the meantime, but he was told over the phone that the realm of trial was closed. He received a call from a worried Heishi Qiang, who said that his brother had just returned but had already suffered a great shock. Hanyan said that the realm of testing is an extension of the realm of gods, and there's only one reason why it can close. He added that, after the battle with the protagonist, the true two entities completely severed their connection with this world, admitting defeat. Hearing this greatly surprised the red-haired boy, who realized that the youngster had fought the spirit and Feng said he had won. The redhead was calm, for he had done nothing treacherous against the brave man, and so would be able to get his support. The leader said that the kid could come to him for help in the future, and he began to dance for joy while He Shiyu sobbed with grief. Soon, Ning Feng gathered all the companions in the base and said that although they were free of true spirit, they needed to strategize for the future. The prudent leader said that sooner or later, other gods might visit them, so they should be prepared. Above all, he wanted to say a word of thanks to the boys for trusting him. Chang Mukyu looked at him with a smile, and behind her stood He Shiqiong, who was sure that his brother wouldn't believe his words. The red-haired lad rehearsed a speech for his brother in his mind, repeating that he had been chosen by the gods. Sometime later, the protagonist and his closest associates were in an office meeting. Wang Yue was now certain that all those inexplicable things were done by her friend. Who was that mysterious boss? Feng Ye felt that the young man was worthy of respect and trust, for his actions had not harmed the innocent, and had helped many survive. The guy himself realized that he had come to an agreement with everyone, and the reactions of some exceeded his expectations. He then shifted his gaze to the admiring He Shiqiong, who had great respect for him. This puzzled the leader, for the youngster had been sitting with that face from the beginning, and enthusiasm was pouring out of him like that. Ning said the top priority is to increase the force as soon as possible to protect his home on his own. Brave added that since this world is very low level, they only have to look to other worlds for solutions. Yuer asked what else they could get, besides potions, emblems, achievements, level, and skill improvements. A couple days ago, the leader absorbed Alita's weapon, God's Death, and gained new memories in which he found something useful. The astute Feng Rui suggested that these might be enhancements and enchantments that were previously out of the question. The hero said that reinforcements would increase the characteristics of the gear, and enchantments could be used to impose additional effects. Feng Ye realized that if one were to modify and combine weapons with tactical actuarial science, more powerful methods of combat could be developed. The leader said that the problem is that in order to improve, you need special items like mithril or pure gold. The tense Da Shu and Feng Rui looked at each other, realizing that they had never even heard of such materials. The boss said that on top of that, to them they are unfamiliar and can only be found in secret worlds, which takes time. The elderly gentleman apologized and said he had to take a phone call. Wang Yu asked what precious metals were and what they even looked like. On the phone, the old man was informed that there was some trouble in Xinjiang, and his grandson said he would go with him. One of the high-rise buildings in the city was attacked, after which a fire broke out inside. The mastermind behind the evil deeds was an unknown swordsman who laughingly said that no one could defeat him. Mr. Feng was told that it was the one from a few years ago, still with the mysterious image, and their attacks had no effect on him. In the thick smoke, the old man saw the enemy and told his subordinate that it was worth it for him to try to attack the scoundrel. After that, the man spread out his fire-filled palm, glaring angrily towards his opponent. A moment later, an incredibly powerful fire fist strike was delivered. But it did little good. Without much effort, the criminal managed to dodge and remain unharmed, while continuing to hold the huge sword in his hands. Through the thick smoke, you could see his red-burning eyes peering at his target. The dazed old man couldn't believe that even his mighty strike was useless. The smiling villain said, "It seems the old man's magic is completely worthless against him." But the old-school fighter wasn't going to give up and used a powerful fire dragon technique. The exasperated opponent reiterated once more that it was okay to not even try to hurt him. He said his armor was reinforced with mithril and explained that it was a special metal with good spell resistance. The anxious Feng Ye immediately recalled that he had heard about it in the metal at a meeting some time ago. The best solution was to rush away, which the gentleman did, and the criminal laughed after him. After running away to a safe distance, the man pulled out his cell phone and immediately called an associate. Remaining tense, he told Xiaofeng that he seemed to have found a way to obtain the precious mithril. One of the fighters asked what happened in the building, and a man from the crowd said that the mutant was so strong that Feng Ye couldn't defeat it. The high-rise building continued to burn, and people were horrified at just how many people the villain had destroyed. At that moment, reinforcements had already arrived and captured the scumbag, and the trained fighters beat him up. Barely holding back tears, the tomboy screamed and asked who he was, and why he was beating him, and why he had taken off his clothes. The bandit was surrounded by Ningfeng, accompanied by his companions, who asked if the armor really contained mithril. The villain knew that there was no point in taking away his equipment, for all equipment was bound to the soul of the owner, and others would not be able to wear it. The serious protagonist slapped him on the back and asked him where the precious metal was, and the man cried out in pain. The man said that he was noticed by the Demon King, and then he went to train in a secret realm where there were mines with special minerals. The intimidating-looking team leader told him to immediately tell him where that very realm was. Soon, the system wrote that a group of 30 people was recommended to challenge the kingdom. Ningfeng didn't expect that there would be such a limit, and Feng Ye said that he should be more careful and not underestimate the number of enemies. The leader remembered that according to the outlaw, the monsters in this realm were mostly orcs, and there were 5 tribes in total. Their main leader resides in the largest tribe, and only by defeating him can you take control of the entire secret kingdom. Without a backward thought, the brave man was the first to enter the portal, calling the rest of the team after him. A police van with flashers was meanwhile driving down the street, transporting a dangerous criminal. Suddenly, the handcuffed scoundrel laughed insidiously, while police officers sat to his right and left. Being strict, they asked what he was laughing at and warned him that one more laugh and he'd be sick. The villain wondered what the expressions on the faces of the humans would be like when they entered the secret realm. For there was a catch. The entrance led directly into a closed red barrier, which was impossible to get out of because it was fenced with sharp bayonets. On the bayonets themselves were dead victims who tried in every way possible to get out, but failed. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty orcs were screaming as they saw the enemies appearing in the center of the dome. Ningfeng tried his best to remain calm, and the comrade standing next to him excitedly said that this place was like an arena. The system wrote that they found themselves in a bloody arena where they had to kill everyone to survive. The agitated Shu Ting couldn't understand what it meant to kill everyone, and Da Shu didn't even drop a word. Martial Lady Wang Yue was worried like the rest of the companions, but immediately reached for her bow to break through the barrier. Mr. Fengye tried to do the same with his fire ability, but his attempts were futile. One of the orcs cheerfully exclaimed that this barrier was impossible to break no matter how hard they tried. The battle-hungry monsters laughed at the fact that the bugs wanted to escape and advised them to conserve their strength before fighting. Nearby was an intimidating throne where their leader sat, with 4 other fighters around him. It was a long-haired orc with earrings in his ears, who let out steam from his mouth with every exhalation. The highly excited Fengye immediately exclaimed that these 5 were tribal leaders. The system frighteningly wrote that there were no comrades here, only enemies, and began a 3-second countdown. The fearless protagonist used a magic staff, being fully prepared for battle. One of the bewildered orcs looked at the barrier with astonished eyes. Something was clearly wrong with it. The lad smirked confidently, then motioned for his companions to step outside the battlefield. At the entrance to the orc tribe was a statue in the shape of an intimidating skull, with fire blazing in its paste. The orc led Ningfeng to the smithy, said that this was where they created and improved weapons, and the warehouse next to it held mining copper, mithril, and gold. The confused blacksmith was very nervous and ordered his hands to stop shaking, and not to embarrass him in front of his superiors. Now the boss understood what the equipment enhancement looked like, and the monster said it was a skill of their tribe. The metallurgist was perplexed that the chief is the most powerful warrior in the entire tribe, yet prostrates himself before the youngster. In his thoughts, the tribal leader said that when this man approached him, he almost died of fear. At the time, he had the feeling that he was about to be destroyed, but luckily the orc decided to surrender and saved his life. The hero decided it was better to talk to the chief about cooperation, since there was nothing like it in their world. Eeyore said they were honored that their improved equipment was needed and asked that the case be given to them. It was perplexing to the boy and his companions that the orc agreed so immediately and didn't even name a price. Usually they would take over the secret kingdom, kill the boss, and only then agree on something, but this leader had organized everything himself. The monster said they could sign a blood pact that was bound by magic, and anyone who broke it would meet a sad end. The young man didn't resist and immediately extended his palm in front of him, giving his consent to sign. The same manipulation was done by the tribal leader, who seemed normal but didn't inspire complete trust. Without any hesitation, hands were offered, after which the process of signing the bloody treaty began. The newly minted employees smiled at each other, and a kind of red magic appeared around their hands. In an instant, the orc became very wary and wondered in a sweat what was the matter. Ningfeng paid attention to the system notifications from wondering why this skill had activated on its own. To the monster, the system wrote that by swearing allegiance to God and signing a contract of favor, he would pledge to bring a gift of improved equipment. The shocked monster realized that the kid must be one of the 7 monster gods since the Divine Mercy Pact appeared. When he learned of this, he knelt down and said that he did not know who had come to see him, and apologized to the god of monsters for his disrespect. The boy himself froze in place, feeling awkward and not knowing how to react. At first he didn't understand how he became a monster god, but then he came to the conclusion that it was the name the monsters gave to all the evil gods. It also became clear that the sacrifice desired by the orcs was actually improved equipment. The chief clearly realized that if he wanted the tribe to become stronger, he needed to use the right sacrifices to worship the gods. Hargon had not expected to receive a gift from a god, and realized that now, with his blessing, he could become the leader of the orcs. After that, the big man fell to his knees again and began to bow his head to the lad, for his endowment was incredibly valuable. Slightly alarmed, Ning didn't understand why he kept bowing like a feverish man, and what he wanted from him. The young gentleman then asked his subordinate not to say anything about him to others, and he obeyed him. Afterward, both partners looked into each other's eyes, remaining silent for a few seconds. The orc said it would take some time to strengthen and suggested a feast in that honor, for this was the youngster's first time with them. The other monsters were discussing among themselves that the chief was strangely agitated and speculating that this boy had driven him crazy. Soon a mighty fire was built on one of the tribe's grounds, the chips in it crackling pleasantly. Little Shu Ting watched a huge piece of meat being roasted with a smile. Meanwhile, the tribal chief along with Feng Ye were happily hitting huge wooden beer mugs. The Lord would never have thought that humans could live in harmony with monsters. Wonder if this was a miracle created by the gods. Ningfeng noticed that the tribe leader and He Shiqiang, who struck glasses with him, had identical facial expressions. The orc now realized that the god had a very far-sighted plan and decided to become his most faithful assistant. Soon the blacksmith from the forge shouted that the first batch of needed items were ready and could be picked up. The system asked everyone if they accepted the soul binding, after which the equipment would become exclusive and could not be changed. The surprised Wang Yue took the golden bow in her hands and exclaimed enthusiastically. The characteristics increased tenfold. The stunned tribe leader froze in place, as he was overwhelmed with unusual sensations inside. He cried out with joy that he felt long-lost strength and realized that the great god had recognized and accepted his sacrifice. The hero remained serious, and a voice out of nowhere asked who had woken him up and asked him to tell him his intentions. When an unknown voice asked who had awakened him, the brave man became wary and listened more closely. Remaining serious, the young man wondered why he was hearing all this voice in his mind. Loud shrieks were heard in the mind, and the wary kid didn't realize what was going on. The voice didn't stop talking for a moment, and Ningfeng continued to wonder who was making the sounds in his head. The horrible demon looked down at himself and asked with a shriek why he had become like this and what this place even was. Then he turned his attention to the real young stranger ahead of him, who was also looking at him. The red spirit asked who else the boy was, who replied that he was interested in that information as well. The demon said that he was the evil fire, one of the 7 demon gods, whose mighty power was not even dreamed of by the youngster. The protagonist pondered slightly and remembered that Han Yin had mentioned something about this god. The spirit said it was normal for people to have little knowledge of them, and added that as long as the kid had faith in him, he would provide him with protection. Daredevil remembered that when the 12 gods and the 7 evil gods were fighting, he killed the evil fire. This infuriated the evil spirit, who immediately asked the stranger to immediately tell him who he was. Experiencing a headache, Ningfeng wondered how to calm down this noisy demon. Suddenly, the system bar reappeared, about to notify me of something once again. The young man immediately took notice of her, and was ready to familiarize himself with the information. The angry demon god asked the boy to look at him, but was ignored. With a stern look at him, the hero asked the spirit to shut up, much to his excitement. The new system assignments were to achieve 3 transformations and complete divine fusion in 20 days. At that moment, it caused no emotion in the brave man, and he remained calm as he pondered his next course of action. In front of the entrance to the divine Saint Stella realm, a big man kneeled down and addressed his excellency. Strict True Holy Spirit said he asked not to be disturbed, but the subordinate said it was very important. He said that the returner of dead souls and the eternal morning star had come to visit, and had found a way to make a divine fusion. After saying that, one of the 12 major deities flew up and wanted to communicate with the True Holy Spirit. The first was the returner of dead souls, who asked the warrior what was the matter, for he did not look well. Eternal morning star appeared next, the color of her gorgeous hair that accentuated her turquoise eyes. The Holy Spirit said he needed help with some problems and asked if it was true that their research had progressed. The powerful damsel decided to waste no time on chit-chat and demonstrate. The stunned warrior couldn't believe that she now possessed an evil spirit aura that was very difficult to obtain. Star said it was the deity power of one of the 7 evil gods, and she felt that her understanding of the universe had improved. The returnee said that this fusion is stable enough, but it takes a long time to fully absorb another deity. The very anxious Holy Spirit realized that the Almighty God of Law had also done so, consuming the evil fire demon in an unknown way. Circumstances were showing that it looked like they were falling behind the Almighty again, which couldn't be happy at all. All this made the warrior very angry, who realized that the God of Law would always go ahead of them, without knowing it himself. That was why the Almighty was never their partner, which was somewhat frustrating. The saint realized that in such a case, all they had to do was to use all means to eliminate the Almighty. The charming lady with the purple manicure was meanwhile pouring flavored hot tea for a guest. This guest turned out to be Ningfeng, whom the cute blonde called Mr. and asked for tea. Just yesterday, he had reached the 90th level, and the mission of 3 transformations had been revealed to him. But a problem suddenly loomed. A quest appeared, the purpose of which was to enter the realm of sizzling in the jungle and get an emblem of nature, as well as many other items. Soon, the daredevil traveled to the entrance of the secret realm, for action was needed immediately. The nervous captain said he understood the guy's attitude, but he could see for himself that the situation wasn't smooth sailing. As it turned out, just a few days ago, the entrance to the secret realm of the sizzling jungle suddenly disappeared. The surprised kid couldn't understand how it happened, and Hanyan said that it seemed to be a foreshadowing of the tide of uncleanness. Once certain realms have accumulated enough energy, they enter a state of hibernation and begin to strengthen. When the process is over, the entrance will reappear, releasing more monsters, and this is what is known as the tide of unholiness. The aide said that the longer the kingdom hibernated, the more powerful the monsters would be, and a wrong move would cause serious damage. Ningfeng said that he only had 15 days, and asked if he would make it in time, and the associate said that, alas, he couldn't say for sure. The hero realized that since the system was giving him this kind of assignment, he obviously knew the risks. Then he realized that he needed to tell the fighters about the tide of badness, so they could prepare in advance. First, the brave man sipped the slightly cooled tea that the charming blonde had poured for him some time ago. The girl noticed that this guy was so influential and powerful that the captain immediately heeded his words. The three heads of the seven guilds actually took over and began running around to make plans to respond. The captain told Yu Linghua that if he wanted to evacuate all the people, it would take a lot of time and effort. But the gentleman didn't stop that. The man threatened. Xie Feng said that if action wasn't taken, it would lead to serious consequences, which agitated the fighter. Suddenly, the wary heads of the three guilds noticed something happening nearby. The people around also noticed a sudden portal that immediately opened up. Huge crowds of monsters immediately began to emerge from it, which Han Yin had previously warned the protagonist about. In the sizzling jungle realm, the monster asked the high priest if it would be okay if they opened the passage early. The confident reptiloid asked what he was worried about, and once again said he felt the call of the evil fire. He said that the evil fire is nearby. If they want to gain his favor, a sacrifice must be made immediately. Meanwhile, in the lower world, a fighter declared an emergency and asked people to stay out of the passageway. The vile and bloodthirsty reptiles rushed at the peaceful humans at full speed, eager to fight and kill. They were amused that the humans were scared out of their minds and wanted to escape, and one of them even offered to compete. Reptile said whoever finished off the most people would win, and his green sidekick agreed. One of them rushed at the pterodactyl, confidently saying that the first drop of human blood would be spilled by him. It didn't turn out the way the invaders had imagined, and suddenly, there was a massive explosion. A few minutes ago, the confident reptile opened its mouth in horror, not realizing what was happening. His alarmed comrade, dousing himself with sweat, asked with a tremor in his voice what was going on. Ningfeng said that he thought it would be more powerful, and Han Yin said that if he could successfully resist the wave of uncleanness, he would receive generous rewards. After that, the protagonist smirked confidently, confident that he could handle the task. He then said that he liked the generous rewards and decided that he would fight until the victorious end. His companions had full confidence in him and his strength, though there was a slight chill. Guild heads were the elite and some of the best fighters, but in front of these monsters, they were all like weak lambs. Once upon a time, they all thought that for a brutal battle where comrades die would be their endless time. All this did not last forever, however. And presently one of the fighters was astonished at what he saw. Not far away, he noticed the fearless healer Shu Ting as well as the archer Wang Yue, who were fighting like they were fighting for the last time. Near them were the priests, who performed their task just as efficiently and correctly. The battle-loving Zhang Yanchuan laughingly cried out that he felt like a different person, for he hadn't enjoyed fighting in a long time. Ningfeng was convinced that prioritizing the warriors of the seven guilds was the right decision. After all, they didn't have many potions and equipment. Also, the kid realized that a bigger battle of this magnitude was perfect for something. Nearby, a reptiloid with a sword in his hands flew by at full speed, no longer as confident as he had been in the beginning. Drops of sweat ran down his face, and he was anxious, as if he saw danger ahead. The surrounding people were amazed that the pterodactyl was blocking their entire view, but the lovely Wang Yue still hit the target accurately. The girl got an achievement related to invisibility that added percentages to qualities and experience. Smiling, the protagonist said and thought that a battlefield of this magnitude was perfect for obtaining an achievement. The confident young man then shrieked this out loud, realizing that this was a great opportunity. Soon, Da Shu and his faithful comrade Feng Rui obtained the Monster Scavenger achievement in battle. In order to get an achievement, you had to kill 100 enemies of the same species in a certain period of time. Shu Ting got the achievement of killing 10, which required giving acceleration to her teammates. Meanwhile, the reptiloid on the huge dinosaur couldn't believe what he was seeing and got a little giddy. The wary monster remembered that the high priest had said they were warriors under the banner of evil fire. That said, it was unclear why their advance was completely blocked by enemy forces. Suddenly, the reptilian heard the voice of the high priest, asking the husbands what was in the way. One of the fighters asked what the voice was saying, and an associate replied that it was the language of the monsters, which was unknown to him. But in turn, the emotionless Ningfeng could understand this language, which he thought was strange. The frightening voice said that the evil fire awaited the reptilian sacrifice, and told them to let the enemy taste the fear of death. After the motivational speech, the monster's eyes lit up with a red light, and they were willing to give their lives for the common cause. The very serious protagonist immediately remembered that he had dealt with an evil fire some time ago. The guy immediately summoned a demon and asked if these guys were his, and he responded by telling him not to listen to this nonsense. Angry spirit, you said these idiots still think he needs them and asked them to stop doing it. No one was going to stop, and the high priest continued to call his subjects to battle. Suddenly alarmed, he cried out that he had received the long-awaited answer from the deity. Afterward, the priest ordered his cheering warriors to listen to the divine revelation. The listening reptiloid heard the revelation, though indistinctly, but it was possible to make it out. The monster was stunned because God called them freaks and asked them not to involve him if they were so willing to die. He firmly stated that he absolutely cared whether they died or not, which sounded very unexpected to the horde. After hearing this, everyone froze in place, not knowing how to react to this, and began to ooze sweat. The dazed assistant priest asked if the evil fire had left them, and the high priest had no idea what to do now. The tense reptiloid asked why he was asking him. After all, he was their leader and should decide for himself. The leader suggested closing the passage first, and the aide accused him of opening the passage early, and now the energy was exhausted. Meanwhile, the leader of the human team received notification that they had successfully resisted the tide of uncleanness. Delighted fighters rejoiced at the rewards, as well as the vast amount of experience they had gained. Their main leader had a hidden reward that he looked at with great interest. It was a transformation holy key that was an unknown but very valuable prop. Henning asked His Excellency what he was holding, but this was also the first time the youngster had seen this thing. The assistant said he had never seen such a key, but from the name, he assumed that only gods could use it. Ningfeng decided to put that aside for later, deeming it necessary to deal with accomplishing the mission of the three transformations first. Soon he arrived at the huge steps leading straight into the secret realm of the sizzling jungle. The fearless young lord clenched his fists, realizing that he had an upward climb ahead of him. The high priest at the time told his colleague that he would use magic to distract the enemy, while he tried to shoot and kill him. The shivering reptiloid wondered why the evil fire had left them and what they had done wrong. The leader could still feel the whisper of the deity when he touched the altar, and realized that as long as he could hear the evil one, things weren't so bad. The spirit reported that 2 reptiloids were hiding behind his altar and preparing to attack a group of humans. After saying those words, the black spirit of the frightening Ningfeng appeared behind the backs of the frightened monsters. The high priest, who was terrified of what was happening, did not understand why things were so unfair to them. The minute the protagonist got the orange quality nature emblem that was needed for the assignment. With just one mighty strike, he managed to slay 2 opponents at once, who turned out to be cowardly. The daredevil then noticed strange activity nearby, but couldn't understand anything at first. Evil Fire said it was the power of darkness and asked him to come closer to the altar. Promising that the young man's power would become more powerful, he realized that he would do well to absorb the power as well, for if one wanted to get out, one should not miss any opportunity. The brave man walked up to the altar and spread his palm, which suddenly released a magical strike. The altar was shattered to shreds in that instant, and its small pieces scattered in different directions. Not expecting this turn of events, the evil fire screamed and asked why the young man had done such a thing. The stern gentleman asked him not to yell, whereupon the frightened creature apologized. Xiaofeng didn't know how the altars worked, so it was safer to destroy him, after all. He had a system, and the power of darkness was of no use to him. Meanwhile, the true Holy Spirit was in a powerful secret realm. In his hands was one of the 7 evil deities called Unrestrained Viciousness. They decided to use the Eternal Morning Star method and merge with the deity as soon as possible. Being under particular stress, he said he had no control over the process. The lady said the deity will absorb the dark force and try to break free, so the fusion process is very difficult. True Holy Spirit asked the entity to calm down, saying he didn't have much time to waste. Gritting his teeth, the warrior said firmly that no matter how difficult it was, and no matter what this almighty God of law could do, he could handle it. His opponent was in the quarry room at the time, where the system notified him that the S-level mission had been completed. The task of 3 transformations and divine fusion had been completed, and now the hero's understanding of the universe had improved. Remaining unemotional, the kid asked if that was it, after which he said it turned out kind of sparse. The system wrote that he could now use his faith to briefly open portals to other worlds using the power of darkness. This seemed interesting to the kid, who very soon went to the stone desert to test the possibilities. With a sharp wave of his hand, the daredevil tried to create a portal to the other world he wanted. He managed to create a purple portal on his first attempt, but it didn't stir up much emotion in the stroker. The leader of the orc tribe was shocked that the monster god was able to tear apart space with a single blow. Ningfeng found this to be a useful skill, and decided that since these gods could enter his world, he should be able to enter theirs. The young man didn't know what kind of world had opened up to him, but he decided without any hesitation that he needed to check it out. The orc asked the boss if he needed a chaperone to go there, but the guy said he was just looking, so no. That said, the young man said the passage was in the chief's secret realm, so he needed him to guard it. He asked to shout if there was a strong enemy, saying he would be right back, and the subordinate promised he could handle it. Without a backward glance, the daredevil went straight to the portal, eager to scout the situation at last. Once in the other world, Ningfeng was delighted by the scenery that was different from the blue star. Snapping his fingers, the kid remembered to use the skill book. He had activated a mind trick skill, creating an illusion that hid whatever the person wanted from view. The book was another dropship obtained as a reward for the tide of badness, and the protagonist thought it would come in handy. First, it was decided to find a place with a wide view and see where we could go. Hanyin suddenly told the Lord that ahead was a city that looked quite luxurious. The settlement was guarded by blue-skinned and serious-looking goblins, who all looked the same. The young man could understand what they were saying and wondered if it could be because his understanding of the universe had improved. The aide asked His Excellency to pay attention to something nearby. Nearby was a luxurious temple that housed the worshippers of the eternal morning star. Parya asked if it was true that it was a goddess who favored minor professions, and the companion said he had an excellent memory. Though the hero was interested in this temple, he decided it was best not to enter it for now, so as not to attract attention. There were blue-skinned magi in black robes around, discussing something in their language. Hanyan had no idea what they were talking about, and Ningfeng said that the mage had just returned from the secret realm where he had obtained a rare item. With great surprise, he said that the staff was very powerful and other people envied its owner. The aide said that if he got it right, the staff seemed to have something to do with His Excellency. The follower added that the weapon style was unique, and only someone from the Nina clan could have created it. The staff symbolized Sasida's death song, and was her main and only symbol. The two blue-skinned guards were chatting amongst themselves, but suddenly, a stranger approached them. The protagonist apologized and asked one of them where he had managed to find the staff. With a slight chuckle, the long-eared man said that this was the most valuable reward in the secret realm, the staff of the evil god. Then he added that also the staff was known as Sasida's shame, and the young man and his assistant listened in silence. It was unclear to the adventurer who the girl whose name was mentioned in the title was. The goblin raised his index finger and said that she was the head boss of this secret realm. Rumor has it that the maiden was once a minion of an evil god, and was later conquered by him and imprisoned there. An excited Hanyin said that it seemed to be the same Sasida, and asked if they would rescue her. His Excellency pondered for a few seconds and rashly made an important decision. He said he too needed this precious staff and inquired how he could get it. The stunned blue-skinned man asked if the youngster was a novice, and said that there was only one way into the dungeon. Pointing a finger at himself, the confident goblin said he would take him to the entrance for only 1,000 baleen. The guy immediately realized it was the local currency, but he had no idea where he could get that kind of money. After a few seconds, he pulled out a transparent, glowing pouch that had an animal's head drawn on it. The precious pouch immediately activated, resulting in a blinding white light. It was a dark mind trick spell, creating an illusion that hid anything from view. Ningfeng understood that as long as this skill was in effect, he would continue to expend mana on creating new illusions. The illusion was successful, and both goblins believed that the young man was holding a pouch containing 1,000 baleens. The guide then asked the young man to follow him to the entrance of the secret realm. A short time later, they arrived at the entrance to the secret realm of the demoness's lair. Eeyore said the paths here are confusing, so it's easy for an inexperienced person to get lost here, and he'll provide help for an additional fee. The conniving profiteer decided that he would then deliberately take this kid somewhere, rescue him, and make a fortune. But he was too deep in his fantasy to even notice that he was being addressed by a comrade. Confused, the blue-skinned man wondered where he had gone, having just followed him. Eeyore was immediately disturbed because the bag of money was suddenly missing. The brave man, meanwhile, was advancing further and further without stopping for a second. Hanyan said that this was indeed the territory of Sasida, which originally bore the name Glorious Land of the Dead. He said he knew every path so they wouldn't be forgotten, and His Excellency continued onward. The aide also added that if this secret realm has not been distorted, then Sasida must be inside it. Soon they found themselves in the maiden's library, where she spends most of all her time. It didn't take long for the lady herself to appear, and after a few seconds, she began to descend to the ground. Charming and unshakable in appearance, Madame appeared before the protagonist in all her glory. Suddenly, the lady's eyes lit up, while she herself continued to remain composed and silent. Hanyin turned to her, while Ningfeng, who was standing beside her, remained silent and watched while remaining calm. Suddenly, the floor beneath the feet of the uninvited guests began to collapse rapidly into the void. The agitated fighters managed to jump up and hovered in the air, but didn't realize what was happening. The devastation was becoming more and more substantial, but both guests tried to remain calm. Angry Yin asked if Sasida had lost her mind if she dared to show such disrespect to His Excellency. The wicked maiden asked the blue-skinned woman not to even think about fooling her, saying that she would have exterminated them long ago if she hadn't been sealed here. The follower said he regained consciousness when he met Feng, but had no idea what was wrong with the girl. Suddenly an epiphany came to him because he remembered that she had called them blue-skinned freaks a few seconds ago. He immediately asked his boss if the illusion was still working, while the kid tried not to be nervous. Remaining completely composed, the protagonist looked into the eyes of the Sasita in front of him. Ning then tried to bring her to her senses, but the realm-sealed maiden remained angry. In an instant, she sighed anxiously, and there was no longer any rage in her beautiful pink eyes. The shocked lady could not believe that she was seeing His Excellency God in front of her. The uncomfortable lad admitted to himself that he had completely forgotten about this illusion. The delighted and very surprised girl couldn't believe it was really him. Even more, she did not expect to see Hanyin, who was her longtime associate. Suddenly, Casita clenched her jaw tightly again, and her heart began to fill with anger. Her eyes lit up with rage again, and the damsel called the follower a blue-skinned freak. Her words stunned the water fighter, in which it appeared that everything had already fallen into place. A worried Ning Feng asked what was going on, and Hanyin replied that it seemed like Madame was still delirious. He said that His Excellency had apparently forgotten, but that Sasita had once given him that nickname. The maiden came to her senses again and asked the hero with surprise what had happened to him since their last meeting. Hanyin said that for unknown reasons, God had lost his memory, and the angry lady asked if it was because of what the hypocritical gods had done. The follower added that, unlike him, she was alive, so the information she knew might be useful to Ning Feng. The girl said she wanted to go back to them, but she was locked here with a seal by the eternal morning star, and she can't get out. It was said that Star was deliberately suppressing her power and keeping her in this dungeon as a monster. Having poured out her soul to His Excellency, the lovely lady asked him to help her, because she was morally tired of it all. The hero said that her situation was different from Hanyin and wasn't sure if the method would work, but the assistant assured that the maiden would understand his decision. The spirit said that His Excellency needed to kill Sasita to try and free her, but they weren't sure if that would work. The red-eyed madam realized she had no other way, and said she trusted in the mighty God. Looking at her sternly, the young man said in his mind that this place was under the control of another god, so there was no need to linger. Taking the incredibly powerful sword in their hands, they made the decision to get out of here as soon as possible. Sealed in the secret realm, the maiden awaited action on his part while being extremely nervous. In just a moment, she had already been stripped of her life by Ning Feng, who was displaying a particular equanimity. A few seconds later, a golden chain appeared on the maiden's leg, stretching many meters to the side. In the end, the action was successful, and the protagonist's plan completely worked. Near the entrance to the secret realm, meanwhile, the population began to panic. The alarmed goblin wondered what had happened and why the forced teleportation had started. Someone shrieked that the dungeon seal was broken and asked to call the guards, for they needed to understand what had happened. A squad of guards immediately rushed to the spot, who believed that whoever was causing trouble should be caught. Strong golden chains flew outward from the dungeon, creating a huge barrier around the city. An excited Sasita exclaimed that the barrier was narrowing and asked her companions to leave sooner, leaving her behind. Ning Feng remained calm, but he realized that no artifact had appeared, which meant that he had failed to save her. Standing still, he looked at the fleeing squad of stout guards who were ready to capture him. It was said that the intruders were trapped in a seal, and the goblin said they shouldn't have overestimated their abilities. The concerned girl said she didn't need to take any chances on her account and apologize for everything. But suddenly, from wariness and surprise, she changed in her face and in a moment was silent. His Excellency appeared before her in a confident manner, and a red halo glowed around him. God said he had another way, but he wasn't sure about it either, but if he wanted to free her, he had to try it. The maiden asked him not to worry about her and told him that if she could not serve him, she would rather die. At that moment, the Mighty One used the Eclipse Wind skill, summoning a fierce storm containing the power of darkness. The tornado was aimed at the city's defensive troops, who were plotting to storm the kingdom. The blue-skinned goblin grasped the hilt of the weapon tightly, being confused by what was happening. In the end, none of them managed to survive, and only handfuls of scattered ashes were left in their place. Only the rod of praise of death remained intact, with which the spirit of Sasita, blessed by the power of the gods, had made contact. Taking the mighty rod in his hands, Ning Feng confidently told the girl that they had succeeded. Meanwhile, the leader of the Hargon tribe was in the stone desert, guarding the entrance to the portal. On his shoulder was a huge steel axe, which he could swing skillfully. At one point, he noticed that the entrance had narrowed, indicating that someone was about to come out of it. A stern-looking protagonist emerged from the portal and returned from the secret realm unharmed. The chief was glad to have the boss back, who said he didn't need the guards anymore so he could be free. The young man realized that maintaining the portal required great effort, as 78% of the darkness power had already been used up. He was sorry that items from the higher worlds couldn't be transferred to the lower worlds, because that way they could take powerful equipment. Hanyon said that the artifact is not subject to this rule, and Suceda is finally with them. The brave man raised the rod of death praise towards the sky, followed by an immediate reaction. The orange quality item added 1,500 intelligence points and many other effects. The young man could directly improve this artifact, and in order to resurrect the maiden, a new heart of the world had to be found. They mostly appeared in higher-level worlds, so he would have to go searching again. In the temple of the eternal morning star, meanwhile, there were 2 of her kneeling minions. The star noticed this and decided to appear at the temple, and its return was visible even in space. In a mysterious voice, she asked those who had disturbed her peace what had happened and what they wanted. The trembling goblin apologized to the goddess and said that someone had infiltrated the realm she had sealed. From space, Eternal said she felt a powerful dark force and asked if it was a monster. Continuing to feel intense excitement, the blue-skinned man said with trepidation that he didn't even know. The angry goddess asked if the realm didn't have a spell that allowed them to record what was happening. She told her to send someone to check, but the alarmed goblin suddenly said that the secret realm was gone. In place of the city, there was now only a vast green meadow with traces of the vanished buildings. Meanwhile, Ningfeng was at the base, where he held his sleeping cute pet in his arms. After looking around in one of the rooms, he said it was quite spacious and decided to choose it. The young man then picked up the precious key made of gold that he had commandeered earlier. The system asked if he wished to recreate the secret realm called Ode to the World of the Dead in this place. The Lord didn't expect that with the key obtained after mopping up monsters, one could recreate destroyed worlds. Without any hesitation, the brave chose the positive answer on the digital scoreboard that appeared. He feared that saving Suceda had attracted the attention of the other gods and thought it glorious to defeat them all individually. Meanwhile, the eternal morning star was in the divine realm called the Heavenly Expanse. Tense, the goddess gnawed her nails, and she couldn't help but wonder what it was and where the secret realm had disappeared to. The power of darkness was so powerful that it actually broke her seal, and she wondered if it was possible that a certain evil god had been resurrected. Closing her eyes, the maiden said she hadn't been so worried in a long time, and remembered the last time they had fought against the almighty god of law. Thinking of the almighty god, the Suceda imprisoned in the secret realm, and the seal, a puzzle began to form in her mind. The dumbfounded eternal morning star wondered if he was acting against them again. The returner of dead souls arrived and asked if the companion thought the almighty had returned again. The maiden replied uncertainly that she didn't know, and the monster said that God had disappeared long ago, and no one knew if he was even alive. Skeleton realized that the war had left an indelible mark on Star, for she was not the type to worry over nothing. The returnee wondered if the wretched dog could now stand alone against the gods who had joined forces. He then said that it wasn't a fact that the dark, forbidden spell that broke the seal was the work of an evil god. After a bit of thought, the Morning Star said that the companion was right and admitted that she was thinking too much. Skeleton said she just lost the temple's secret realm, so she shouldn't be too nervous. The goddess asked how the true Holy Spirit was doing, and the returner replied that it was not easy to succeed in the fusion of deity. At the entrance to the water of the dead city, meanwhile, a portal emitting energy was working in full swing. Henyon said that it was just a miracle, and added that when Suceda resurrected, she would be very happy that her world remained intact. They were told that she had been collecting books in her library for years, and they were more important to her than life. At one point, His Excellency turned to his faithful follower to state something. Smiling, the suddenly bold man confidently promised his comrade in arms that he would bring back his world as well. Tears of joy came to the assistant's eyes as he missed his home. Soon, there were even more tears, and a sincere smile also appeared on the ice fighter's face. Wiping his eyes, Hanyin began to thank His Excellency, saying that he missed his homeland very much. Ningfeng understood his feelings perfectly and realized that it was also worth paying special attention to the transformation holy key. In fact, he really did gain a lot from this journey, for there was something else besides Suceda. The brave adventurer has reached the coveted 120th level with his actions. The kid said that it was time for the fourth move, because after mopping up the realm, his level had increased significantly. A surprised Yin said that in the higher worlds, experience was very valuable, and it was the fastest way to improve. The hero realized that he needed to be more careful, for such an event would surely alert the gods, and they would target him. Afterward, he went after the fourth move task, the purpose of which was to obtain the mind emblem in the spiritual labyrinth realm. The fighter was immediately reminded of the whiny blue-skinned boss, who had begged for mercy last time. Fortunately, this time the target is not a crybaby at all, but an entirely different hidden boss. Soon, with the newcomer traveled to the secret realm of the spiritual labyrinth, where powerful energy reigned. In a moment, he froze in place and looked forward with great surprise, as if he had seen something weighty. Suddenly, a blue big man who appeared very confident appeared in front of the young gentleman. The bully smirked slyly at the kid he didn't take seriously at all and was ready to beat him up. The boss then stuck out his tongue and ran his thumb across his throat, thus threatening his opponent. The slightly perplexed young man wondered if he had correctly realized that the ambo was provoking him. Earlier, when the agitated ghosts reported to his lordship that mage was here again, he panicked. Clutching his head, the blue-skinned big man exclaimed that he couldn't win, but a voice suddenly asked what he was afraid of. The huge creature with thick tentacles smiled, telling him not to forget about him. The nervous blue ambo calmed down slightly, remembering that they had a hidden boss who was much stronger than him. The monster said that his main skill was the Great Wisdom Reduction technique that reduced the opponent's stats. Laughing menacingly, the toothy man said that the crybaby would attract the enemy's attention, and he would attack him and, weakening him, begin to torture him. The Smurf gritted his teeth deviously afterward, saying in his mind that the boy was definitely finished now. The frightening hidden boss was smiling at that moment, looking at Ningfeng, who at first didn't understand anything at all. The huge creature then decided it was time to spring into action and attack the little boy. The kid himself stopped where he was and began to analyze the situation while engaging some skill. The big Smurf exclaimed happily that the target had been successfully defeated, and their plan had indeed worked. But the protagonist remained intact, and was saved by the skill that fought mental attacks knocked out last time. Generally, the brave wanted to use it when fighting a true holy spirit, but things went a bit wrong. Not only did the skill grant immunity, but it also reflected the attack, causing the reverse strike to knock out the teeth of the hidden boss. The dumbfounded blue-skinned ambo couldn't believe it, and the monster himself stuck out a tongue he couldn't move. In turn, the daredevil looked sternly at the crybaby, who was now left without any support. A huge amount of sweat immediately appeared on his face, and his teeth began to involuntarily chatter away from each other. Pansy was amazed that the boy had defeated him without the hidden boss, and with him too. Now, it was quite unclear why there was a monster that was useless in the first place. The young lord then used a spell that destroyed the whiny Smurf in an instant. The coveted orange-quality mind emblem was successfully obtained, as required by the fourth turn task. Now the guy realized that to get the items he needed, he would have to kill stronger bosses, and that was the only way he would move on. He then decided he needed to check with the exchange to see if they had collected enough transformation stones for him. Master Tan said over the phone that they don't have them yet, but they are working hard to get them as soon as possible. It was said that stones are always in short supply, and they had just recently bought in a batch, but it was unrealistic to collect 100 in such a short time. Ningfeng was understanding and asked them to take their time, saying that he would return to the training base for now. Near the base itself, meanwhile, many fighters had gathered, which was quite unexpected. The gentleman who had returned asked in bewilderment what they were all doing here. The anxious companions were overjoyed to see an assistant master they hadn't seen in a long time. The young man realized that this was the most elite group that was fighting the tide of monsters, and asked what was wrong. Lu Ping intervened in the conversation and said that it had just been decided not to close the training camp. He added that they decided to pool resources and prepare new teams, because there are a lot of changes now and there are enough newcomers too. The overjoyed students said they would now have the opportunity to meet the hero more often, and asked him for some advice. Polite and helpful, Nin began to socialize with the newcomers, who admired and emulated him. A guy in the crowd said that those standing next to the Lord could be considered the strongest, but an associate replied that only Feng was the strongest. Suddenly, a girl with burgundy hair ran through the crowd, pushing people around. The guys immediately realized that it was Kai Yuchen's sister, who looked worried about something. A worried girl ran up to the protagonist, about to tell him that something had happened. The young man tried to remain calm, and the first thing he asked was what was wrong. Exuding sweat, Yuchen said that she had just gotten a call saying that the transformation stones had been stolen. Undeterred, asked who dared to steal from the Yuanqing Trading Exchange, and whether it was known whose handiwork it was. Earlier, the director of the exchange had told him to send the collected stones to the training base as soon as possible and personally hand them over to the boss. The bald subordinate in the black suit listened carefully to the order and said he would do everything. He carefully closed the jewel box that was to be delivered to the base on short notice. But all of a sudden, there was a dark magic that began to come out from under the suitcase, which had clearly malevolent intentions. The director was immediately strangled by a dark force, which dumbfounded him and instantly threw him into a panic. The alarmed bodyguard immediately rushed to his aid, but there was little he could do. Suddenly, Dark forces pounced on him, preventing him from getting close to his colleague for help. The two insidious spirits held him tightly by the arms, which put a great strain on the otherwise healthy-looking guard. In turn, the third creep held the man's leg, preventing him from taking even an extra step to the side. After a few seconds, dark forces began to choke the man, whose eyes began to roll upward. He fell to the floor unconscious while another evil spirit was busy strangling the director of the trading exchange. The head was still conscious and clenched his jaw tightly, but he couldn't break free from the villain's clutches. Alarmed, he asked the assailant who it was, but there was no response. Suddenly, a man appeared, saying that he had heard rumors that the trading exchange was collecting transformation stones. The tense mall director immediately realized that it was the scoundrel Zheng Jisheng who had come to rob him. This young man was the heir to the Zhenwei trading exchange, and was also a conniving swaggerer. He was also Kai Yuchen's classmate in high school, where they were top students. Subsequently, the kid was suspended from the entrance exams because of a fight, which made him very angry. The head of the stock exchange heard that Zheng Jiasheng was so angry that he went abroad for a long time without returning. The dark creature continued to choke the man, who found it increasingly difficult to take a breath of air. Standing behind exchange heir, Zhenwei asked not to kill the unfortunate man, saying that he still had more questions. The wily youngster then asked to be told why the exchange needed so many transformation stones of great value. The alarm director asked him not to touch them, saying it was an order for a very important client. His words piqued the scoundrel Zheng Jiasheng's interest, who immediately inquired who this customer was. Touching the box, he said that Zhenwei Trading Exchange wouldn't mind getting such customers either. The rascal said he would take the stones and asked him to refer the customer to him, and the barely breathing director asked him not to dare to do so. But the face didn't care at all about what he said, and he began to leave the place completely calmly. At the same minute, the dark, merciless creature let go of the stock exchange boss's throat, which had black finger marks on it. Trying to recover, the kneeling man grabbed his throat and asked the rogue to come back. After hearing this, Ningfeng thought that perhaps it was all because of the competition between the comparable Zhenwei and Yuancheng exchanges. A worried Kai Yuchen said that when they sent people to negotiate, Zheng Jiasheng overpowered them all. The girl added that he had become much stronger than he had been before, and was now not afraid of anyone at all. Moreover, the defeated monsters were stronger than many hidden bosses, which was even more disturbing. The terrifying stories did not frighten Ningfeng at all, who suddenly received a phone call. The young man asked the man to wait a moment, saying he would call back, but Tsai said he could talk. It turned out that he called Mr. Duan, with whom he decided to share the problem that Kai Yuchen had told him. The ash-haired martial artist told the boss that the maiden had reported it to him as well. He said he was now near the Zhenwei Trading Exchange, so the head might not come, and asked him to be careful. Han Yin said that Duan has been performing well lately, so he can definitely be relied on. Moreover, the follower emphasized the gray-haired fighter with sloth, who was not an easy beast. Meanwhile, the insolent Zheng Jiasheng was sitting in the living room with his uncle, who looked worried. The man asked his nephew if he thought it was normal for him to steal the stones from the Yuancheng Trading Exchange. The kid asked if competitors weren't trying to take over their market and said he was just teaching them a lesson. Uncle did not expect that the spoiled boy from childhood would make such a commotion immediately after returning from abroad. He was worried that the 7 guilds that cooperated with the competitors might intercede. The self-righteous youngster said they were all just a bunch of clowns he didn't take seriously. With a sly smirk, Zheng Jiasheng asked his uncle if he knew that gods existed in their world. Exuding sweat, the man said he had heard something like that seemingly not long ago. After that, the spoiled nephew hurriedly introduced his master, blessed by God. The man looked at the man in the black robe and wondered if this was the master that the kid from abroad had brought in. It was a mysterious man whose face was wrapped in bandages and had a purple crystal attached to his forehead. The tomboy said that the master came from a higher-level world that is often noticed by the gods. The god his mentor worshipped could not be called by name and was usually addressed as the returner of dead souls. Zheng Jiashen said that the master went to spread the faith to attract followers, promising that believers would be protected by God. But then the guy sternly added that those who are unwilling to believe will be wiped off the face of humanity. These words worried his uncle even more, who thought it was a serious statement even for someone who came from a higher world. The nephew said the man had not seen the mentor with his own eyes, so he can't even imagine such a thing. Suddenly the work phone rang, which the gentleman saw fit to answer. Zheng Jiasheng immediately reached out with his index finger and pressed the button to answer the call. It was reported to him that someone had come for the transformation stones, and the guy told the man to wait. Ending the call, he asked his uncle where they stood, remaining completely serious. Exuding perspiration, the man in the black suit said that the nephew spoke of his master's power. Smirking, the young master said, Adventurers in this world can only reach the 300th level, that is, the 10th move. In turn, the mighty master's strength was no lower than the 1000th level, and no one could climb to such a peak. Confidently, the chatterer exclaimed that in the near future, the mentor would call upon God, and their world would be blessed too. Uncle made sure that he had nothing to worry about, because even among the guild family members, there wouldn't be anyone stronger than Master Nephew. Suddenly, with the help of magical powers, someone's hand passed through the wall, which immediately attracted the attention of those sitting there. The bewildered Zheng Jiasheng and his anxious uncle couldn't understand who else had come to see them. As it turned out, it was the fearless Duan, who said that he had come to retrieve the transformation stones. The cocky brash man laughed, asking if it had been a long time since everyone had gotten so arrogant in his homeland. Looking down at his vis-a-vis, he asked if the kid hadn't realized that he had been told to wait outside. Suddenly, the martial artist grabbed the starstruck underdog by the throat, which discouraged him. The strong man then lifted the chatterer above the ground, and he made only the sound of heavy breathing at that moment. The gray-haired man immediately asked where the stolen stones were, but the blue-haired scoundrel was in no hurry to answer his question. Zheng Jiasheng couldn't believe it, after all. He had studied under a master, and his equipment was the best. It was unclear to him how some stranger was able to grab him, and Duan, on the other hand, turned his attention to the side after hearing strange sounds. Strange black spirits began to appear at the other end of the room, who were unknowingly summoned by whom? The dark creatures made frightening sounds that did not frighten the masters of their craft at all. As it turned out, the summoner turned out to be the mysterious master of the self-confident heir of the Genwei Trading Exchange. The cute little beast still slept on the ash-haired guy's shoulder, while he himself remained adamant. The master praised the young man's skills, asking if he believed in the true Holy Spirit, which faith he preached. Without any reproach, and at the same instant, the gray-haired fellow replied that he had no faith in him. The mysterious one said the kid knew the Spirit existed since he answered so quickly, and it looked like someone had blessed his power. The preacher sat back in his chair, saying that there was no respect for God in the boy's tone, which was arrogant blasphemy. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiasheng, who was turning blue from the strangulation, hoped that the master would save him, but he couldn't utter a sound. The believer said he would teach Duanyu a lesson on God's behalf by having his shadow guard show that there is always someone better. But suddenly the talkative foreman froze in place and listened warily for a strange sound. At that moment, he immediately turned around, wondering what that strange sound nearby was. As it turned out, a cute little animal that had been sleeping on the gray-haired man's shoulder ran up to him and was awakened. Screaming in fear, the master could not understand where and when this creature had come from, or where its shadow guardian was. From above, Zheng Jiasheng's uncle could be seen hiding behind the sofa, while his nephew was subjected to strangulation. The overconfident kid learned that all of the master's shadow guards are high-level monsters, and they are incredibly strong. But while being terrified, he had no idea what kind of monster it was that was able to swallow all of the mentor's guards. Turning his attention to what was happening, Duan said that Sloth seemed to have had a delicious meal. The fighter then told the terrified master that if he had anyone else in mind, he could safely summon. The terrified pale-skinned man couldn't understand what this unseen creature was that had swallowed all the monsters of the lower world. The master had no choice but to run away from here, which he decided to do by using magic. But Sloth suddenly put a paw on his charged hand, and all the magic in the moment just faded away. This further dumbfounded the mysterious pale-skinned man, who cried out loudly in fear. Thereupon the cute little beast, whose sleep had been disturbed, with a sharp start pounced upon his foe. Even more awesome was that he landed a nice right hook to the creature's dark face. As a result, Zheng Jiasheng's mentor had his top row front teeth chipped away, which stunned him even more. The exhausted preacher then fell to his knees, realizing that he could no longer resist this small monster. In tears, he begged for mercy, saying that he was just an ordinary adventurer who had gotten here by accident. Duan remembered that Han Yin had mentioned that people from the higher world could directly enter the lower level world. With a serious look at the kneeling master, the guy asked if it was true that he wanted to summon God. The preacher replied that he planned to use the heart of the world to perform a sacrificial ceremony in hopes of getting his attention. The fighter's eyes lit up red, and upon hearing about the heart of the world, he ordered it to be given to him immediately. The true Holy Spirit was located in the divine realm of the sacred stela, where it was filled with powerful force. The dead soul returnee said that, as expected, he was a true one, so he was able to successfully merge with the deity. The warrior noticed that after the fusion, the wounds on his body seemed to have healed, and the out-of-control power of darkness was finally suppressed. Suddenly, he shifted his embittered gaze to his companions, who were very happy for him. At that moment, They had no idea why he was looking at them so strangely, and were even slightly alarmed. True Holy Spirit said there was something he thought they needed to learn about as well. The tense eternal morning star began to gnaw on her nails, and the warrior began to speak of the powerful God of law. The returnee asked if the enemy had actually been able to save her, but the spirit had no idea what he meant. Horny said that just recently, something happened while their long-haired associate was in the process of merging. Biting her nails, the goddess said that the almighty God of law had never been like this before, and had never started any battles. Alarmed, she looked into True Spirit's eyes and wondered if it was possible that the opponent had truly become an evil god. The wily skeleton said at one point that he had a plan, and perhaps this way they could deal with the enemy.